If you're a competitive angler, this is your ultimate destination. The World Championship. It's day number 2 of 3 days of fishing. You have one job to do today. Make the cut. Make it to Championship Sunday and a shot at the most important trophy in the sport.
Hard to believe that more than half a century has passed since the creation of fishing's most important tournament, the World Championship, the Classic. It's the prize that puts the winner on top of the world and forever in the lasting legend of the sport. You only get so many shots at it, and it's so hard to do. 3 days with more distractions and more pressure than you've ever had to deal with. Today, the pressure is all about making the top 25. Make it to Championship Sunday for your shot at the trophy that means more than any other. It's day 2 on Lake Hartwell at the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
Oh, we will find our world champion at the end of it all. Welcome to you. Welcome to this live coverage, the number 1 event in the sport of fishing. 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, the 52nd edition of this iconic event. Tommy Sanders here with Davey Hyde and Mark Zona. That was the scene at Green Pond Landing. Thousands and thousands of people showing up just to watch them launch and take off. That gives you an idea of the sort of excitement these guys engender in their fans.
Right, and there's just a little bit over 50 boats of competitors. Look at all of the spectators out there today on Lake Hartwell. Unbelievable day 1. Going to take a look at our playing field right here. Lake Hartwell, right on the border of Georgia and South Carolina, just southwest of Greenville and Anderson, South Carolina. And here's the best way to put it, guys. On day number 1, it exceeded everybody's expectations. These guys knocked their lights out.
They really did, and we expected to see a lot of big fish caught yesterday, but like you said, Z, a lot better than we expected. Warming trend coming, even warmer today, and then Sunday. I think it'll get better and better as the tournament progresses.
This is the 4th time that the Bassmaster Classic has been held here at Lake Hartwell, dating all the way back to 2008. We have had a variety of conditions to contest this World Championship. 10 degrees the first year we had it here, and the second year as well to start, but really just more favorable this time around.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. And one of the things, warm nights, warm days, that's what has made this field really everybody in your top 25 caught them on day number 1.
There's the rules of the game. Full field of 55 fishing today as they did yesterday, but only 25 will advance to Championship Sunday and get a shot at the trophy. $1 million purse, $300,000 first prize, and a ton of pressure, a ton of anxiety for these guys because it's hard to get here and you never know when you'll be coming back. Largemouth and spotted bass, the 2 subspecies there that we'll be going after today. They both have to be 12 inches in length if you're going to put them in the live well and take them to the weigh-in. You want them bigger than that, actually, if you want to take them to the weigh-in. Our leader to start the day, South Carolina's Brian New, and out there on the water just a few minutes ago. Now they're fishing, but this was at the launch. Our own Robbie Floyd with Brian New.
South Carolinian, you've probably always dreamt of this day, being the leader of the Bassmaster Classic. It's a reality. How were you able to sleep on it last night?
I slept like a baby. I got a job to do. I did it yesterday. I got a job to do today. And then if I make it to tomorrow, I got a job to do tomorrow. Today's about today. Yesterday's the history. It's in the past. Today's about today.
A 20-pound bag, the only guy to do that, though. But I saw you give a little kiss up there and a little sticker. Your brother's fishing with you today as well.
He's with me every day. I was actually right here. I wasn't fishing, but I was right here at Hartwell on the road whenever I found out he passed away in 2013. I was on the way home from the Forest Wood Cup, and, we were really close, and I talked to him every day. Yeah, it's a bad deal, but,
It's a heartfelt moment. You know he's with you out there today. Go out there and do what you did yesterday.
Now, I'm going to go try to do my job.
Thank you, Robbie Floyd, and our leader to start the day, Brian New. Now they've been fishing for several minutes right now, and here's our updated leaderboard. These are unofficial scores right now, but these 3 days of fishing, a true roller coaster ride up and down that leaderboard. All these guys will travel all day long today and tomorrow, and The Oklahoman Jason Christie is the man on top. The Arkansan Stetson Blaylock right behind. South Carolina's own Patrick Walters. Chris Zaldane from outside the top 10 has moved into the top 4 right now. And Justin Hamner, one of the hammers, a young angler out there who knows this fishery and knows how to make it happen. There's our fantastic host city of Greenville, South Carolina. So much history here. Used to be a world center for textiles. Now it's a completely changed city, a destination place, and we're happy that this is our destination today. The Hall of Famer Davey Height, the future Hall of Famer Mark Zona, the two guys I always say you want to watch the Classic with, and if it's anything like our start yesterday, as you mentioned, Mark Zona, it's going to be fun. You don't want to miss it.
Absolutely right, and really, if you're going to hold the trophy of the biggest title in bass fishing, the Bassmaster Classic, and be one of the legends, to have your name on one of these banners like you, Davey Height, here's the best way to put it. This tournament is a monster, and your day one leader, if you look at that leaderboard, he has already slipped down the standings. He is a sophomore on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and he will feel the pressure of the Bassmaster Classic today. And the reason why, some of the best veterans were right behind him after the day one weigh-in.
Yeah, Brian New had a great day yesterday, no doubt about it, but really not a big surprise. Brian New has done so well just in this sophomore season, but today he will feel the pressure. He'll have the cameras with him. He'll have a lot of spectators around him. He's been fishing shallow. He'll have to adjust today, and we'll see how that works out. But you're right, Z. A lot of pressure. He's got Christie, Hackney, some guys that really want that trophy bad. They've been here many times.
With a circus following him out there right now.
Absolutely. We saw him starting just a few minutes ago with a lot on his mind. The Classic is all about distractions, memories, thoughts, emotions. He was in the great place tomorrow at the biggest stage yesterday, the biggest stage in the world at the weigh-in. Brian New, the only angler over 20 pounds.
Yeah, the only angler over 20 pounds, but really the majority of the field caught over 15 pounds on day one at the big stage with Dave Mercer. And the interesting thing to watch today really is a lot of guys starting this tournament meat and potatoes, targeting spotted bass early, which, look, that is what is going to win this tournament, the better than average size largemouth of Lake Hartwell.
I think we'll see the leaderboard mix up a lot today, because we'll see some other people have a chance to have that 20 pounds, and then some guys that had it 17, 18 pounds maybe only have 12, 14 pounds today.
Taking a look at your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake, and this is an absolute enormous body of water. Lake Hartwell, fourth time for the Bassmaster Classic here. 56,000 acres and just under 1,000 miles of shoreline. And here is the best way to put it on Lake Hartwell. They caught them all over the system. As you kind of get to where it goes into the river system, the Tugaloo River, the Seneca. The one thing you know about Hartwell, you've heard it's a very healthy fishery. You know that when the fish catches were spread throughout the system throughout day number one.
Yeah, over 700 miles of shoreline, but the cool thing, from 1 foot of water all the way out to 40 and 50 feet deep, some of our anglers fishing. So not only just the shoreline, but out offshore, a lot of these fish being caught.
Let's get out to Stetson Blaylock. That leaderboard has changed again. He is now our leader just seconds ago.
Oh man, it's been good. I mean, started off right where we left off yesterday. We've caught 6 keepers already. Got one of the right ones. Just getting the bites, getting good followers, getting the bites. It's just been a crazy deal this week. I'm excited for the day. It's going to be good. I mean, I know the weather will change as we go, but it started off right. I mean, I caught a good one right before check-in yesterday. That was a good coal. And then, you know, you always wonder if it's going to hold up, stay strong and all that business. And then when we come out here this morning and got 6 keepers already, feel good about it.
Stetson Blaylock's won with the Elite Series here in the state of South Carolina. Very accomplished angler, young man, but very accomplished.
Yeah, and talking to Stetson yesterday after the weigh-in, it's so interesting what he's doing. So many of the anglers are fishing boat docks, but he's staying away from those docks.
Yeah, and this is a really bizarre situation. He got a little love from another angler in the top 20, Mark Frazier, Bassmaster Elite Series pro. Just go down the bank with a red crankbait and they will bite it. It doesn't matter if it's sunny, does not matter if it's windy. And the one thing that Stetson Blaylock said, he can see them with his front-facing sonar tracking his crankbait and can back it up with a wacky worm. And the one thing that Stetson Blaylock said, he goes, look, man, there is nobody else in the field except for me and Mark Frazier fishing this way.
It's got to feel good about that because those boat docks were fished hard yesterday and they'll be fished even harder today. You got to be a little concerned fishing behind the best anglers in the world. Stetson Blaylock and his friend Frazier, they're doing something totally different than any of these other anglers.
And that, you heard Stetson Blaylock make the comment, I've got one in the live, I've got a limit, but I have one in the live well I need. Bigger, average size, largemouth like that. In fact, Stetson Blaylock catching one over 5 pounds yesterday.
Back out to Stetson live now.
Got a couple big bass.
I mean, I didn't think it was going to take that much, but after seeing the weights yesterday, we can't slack up at all today. So 17 pounds just barely has us in the top 10, so I know we've got to catch that again to stay up there.
Couple big bass came in from a couple big names. Brandon Cobb, a 6.5 pounder, trying to climb from the 40s into the cut, and two-time Classic champ Hank Cherry, a 5 pounder with a limit. He was 5th place for a moment this morning.
I want you to watch Stetson Blaylock right here, how fast he's reeling that crankbait. He said that was the biggest key to ignite him yesterday. From there, we're going to head down towards the dam, one of the biggest veterans, the Bassmaster Elite Series, trying to get his first Bassmaster Classic title. Greg Hackney from Louisiana with a big day one here on Lake Hartwell.
You know, basically I've had a few more bites this morning than yesterday morning, but they're not the right ones. You know, I mean, I have not had a big bite. I missed one I thought was a big spot, but it never got to bait. So I'm going kind of like yesterday morning. I was going to start out deep, but the conditions were so good this morning that I was like, I didn't feel it. I wasn't feeling the deep deal, you know, and I was like, well, I can always go to that later. Just go back shallow again and start, and you know, we're basically back doing about the same thing we did yesterday. I changed my you know, rotation just a little bit. I started on a place, it was like our 2nd or 3rd stop yesterday, and caught one. Never caught one there yesterday. I saw some. And then another place I saw some yesterday that we didn't get bit. I just caught, you know, something weird's going on. Them spots are up shallow this morning. They've not been in that stuff, you know. But that's about it. We're gonna flip this boat dock, and then I'm gonna, you know, run some more flats. We were right here at it, and I said, I just wanted to see if another fish gets on, you know, if any of them would replenish.
And if you're watching the Bassmaster Classic here on Fox, one of the things, that man right there, one of the best shallow water fishermen in the history of the Bassmaster Elite Series, did not catch a lot of fish yesterday, but the quality was there. But literally took him till about noon to catch his 5 bass limit.
Yeah, you heard him this morning say, I've got 3 in the box, but not the right ones. By that, he means they're not the 4 and 5 pounders that he will need to stay up there in the top 10 after today. But Greg Hackney is one person who's not afraid to just fish for 5 or 6 bites, so he'll have the right ones.
Exactly. One of the things that Hackney said after the weigh-in on day number 1 is, look, I did not catch a lot of bass on Lake Hartwell, but I got to see a lot of bass up shallow. And he said, trust me, I'm around the right ones to win the Classic, but they are so hard to catch in this clear water.
He's going to maximize his time today. He said had no interest in going anywhere else. Right. He's not going to run. He's going to work this area. He's going to live or die in here.
And he really, Hackney said, he goes, man, in this region of the lake, the lower end of Lake Hartwell, I'm left alone, and the winning fish are in the shallows that he's in. And I said, why is there nobody else fishing there? He said, because they're so incredibly hard to catch.
Hooked in the face. That's where I like it. Hooked in the face. See, there's no bite.
You know, I mean, I'm not.
Good start for Greg Hackney, ahead of his schedule from yesterday, but it's Stetson Blaylock. Man of the hour right now. He himself told us he couldn't believe he was catching him so well doing what he was doing yesterday. He is living the dream of every competitive angler to have a shot at the World Championship. Stetson Blaylock of Arkansas on top. Jason Christie, a man on a mission as well. We will look in on him later today. Justin Hamner coming from outside the top 10 to make it way up there on the standings so far, but everything changes so very quickly. Hackney, Walters, Chris Zaldane also out of the top 10. Caleb Summerall all making moves. So much more moves to go today. From Lake Hartwell, we'll be right back.
The 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
The biggest thing I ever missed when I didn't fish the last two classics and I didn't fish in 1 year in the Elite Series, I missed those fans. I missed those people, and I missed that energy.
I don't know if a few years ago I went through a midlife crisis or what, but I found what solved it, and it was coming back to the Bassmaster Classic.
I can imagine not having it as a goal because I spent 1 year not as easily able to qualify. Yes. Not fishing for the Classic made bass fishing feel like a job.
You know, deep down in my gut, I mean, there's one reason that I'm here, and it's for that trophy that's in the next room, and that's why I came back.
Line of cars headed out to the Lake Hartwell this morning just to watch these anglers take off. That's what these guys talk about missing, that kind of devotion, that kind of attention from the fans. It is truly the biggest stage, and the easy definition for these guys of a successful season, either you made the Classic or you didn't make the Classic.
Absolutely, and a lot of those guys are veterans of the Bassmaster Elite Series. You know, they have 2 decades under their belt, whether you look at a Jason Christie, a Gerald Swindle, Greg Hackney, a Polinick, all of those anglers looking for their first championship title. Going to get on the water right now with a powerhouse on the Bassmaster Elite Series and a big day one, Steve Kennedy.
Oh, I think I found where they went. That's a solid start for sure. I did. I saw one on the other corner over there, about that size, and I switched baits to a bait I felt like I could catch them better with. You don't see as many, but let's see what we got here.
5 3/4-inch swim bait for Steve Kennedy. Got to see a lot of big ones doing that yesterday with a different swim bait that we'll talk about. From there, your day one leader from South Carolina had an incredible day, only stringer over 20 pounds. One of the locals, one of the under-the-radar locals in this tournament, Brian New. So far with a little bit of a slow morning off the pace from yesterday's stringer.
Yeah, so it's pretty dang cloudy this morning, a little cooler. Just caught one little small keeper spot on a greenfish bad little dude jig, and seen a few fish cruising. So like that tells me that the clouds, you know, it doesn't have them up under the docks really good yet. I decided to pick that jig up because I was seeing more fish that were under the docks on the bottom instead of suspended. So that's why I picked that BLD up, and you know, I got one keeper. I'm not going to zero. Yeah. But we don't want to suck. But anyways, I mean, as the day progresses, even if we don't get sun, like, they still should get under these docks good. Yeah, I mean, it's not going great yet, but it don't have to, you know. It's really not a first thing in the morning deal. Yeah, you can catch a fish here and there, but normally it gets better throughout the day. But we're going to try to catch us some bonus fish this morning and kind of go from there. Been running some new water. This is actually the first place that I've fished today so far that I fished yesterday.
Well, earlier you saw Robbie Floyd starting his day at the takeoff with our leader to start the day, Brian New. And Robbie, you're with him still today, and you heard what he told us yesterday after the weigh-in. He's not doing anything else. What we see him doing right now is what he's going to do all day. You think he's going to be able to stick to that plan, even though a slow start?
Yeah, and you could see the confidence, or you could hear the confidence in Brian just a moment ago, and he doesn't know that the other guys on the lake, there's 15 limits in that first hour, but he knows if he keeps doing what he's doing, he's going to catch some fish. But it had to be a little disheartening because this is probably his fourth spot that he's ran to today, and although he said it's one of the spots he might have hit yesterday, he wasn't getting any bites, and he was throwing a swim bait underneath, skipping everything underneath those docks and trying to pull it out. And I did see him, as he mentioned, they're not loaded up underneath those docks, at least right now. They're probably out here more. He spent a little bit more time on the in the middle portions. I'm like, he's sitting there trying to find these bass and spot them, but you could tell he's not too spun. Oftentimes, you see the Bassmaster Classic leaders on day ones, never been in that situation. Their mind starts playing tricks on them. Right now, the confidence is still there, and you heard him say, I'm not going to zero. Getting that first fish out of the way, I think that was very important. So he's going to work his way in the back of each and every one of these pockets that he's got on there. And let me tell you, he has a bunch of spots marked, and he's hoping they come out here soon.
Robbie, one of the things with the way that Brian New is fishing, he's fishing the shallowest docks in the backs of these pockets, which are, right now in this tournament at least, pretty much ignored by other competitors. Here's the one question we have, and we thought about this yesterday. What's his spectator traffic like? There's a lot of other boats on the lake today. And will that have an effect as far back in these pockets as Brian New's going, as far as him being able to get out of these pockets quickly?
It would. And Mark, that's a great question, because effectively, how do you approach when I'm going all the way back in? How do you do it? Well, you start actually at docks that you probably wouldn't start at. He's actually starting more towards the mouths and working his way back in, because, again, when you have a big flotilla, and we don't right now, there's only like 5 or 6 boats, but when you come into some of these narrow lanes and you come in on plane and the big splashing, it's everything you don't want to have as an angler. So he's starting on some of these outer docks and working his way slowly in. Again, he's already hit 5 or 6, and now he's getting to probably what would be considered the juice for him. This is where he's expecting to catch the fish, at least later on in the day, but he's having to actually hit some docks beforehand that he normally wouldn't.
Robbie, I'm real curious about the water clarity. On Lake Hartwell, it varies so much from super clear down on the lower end to very stained. You were around John Cox yesterday. What water clarity is Brian New around this morning?
I would say stained water, right, for this part of the lake. I know this is clearer than some of the water that I saw up north in the Seneca, but I would say this would be stained right now. The weird thing is, and Brian mentioned just a moment ago, is it's much cooler this morning than it was yesterday morning. It seems like it's kind of holding on. We're already an hour and a half into the day, and I'm still, shivering a little bit. And the fog, it is really, socked in. This time yesterday, I think the sun was already out, and it was starting to warm up, and it's not warming up right now.
Robbie, great job. Thanks for staying with our leader there. Robbie Floyd will be all over the lake before this day is done, this very important day number 2. It was a great day number 1 for the veteran Gerald Swindle in pursuit of this title for more than 2 decades now. Had a tremendous day and a lot of confidence we felt from him after the weigh-in yesterday. Let's get out to Gerald Swindle right now, the 2-time Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
Well, we've caught 2. I checked my big fish area where I caught the big one yesterday. And I actually had 2 bites in there, one short bite, a jerk bait, and one on a big swim bait. Neither one of them got it. So I moved back out. I did catch a spot in there deep. I come back here on my deep pole I started yesterday morning. I just caught a nice 2 1/4 pound spot. So I'm going to try to fish 1 or 2 of these, get a few bites, and then I'm just going to settle in and fish a little more. I think with the clouds and the fog, it'll be a little different for a while. So I think the key is just kind of adjusting, settling in and fishing. You just want to do so much because it's the biggest tournament in the world, but you can't. You just do what you can do and kind of just stay nice and steady. I can see a few out here. I'm going to throw this swim bait on them a little bit so it'll fluke. And then I'm going to turn around and throw a shaky head or something on them and try to catch them. It is the Bassmaster Classic, so you might as well have a good time.
I like that attitude.
T-I-M-E, Tommy Sanders.
Sir,
taking a look at earlier today with Gerald Swindle, starting in a pocket that yesterday he caught a 6-pounder suspended over 50 feet of water. And he said when things like that happen, maybe it is your tournament to win.
It really shows the diversity of Lake Hartwell. When we just talked to Brian New, yesterday's leader, fishing extremely shallow in the very backs of these pockets, and Gerald Swindle catching his biggest fish yesterday, over 50 feet of water with a crankbait suspended. Very, very different from what most of the anglers are doing. Gerald Swindle starting out in 50 feet and fishing brush 20, 25 feet deep. He thinks that staying away from those boat docks because they're going to get a lot of pressure is going to be the key to him having a chance to win his first Bassmaster Classic.
Yeah, and it's really surprising. Gerald Swindle, one of the best shallow water anglers in the Bassmaster Elite Series. And if you look at what Brian New, your day one leader's doing, fishing the back of pockets, that's what you would expect a Gerald Swindle to do. And he said, man, it's just not fast enough. I feel that the numbers are in my favor fishing deep. And not only the numbers, he said, I just feel there's a lot less pressure with potential winning fish out deep. And I know the shallow water's my strong suit. He said, don't get me wrong, I'll keep it honest if this fails, but really comfortable fishing offshore this time around, which was pretty much stunning to all of us.
Yeah, Gerald, I've known him his whole career, and he's a great shallow water fisherman. He's one of those anglers kind of shoots from the hip, so to speak, uses a lot of different baits. He'll have his whole front deck full of rods, and he's very diverse. But I think he put more time in thinking about how to approach this classic and having a chance to win.
More classic appearances than anyone in the field, 19 for Gerald Swindle. By far his best finish was a barn burner on the Three Rivers Pittsburgh back in 2005, the toughest tournament ever for the Bass.
And look, it's going to be hard to duplicate catching a 6-pounder over 50 feet of water three days in a row. But he did get it done at least on day number 1. But really look for Swindle, if that deep water dies off today, to make adjustments, keeping that shallow water honest.
He, like all the other 54 hopefuls out here today, would like nothing better than just to make it to tomorrow. Again, that's the #1 assignment for these anglers on this day. And Stetson Blaylock off to a quick start. Joey Nania came from back in the pack today to come into second place right now. Justin Hamner, a couple of guys also under the radar. We've got big stars. We've got guys under the radar. We've got some veterans. We got some rookies in the field this time around. That's what makes it an open Bassmaster Championship, the Classic, open to all types.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen! Live coverage of the 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook, is sponsored by Humminbird.
Well, you have a chance to win $1,000 playing along with Fox Bet Super 6. Whoa. Simply scan the QR code now, download the Super 6 app, and enter your Bassmaster Classic picks for a shot at the jackpot. The contest closes tomorrow morning, so just download the Fox Bet Super 6 app and play for free. So great to have you along for this live coverage of the biggest event in the sport of fishing, not by a little, but by a lot. It's the ultimate, the World Championship, the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook. Here's a man who has come very, very close right here on these waters in a past classic. Jason Christie, a man on a mission, to be sure. Let's get out to him right now.
Oh, don't do that. Got him. Which one was it? Green?
Jason Christie catching his 5 bass limit, going to cull out the smallest one in his live well.
Yellow.
He is right on schedule here on day 2.
Yeah, he really is. The only angler that we talked to yesterday that really had success starting deep and then going shallow. We see Brian New, I'm all in on shallow. We saw Gerald Swindle, I'm all in on deep. Jason Christie has a plan that I think it's going to be solid all week.
You know, I was doing yesterday, what I'm doing is everybody's throwing swim baits. Everybody's throwing, if there's a new little bait, just, we don't even have a name for it yet. Yum bait, 3.5 inches, just a slick body. And what I'm able to do on live scope is just keep it right above their nose. You know, no paddle tail or anything, but I've got 2, you know, okay fish. They're swimming around. I just got to get one of them big ones out of here. You know, and I wanted to start over there, and somebody beat us to it. So I want to go back, but I'm kind of, you know, I want to also not let him push in here. So I'm just really just kind of skirting around, looking. The problem is once you make a cast, once they see your bait in the morning, or you catch one out of a school, it's a lot less likely. It's better chances to move on and find new fish, but it's hard to do that one. I don't want, you know, if he leaves, then I'm just going to, and then I can just move around.
Jason Christie fishing about 10 to 30 feet of water the first couple hours of competition, especially in this low light situation, and then transitioning to where you would expect to see a Jason Christie, one of the best shallow water fishermen on the Elite Series. And Jason Christie has come very, very close to winning this title. Winning this title on this lake, was one bite away from it a couple years ago.
Finished 3rd in 2018 to Jason Christie. Right now he's sitting in 2nd place, just ounces behind our new leader, Joey Nania.
Yeah, he had a couple big fish to fill his limit out, Tommy. A couple 3 1/4 pounders. He's over 12 pounds on the day.
Kyle Welcher started the day in 2nd place.
Yeah, I can feel his head shaking. He's still on there. He's got me wrapped around the pile. There ain't much I can do about it at this point.
Kyle Welcher, one of the few anglers, is fishing deeper brush piles, and you see here that he's got a fish hooked up, but he's got him wrapped in a brush pile around this boat dock.
And a lot of different brush piles on this lake, man-made brush piles, whether it's actual brush or bamboo. Kyle Welcher said the #1 key to the brush piles he's fishing just outside of spawning pockets, where these bass are kind of funneling into, and these brush piles acting almost like a stop sign. You hear him say there still is one on as he's messing with this one, but earlier today, Kyle Welcher.
Big one. Give me a little bit, dude. Yes, sir.
That's one of the ones we hear these anglers talk about. They can only bring 5 fish to the to the scales, but those are the size that you want to bring to the scales.
Come on.
Well, he's going to continue to puzzle over that problem right there. He's got 3 fish for about a 2-pound average. Over to Brock Mosley.
Oh, he looks like he's on a different lake right there.
Good shot of all the different water clarity we have from the backs of the creeks to certain arms are dirty.
It's about to be expected. I didn't get many bites in here yesterday, but they were good bites. I feel like there's fish moving in here to spawn. You just don't get many bites in here. But the one I've caught this morning, I mean, it is a female. She's just not very big. But, you know, I kind of changed my rotation up today. I went and started way up Tougaloo yesterday and caught me a limit, but I thought I could catch a couple more decent quality fish up there than I did. Of course, I hadn't been back up there since last Friday, the very first day of practice, but I know there's some good fish in here. That's why I'm here. You know, it's just all about taking our time and figuring out what they want and how they're setting up today. It's early. I mean, 4 of my weigh-in fish come after 10:30 yesterday, so anything before that that's got some quality to it, you know, it's probably going to be a bonus. You know, I'd love to catch another 18-pound bag, but, you know, you can't expect to do that on Hartwell multiple days in a row. It's kind of hard to do, especially shallow. But, you know, if I get to 15, 16 pounds, I'll still feel like I have a shot going into tomorrow. So that's the goal, try to get to 14, 15, 16 pounds, somewhere in there. So to get there, we're going to need a couple good fish, and, you know, it can happen. It can happen quick, too. You know, that's one thing about it. I feel like I have fish coming to me. You know, everything I've caught, you know, with quality has been white and full of eggs. So it's about time for them too. I mean, the water's perfect. There wasn't a fish there, moved whirled out of there. We just want to be up here when they get here.
Earlier today for Brock Mosley, he said, I'm looking for the dirtiest water. That's what I'm seeking.
And looking at you, well, you know, one of the only anglers that we have in the field throwing a bladed jig and a spinnerbait, things you would think you'd see a little bit this time of year.
Fooled me.
Yeah, the stained water gets a lot of pressure now. That's why Jason Christie stayed away from him. He almost won the Bassmaster Classic here, fishing that stained water.
Brock told us there's low points yesterday, losing a 7-pounder and a 5-pounder. So we're not going to take our eyes off of Brock Mosley, not even for a moment. With all these guys out here today, 55 of them trying to make it to day number 2. A lot of stories coming right back.
Lake Hartwell's a lake that I really like. It's a pattern lake.
I mean, you can get on a pattern and run it. And that's one of the things that I love about this event.
This is a lake where I feel like I can win. The weather's really right for what I want to do.
You look at the weather pattern, you look at the water clarity on Lake Hartwell.
I have Japanese techniques, so many finesse. Sometimes so finesse is strong with the Creole.
What I love about Hartwell is it's ever changing.
And that's really what we're seeing here this week, right? Warming trends, a dip in the weather, cold rain. It's going to dirty up some places, and then it's followed by a warming trend.
So coming in, I prep to fish a little deeper, a little slower to try to stay more consistent, but you're going to see Hartwell throw everybody everything.
It's not like in my backyard like Lake Norman, but it's still comfortable being here.
A lot's happened to me on Lake Hartwell. I grew up fishing with my dad here. We fished club tournaments. I've spent thousands and thousands of hours on Lake Hartwell, so I just feel comfortable out there. It's a place that kind of molded my fishing style that I use all around the country.
Well, all of these anglers love a pattern lake, but like they said, the pattern can change from day to day. That's the downside of it right there, and that's what you got to deal with. You want to be the champion.
Really, and what makes Lake Hartwell and a lot of the areas, a lot of the lakes around South Carolina, you know this, Davey, is there's a little bait fish in here called a blueback herring that keep a lot of these bass, a huge population of these bass, deep all year long. And Davey, we're seeing that right now with a couple of our leaders focused on exactly that.
Exactly right. Even though the weather conditions are so conducive to be fishing shallow water, and our leader, day one leader, Brian New, caught his fish shallow. But don't be surprised if we don't see somebody lead day two or maybe even Sunday hold the trophy over their head that has fished 20-plus feet of water, because those blueback herring live in that deeper water most of the year.
And really where a lot of that population should come shallow, that bait fish keeps them out there deep.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, that's the nature of the standings right now. These are unofficial. Bass Track is always unofficial until we get to the weigh-in. That's coming up this afternoon, of course. Jason Christie now on top of that leaderboard. Joey Nania won the Bassmaster Open on Lake Pickwick to gain his entrance into 2022 Classic. Scott Martin, Takumi Ito making a big move up the leaderboard today. Get out to one of our top 10 anglers finishing up yesterday in a tie for 9th place. Mark Frazier, drafted by the San Francisco Giants when he's 18 years old. And he's out here fishing.
What's he doing out here?
Very personable guy.
Right.
Interesting guy.
He is, absolutely. Brother Micah Frazier on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Mark Frazier starting a lot deeper today than some of the bass that he caught yesterday. Talk about anglers focusing on that blueback herring bite early in the morning. Mark Frazier, one of them today.
Yeah, Mark Frazier with a lot of experience here at Hartwell, but even more on Lake Lanier, where they have a lot of blueback herring there also.
It is a pretty good one, 3-pounder. Try to bring her to the boat right here.
Okay.
Frazier obviously using very light line. Has to take it slow and easy with this fish. These spotted bass are relentless.
That's a good one.
Yeah, and the really strange thing about this lake, you can catch those big spotted bass and largemouth mixed deep. That is a good one right there for Mark Frazier.
Choked it, too.
Beautiful spotted bass. Mark Frazier fishing deep, finesse, but also fishing, power fishing, crankbait, shallow, for a lot of his fish yesterday.
And I think a lot of the fish that you're seeing with Mark Frazier right now, definitely bonus. Because a lot of what he caught yesterday doing the same thing Stetson Blaylock is down the lake.
Take a look at his catches from earlier today. As we say, he has a limit in the boat, and that was the biggest one of his limit. We just saw him land right there. He was smaller ones.
Largemouth.
Those two on a jerk bait.
Good morning right there for Mark Frazier.
17 pounds and an ounce yesterday for Mark Frazier to gain the top 10. We'll be with him all day long.
Good one.
Saw that last fish on a Cinco. A lot of these anglers have fish follow up to the to the boat, and they follow up with a Cinco.
The man, a few words this morning, but he is getting it done on Lake Hartwell.
Well, Mark Frazier and Ronnie Moore, whom we're about to visit with right now, can tell us that Mark Frazier has been in some high-pressure situations in other sports before, Ronnie. I think you in the SEC.
He definitely has. He was a big-time pitcher at Auburn, a big-time pitcher in the SEC. Mentioned Arkansas as being one of the most hostile environments. I know the Razorback fans enjoy that, but Mark Frazier, very calm, cool, and collected here. And just really, he said, I never had chills like I had college baseball in those big moments until yesterday's day one takeoff. I got those chills leaving the dock. But, guys, I wanted to bring it in and kind of expand on some of those guys that are out in the abyss. They're out in that deep water. Where I wanted to bring it in for the Berkeley Right Bait, Right Time segment. And I wanted to kind of explain how these guys are using baits like the Berkeley Max Scent Flat Nose Minnow. Those jig head minnow deals. It's a small jig head with a soft plastic that's a forked split tail, normally a forked tail minnow. And what they're using on this graph right here, this is an actual shot from Lake Hartwell this week. Fish suspending. Those dots, they're out over 30 feet of water and they're 10, 15 feet off the bottom. You take that jig head minnow and you pitch it over to them, and you can count it down and watch it on your graph get in their face. And that has been key for a lot of anglers, no matter what plastic they're putting on it. But for the guys that were watching day one, Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, it's one of our favorite segments here, but we really had some shock and awe at the day one weigh-in, and that was with two of our favorites coming into this classic. Brandon Cobb, the local guy, won an Elite Series event on this body of water, very good, and then back-to-back two-time Classic champion Hank Cherry, two of the most popular picks in fantasy fishing, 48th and 41st on day one out of 55 anglers. Not what anyone expected at all, but like Mike Sukon said earlier, a 6.5 for Brandon Cobb, a 5+ for Hank Cherry. Those are the kinds of bites they need to jump into that top 25 and maybe build some momentum going into the maybe Championship Sunday if they make it that far. But, guys, it's been a topsy-turvy event. We will probably see a top 10 change, maybe 5 or 6 anglers swap that were on camera today that will not be present tomorrow.
Nailed it.
Yeah,
let me just nail
shock
it.
and awe
Absolutely.
right
If you get shock and awe in fantasy fishing, you've done your job, Ron Moore.
Absolutely.
You've done your job
and
well.
he always does. And by mentioning Hank Cherry, also one of the big stories here, could be the only angler to ever go back to back to back. And he's crawled his way back out of the 40s all the way up to just under our top 12. We've got plenty more coming up here. Second day of the Bassmaster Classic. All these anglers have a great story to tell. We're going to hear a lot of it.
To say I haven't dreamed about winning the Bassmaster Classic would be just a dead lie. I think about it. I think about winning the elites and getting close. And one of the goals I had in life was to win AOY, and was able to do it twice. And to come to the Classic this many times and not be able to seal the deal, that's a tough pill to swallow. But do I think about it a lot? Yeah. I've stood on that Classic stage and been DQ'd in my own hometown with a chance to win. I've stood on that stage and zeroed after winning AOY. I've zeroed in the Classic and come in as humbled as I could be. I took the mic from Mercer and had a rant with the crowd and got them all to celebrate and cheer. I felt everything on that Classic stage but that trophy. And that's really what I want to touch.
Gerald Swindle has been through the battles, that is for
Yes.
sure. He has a lot of scar tissue, but he keeps going. He is irrepressible. 2 Angler of the Year titles, just like our own Davey Height right here.
Yes.
Shows what a fantastic, legendary angler he is. And look at this flotilla. Also a big fan favorite, always attracts a lot of fans. Gerald Swindle out there, deep. Getting it done on this morning, trying to up his total from yesterday, but a great day one for Swindle. And out there with him right now is our own Robbie Floyd, a member of the flotilla. And Swindle has got plenty of work left to do, but he is eager to go. He wants to get to day 3, right, Robbie?
I've covered over 50 major events, a handful of Olympic Games. People are always surprised. Man, bass fishing, there's that many fans? Absolutely, there's that many fans. It's not the guys that go out and watch them take off, the tens of thousands, or maybe even weigh in. Yeah, there's tens of thousands of people that watch people weigh in bass. But how about the people that go out on the lake and watch them fish? Well, you compare it to football. Standing on the sidelines at the world's biggest game. You know it. It's the Super Bowl. Tom Brady, their Tom Brady, trying to throw a touchdown. Well, here it's the Bassmaster Classic, and they can go out on that body of water in a couple of days and try and throw that touchdown pass as well. But these aren't stadium seats we're talking about. These are $50, $60, $70, $80,000 seats that these fans are watching from. And, of course, that $300,000 payday for the winner, that's the number one goal for those guys' pocketbooks. But it's really the Lombardi Trophy of bass fishing, that Super Bowl feeling that they get when they hoist that classic trophy up in the air and know that they're the best bass fishermen in the world.
Well said there, Robbie Floyd, as we watch Gerald Swindle tying on right there. And guys, we've talked to the top 10 after the weigh-in yesterday. Some of them so concerned, don't want anyone around them. No boat, please, no boat traffic. Some of them could care. Swindle has been around long enough. He knows how to manage it.
Absolutely. And the other side of what Robbie just said, there are guys that are in our top 20 right now that have come so frighteningly close to winning that trophy, okay? Like guys like Gerald Swindle, Jason Christie, Greg Hackney, Brandon Polinick. And, Davey, you know this. It not only in fans' minds, but that's a Dan Marino situation. Look, you can go into the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame in Springfield, Missouri, but you need to have that Bassmaster Classic title to be one of the legends of the game. And every one of them, everyone to a man would tell you the same thing.
Yeah, I wish I could put into words how the desire, the burning desire to hold the Bassmaster Classic trophy is in every one of these anglers, not just the ones that qualified for this year's Classic, but the ones that are watching, that fish the Elite Series, that fish the Opens, that fish the Nation, that fish the College Series. Everyone wants to be right here. You have a burning desire as a professional angler to win the biggest trophy in our sport.
I got to talk to Gerald Swindle yesterday as well, and I said, what would this do for your legacy? And he sat back and said, wow, the fact that I would even have a legacy at this stage of my career would be incredible.
Well, let's get out for some bonus coverage. BMW Trailer Hitches on the line. Joey Nania having a great day. Joey, tell us, what's the difference between yesterday and today?
I mean, honestly, it's the clouds. You know, they're eating better. And it's weird. First thing this morning, like my first 3 stops, they really weren't eating that much better. They would taste it, not eat it. I caught that 2 pounds. I weigh all my today, but caught that one and had probably 10 or 15 straight up refusals on the fish. And I don't know why they're doing it. Out on a shallow shoal.
We're going to have to revisit Joey Nania in just a little bit. Having a little trouble with his audio. We can see him just fine. And
hey, he's the real deal, man.
Oh, yeah.
He is the real deal.
Our friend Trip Weldon, longtime tournament director of Bassmaster, said he is the real deal, like you said, Z.
Somebody else, Jason Christie, looking to exercise a few demons here on Lake Hartwell. And Jason Christie really starting to get ahead of where he was at yesterday at this time. Said he was going to fish deeper today, a little bit longer. So far working out for Jason Christie. Newly engaged Jason Christie.
Oh, that's right.
That's right.
Yes.
Now, we asked him yesterday, are you going to, have a few more Christie critters? And he said, no. So they're focused on winning this tournament right now.
Jason is one of the few that we talked to yesterday that's absolutely sticking to his plan.
Yes.
Not that they were trying to mislead us, but you have those different thoughts. You go with your gut, so to speak. But Jason said, I think I left those deeper fish a little too early. I'm going to stay with them a little longer and then go fish those shallow docks.
You know, and what's weird, Jason Christie, one of the best dock fishermen ever. Man, he pulled the trigger a lot yesterday, gang. And a lot of these boat docks right here, we're going to take a look at Jason Christie earlier today. And that's a boat dock fish right there, but not what we'll see later. He'll go up very shallow. Is he pulled the trigger yesterday afternoon when we saw a lot of big largemouth caught, and he said, law of average would say that I'm going to catch a big largemouth, and it just never had, even though a great day, that true 5-pound bite eluded him.
Yeah, Brandon Cobb, which was one of the favorites, if not the favorite overall coming into this tournament, said he caught 25 bass yesterday and just weighed in 5 small ones.
But fish like that right there, Jason Christie gets to leave this deep water with 3 or 4 that are over 3 pounds, maybe not a 4-pounder. He is way ahead of schedule.
Absolutely.
Jason always Mr. Cool, calm, and collected, but when he caught that big bonus fish yesterday, I've never seen him get so excited. There's his classic history right there. He made his debut in 2013 in his home state of Oklahoma at Grand Lake, a good acquittal there. Second place, 2016 at Grand Lake again, and then that storied third place here.
Yes.
Just didn't get the limit on the final day. Had it in his hands. Could feel the trophy.
There is nobody in this field, potentially in the history of the sport, that has come so epically close and not sealing the deal, the Bassmaster Classic.
We got a pretty good, we got some decent fish. And now we just need to go hunt for a couple big dock fish. I'm just starting to convince myself that they're wanting to be a little deeper than what I think they are. See, like right there is a single, and he's just almost impossible to catch.
Jason looking at these fish with his forward-facing sonar, but the reason he's saying it's a hard fish to catch, they get competitive. They're predators, and when they get around other fish, they get competitive for that bait. Those singles can be very, very difficult to get to bite.
And he said yesterday morning he just got in a hurry in here. He said, man, I am seeing so many
Y'all can follow me back if you want to. I'm going to fish back, and then I'm leaving.
10 to 30 feet of water. He said, man, he goes, I'm throwing at a fish on my front-facing sonar every single throw.
I think it's the first time I've heard a Bassmaster Classic contender say, I think there's too many fish in there. We actually heard him say that yesterday.
What was interesting about it as well was he did leave out of there earlier yesterday despite getting bites, but it's not like it's one big school of fish where it's just all over the ground. There are little pods of 5 to 8 fish per group throughout that creek.
Jason mentioned just about to move, about to wrap it up in that particular area right there. He is the man on top. Our unofficial Bass Track stand-ins have him there. About a pound, a little less than a pound lead.
How about 5 new names in our top 10 that were not there at the start of day 2 here at the Bassmaster Classic?
The next 4 behind Jason Christie, guys who are making a move. To no one's surprise, very, very talented anglers. We go down through our leaderboard. Again, 54 anglers out there today. Only 25 will make it. Championship Sunday tomorrow. Today is so crucial for these guys.
And you look there how close it is. There's from 10th place to 20th place, just a little over a pound difference there, and that's just one decent bite.
25, the top 25 only will make it to tomorrow. Jason Christie's looking good to make it to Championship Sunday, and this is something he burns for. A win at the Classic would mean everything to the Oklahoma angler.
I know that there is a 20 to 25 pound bag to be caught on the boat houses, and it's timing. And today I just really never got in a groove. It's hard to get in a groove when you go an hour without a bite and then you catch 2 off the same dock, and then you go an hour and a half without a bite and you catch 3 off of the same dock. It's just hard to get in a groove, and I kept fishing, too much stuff rather than staying on the deal. And at the end of the day, I pulled up to a dock, caught 2, and that's what I'm all in. That's the only way I feel like I can win the event.
After Kyle Larson's big win at Fontana, the NASCAR Cup Series heads to Las Vegas. The best drivers on the planet look to strike it rich and grab a win. The engines fire tomorrow at 3 Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Oh yeah, Tommy Sanders.
The best anglers on the planet is what we are concerned with right now. They are battling for a world championship, the 2022 edition, 52nd edition of this championship. Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook. We're on Lake Hartwell. If you're just joining us, this is live coverage on day 2 of 3 days of fishing. Full field, 55 anglers out there today, only 25 will advance to the final tomorrow. At the end of it all, the world champion will hold that vaunted trophy high above his head. If it's possible for this angler to lift it, that's always a question, and it's always a lot of fun. Let's get down Back to Lake Hartwell, and from not too far away here in South Carolina, a young man who has filled in so many of the boxes in his early career, the celebrated Patrick Walters in action.
Calm down. Oh, it's a good spotted bass. It's a good spotted bass.
Earlier today with Patrick Walters, and really, here's the best way to put it if you're watching here on Fox. He's had a good morning, but they are not the ones that you want to carry to the weigh-in later today. It's fun catching bass like this, but bass that size are not going to win that trophy.
Patrick has a hard time judging the size of his fish quite often. If he says he's got 6 or 8 pounds, usually it's about 12 pounds, but we saw his fish here this morning, and they are smaller than he needs to bring to the scales. But said he caught 30 to 40 fish yesterday, so hopefully these are some of the ones that, if he still catches those numbers, he's bound to catch some of those 3 and 4 pound fish.
And we see it every single day, those guys who jump out to that early lead, and then every hour someone else upgrades and takes that lead back.
We're around a bunch of fish right now. I'm kind of surprised at what the day's setting up to be. I didn't think these fish would be in these ditches as good as they are right now. It's kind of surprised me a little bit. Caught a quick limit this morning. Had to change things up a little bit. We're gonna figure out how we can get these fish to bite. If we get these fish to bite, I think we'll be all right. But they're just kind of all over the place right now.
Patrick Walters making the comment after the day one weigh-in, I am done fishing deep. I'm going shallow the rest of the tournament. He has started and stayed deep all day today, so
go fishing.
Don't count out the champ, Hank Cherry. Just jumped into 9th place. Got a limit over 14 pounds, climbing from 41st place.
Davey, that's the hard thing today. 14-11 was the top 25 cut after yesterday. Will it go up a little? Will it go down a little? That's always the question. But 29 pounds is probably the approximate to make it to the top 25. And the guys that are the favorites, like Cherry and Cobb, that had 12 and 11 pounds, they almost have to have 19 or 20
actually started in this ditch
today.
yesterday.
Yeah.
And there was hardly any fish. We got 3 12-inch spots. And there's all largemouth today. It's weird how they change like that quick.
you see Patrick Walters staring at his sonar. He is looking at individual bass suspended over deeper water. Seeing a lot of your leaders doing that really early in the day yesterday and today. A lot of the offshore fish, the front-facing sonar. But as the day wears on and the fish set up on those boat docks is when you see the shallow water guys excel, and that cloud cover could really affect that bite today as far as the positioning, especially for your day one leader, Brian.
Absolutely, and I think that's why these fish, you heard Patrick Walters say, it's surprising me that these fish in these deeper creeks, these ditches, are staying here so long. The fog and the cloud cover, just like you mentioned, Z.
He's not going to help, is he? I think he does. Just haven't.
Jason Christie's smallest fish at about 1.5 pounds in his live well.
Another look at what Jason has been able to put in the boat so far today to reach his 12.5 pound estimated weight.
And really what's weird about this tournament compared to classics past on this body of water is, and it's obvious because of warm nights, warm days, the number of bites that these guys are getting, and predominantly for the most part left alone. Not a lot of other competitors in their areas.
What's very interesting is for Christie, he's got a really good floor weight with these spotted bass.
Yes.
He won't have a high ceiling with those. Yesterday he went to the docks and he said, I don't know what the deal was with my timing or certain docks that it changed, but I would go long times with no bites and catch 2 off a dock, catch 3 off a dock, but they weren't those 4 to 5 pounders, and they normally group by that size. So he said today it could be as simple as I get extra big bites that I didn't get yesterday, but I get them today.
Like that 3.5-pound largemouth that he just caught, that is just pure bonus.
Yeah.
I think the key to – I like the anglers that are fishing deep and then going shallow. I really like that because they're going to get that 8 to 11 pounds in their live well. But at what point do you leave? Jason Christie said, I think I left that a little early yesterday. But now you start thinking you get caught up in gaining 1 ounce, gaining 2 ounces per cull, and you spend an extra hour or two when you could have had that hour maybe to only get 1 bite, but it be a 4 or 5 or like Steve Kennedy yesterday, a 6-pound, 7-ounce fish that changes everything.
Basically what you're saying is what time is he going to say, all right, I'm going to go for it and bail on it?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
And what's very interesting is the way these fish are behaving, especially in Christie's ditch right here, this creek channel that floods in there. Multiple schools of 5 to 8 fish, but the deal is he could only catch 1 out of that specific pod. So he said when there's a solo fish, it won't bite because there's no competition. When there is competition, you still only can get 1 because you either pull them to you or they get spooked from that fish leaving the school. So once he's hit those 6 or 7 schools, there's no reason for he's going to run. He's got to run back through there. Plus, he said spectators following me through there, it disrupts those fish just as much as compared to if I'm by myself.
Stetson Blaylock on the right started the day in 8th place. He's now moved up 1 spot. He is not a peaks and valleys kind of guy. He's always steady. You look at his typical tournament, and it's a very similar one day to the next. He is steady.
And really, we opened up this broadcast today on Fox talking about your day 1 leader, Brian New, and how his shallow water was going to play today. Only 1 bass in his live well, 2 pounds. Slow morning, Brian New.
Slipped all the way to the cut spot. He's at the cut line. I don't know how many leaders that have had as good a weight as he had dropped as fast, because that's how many fish are biting this week.
So, Z, I'll have to ask you. Yesterday afternoon, after leading the Bassmaster Classic, he was all in. He was going to fish a shallow boat. Will he make a change in the next hour or so if he's still got 1 2-pounder in his live well?
No. I
don't think so.
I think he's the kind of dude that's going to, he probably has some limit areas where he can catch 7 or 8 pounds, which means nothing. It'll get him to tomorrow possibly. I think he's – nobody remembers second – well, no, that we do remember second place because we're the ones that bring it up every year.
That's right. A lot of people hope we didn't remember second place. Gerald Swindle, a little bit slower today.
Slow day for Swindle.
2 keepers only, about 2-pound average.
That's what brought the thought about Brian New. You see Gerald Swindle going from deep to shallow, obviously changing up what he did yesterday.
Right.
Will Brian New do the same? Go from shallow to deep?
I don't know if we were expecting quite this much cloud cover.
No, I don't think so at all.
We're not. No. We were expecting calm winds, which we knew would, yesterday we had 10 to 20 mile per hour winds early, which really helped the bite today. Your TH Marine weather report, mostly cloudy. We're not going to see much wind throughout today's competition. Got a little cooler last night.
Jason Christie planned to stay deep a little longer than yesterday, but these clouds are probably adding to that. He probably knows, I don't need to rush to those boat docks because the sun is not out yet.
In fact, we heard him say, I think these fish have gone even deeper than they were yesterday in this same deep spot.
It really shows how good the fish are biting on this lake when you're securely in the top 10, whether it's Brian New or Gerald Swindle, and now you're miring down in 25th to 35th place today.
And you mentioned it, Brian New had just 1 all morning just a few minutes ago when we mentioned it. He did get a second one, the same size though, still only pulls him into the teens. Imagine falling from first into the teens and near the cut line in just an hour and a half of fishing time.
He's got his 3rd run. He's in 10th place.
Oh, good.
5 pounds, 12 ounces. We talk about him, he
quick.
catches fish.
this is what we didn't see from Gerald Swindle. A lot of dock fishing yesterday, but you have to reset things day to day. That's the nature of every classic. Not every classic will afford you 3 exceptional days either. You have to plan for a little bit of a drop-off in production, but we're so great to have you here with us here at the Bassmaster Classic Expo presented by Marathon, and it's going to be a big day. And what we've seen so far, big changes, those that make adjustments. Joey Nania, who we tried to talk to, said, we did hear this. I love the clouds. That's what's gotten me here today.
Absolutely, Tommy. And really one of the things coming into this tournament was it has been so warm all week long, and the presence of clouds. We heard a lot of anglers say it's going to be a guessing game each day of this event. And so far with a lot of your leaders, it looks like they're guessing at this point.
Yeah, a big change this morning with all those clouds. You just don't have, we saw in that aerial view, you don't have a lot of cover, even though Lake Hartwell is almost full, only about 3/10 below full pool. But you look, you've got boat docks or you've got boat docks if you're shallow. You go out deep, you have a lot more options, but those fish are roaming so much in those packs, and they're harder to get to bite.
We have the clouds we're talking about. In a few minutes, we're going to have a deluge, and it's going to happen inside here.
Yes.
And it's going to be a deluge of people at the Bassmaster Classic Expo presented by Marathon. This is one of the greatest outdoor shows in the world. You can find everything here. You can find boats, automotive products, electronics, apparel, everything you're looking for, the very latest and greatest. You find it right here, and the people. I mean, yesterday was a Friday, and you couldn't move in some places in here. Just incredible. We expect even more folks today. A big, big day at the biggest event in the sport of fishing, the Bassmaster Classic.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Coming to you live from the World Championship of Bass Fishing. We've got plenty more live coverage here on day number 2 for you right here on Fox. Tomorrow, we will come your way at the same time, 8 a.m., but on Fox Sports 1 and, of course, the Fox Sports app. The final championship Sunday, the day when we do crown our World Championship. A lot of nerves about tomorrow from all of these anglers, mainly the immediate nerves about making that cut. That's the story today. You have to be in the top 25 if you want to make it all the way to Championship Sunday. A man who has certainly made his chances at making that cut look almost a certainty is Joey Nania. Qualified through the Open, won this Open on Pickwick last year, Lake Pickwick on the Tennessee River, and he is doing great out there today. And Robbie Floyd is with him right now. And Robbie, we tried to talk to him just a minute ago, and we were able to hear that he likes the cloud cover.
Joey Nania, I mean, the guy's a stud. I've known him for a long time. I said, how long have we known each other? 15 years? He goes, man, I won the Bassmaster Junior title back in 2005.
Wow.
He's built for this kind of stuff, guys. I mean, he's an Alabama boy. But I've seen him on the Alabama Bass Trail, where you see a lot of these guys are used to catching those Coosa River spots, and this is his deal. He's going to keep doing this for about another hour, catching these spotted bass. He's got a nice little shelf up here and about a 3 foot of water, and they're coming up there to hit it right before it drops off into 30. You want to play your strengths? That's exactly what Joey Nania is doing right now, trying to catch these spotted bass. But his goal is to do this for about another hour. He's already got more than he had yesterday in these type of situations, and he's going to go hunt for those largemouth, which he had some success in. So things are looking really good for Joey, and again, he is built for this kind of fishing.
Robbie, you're a man-child, but you have absolutely covered like 50 of these Bassmaster Classics. Here's an interesting thing that I'm noticing on the water, but give us your perspective. Generally, a lot of the spectators on day 2, they're following the leaders. It seems a lot of the spectators are on the Gerald Swindles, the Greg Hackneys, the Jason Christies, and guys like Joey Nania that are a lot under the radar are pretty much left alone to do their job.
Absolutely. And you know, I was kind of surprised when nobody followed Brian New this morning, because usually that leader, everybody usually does follow them. And I was making my way out, and I did see a big flotilla around Swindle, but they're being very I don't know how to say it. They're being very polite. They're staying back. They're giving them room on the people that I've seen. But it's really, I don't know if it's the weather. Every angler that I talked to this week was concerned about the boat traffic because we've had such good weather leading into this weekend. Right now, you are not seeing good weather. All the clear skies, the warm weather we have not seen this morning, and I think that's keeping some of the people off the water, at least early on.
Robbie, you just said that the spectators are being very polite. Are they usually not out on the water during the Classic?
I don't think he said that.
Well, when you bump into each other, I mean, I've been on this body of water. I remember covering Alton Jones, the first Classic we had at Hartwell, and he probably had somewhere between 50 and 100 people following him. And when you go from place to place and you've got to work your way through 100 people to cross the lake, and you do that 5 to 10 to 15 times, they can be as polite as they want, but when there's so many, it just gets so crowded. And right now, there's not that many people out on the water, which is good.
So, Robbie, I'm really curious. Joey's off to a better start this morning, had a great day yesterday, but he's ahead of the game. He said, I really like the clouds and this fog, but he's got a plan B for when the sun comes out. Does he feel more comfortable with having that bigger stringer, even though he's off to a good start this morning, with the sun out or with the clouds?
Yeah, well, I think right now, it helps with the clouds and everything for doing this, and he was going to give it a certain amount of time, and he says that about 11 or about an hour from now, that's when he's going to make that switch. But right now, he's appreciating the clouds and the cooler weather. It doesn't affect these fish at all. But then when that sun does break out, he's going to go out there and try and catch those largemouth, and I think he will need the sun for that. If you're beating up those docks, you want the weather to be right. And right now, I don't know that it's right, even though some people are catching them. I think it's only going to get better as the day progresses, and he feels really good where he's at right now.
Thank you, Robbie Floyd. Good stuff out there from Joey Nania, who started the day in 14th place. And now we look at our official standings right now, and there he is all the way up into 3rd place. Jason Christie hanging on there in top. And
Chris
Scott
Johnston.
Martin. And Chris Johnston, he did this yesterday. Made a jump into the top 5 for a while. Maybe a timing thing for him, but man, for all these guys, it's going to be up and down all day long. What matters in this musical chairs game is where you are sitting when it all wraps up the day at the weigh-in.
Tommy, would you mind if I fed the folks here on Fox something early this morning?
Well, what do you mean?
Something a little bit different. Something maybe unexpected.
Oh, yeah?
Hank Cherry, your back-to-back Bassmaster Classic champion, having a tough day 1 here on Hartwell, trying to go for the 3-peat. Today, very, very solid. Had a great practice. We heard he was on him in a big way, slipped up a little. He said, if I'm going to hold the trophy 3 years in a row, I have to make a comeback. That is how you start the second day of the Bassmaster Classic with a 5-pounder. Your Hey, Such, can I ask a favor? Take it. Go ahead and take this.
Sure, what do you want? What do you want? The Mercury move of the day?
Yeah.
Hank Cherry, mired in 41st place, catches a big bass, gets it rolling on day 2 of the Bassmaster Classic. You're our Mercury move of the day. Hank Cherry going for 3.
Took the baton and nailed it right there.
Across the finish line first. That is good work there by Such. Yeah, Hank Cherry, one of the big stories coming in here. Could be the first guy to ever go back to back to back. Yesterday, he told us he fished way too fast. Way too fast.
Yes.
Lost a couple of good ones. Perfect storm of bad stuff.
Mercury move of the day. Hank Cherry out to Kyle Welcher right now. And a lot of your guys in the top 10 not getting many bites so far this morning. Kyle Welcher fishing just around the corner from our takeoff. Green Pond Landing.
It's not even a bad one. I thought them were little bitty ones. I ain't even throwing at them. That sounds like a big one. Thank you. Been trying to catch big ones. Hadn't wanted to really mess with those, but that one ain't that bad.
Kyle Welcher, 2nd place to start this day, and told us yesterday he's fishing really deep. What it looks like he's in is probably deeper than you think.
Yes.
Out there, a lot of brush piles way down there,
A little bit, dude.
doing a lot of his damage.
A lot of action this morning. A couple better than average largemouth, a little behind the pace. Louisiana angler Greg Hackney, but somebody right on pace right now, Jason Christie.
There's our fabulous host city, Greenville, South Carolina, the upcountry of South Carolina, and a beautiful city with a lot of history. We'll be right back.
The 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, by Progressive.
Center stage.
Big day and the biggest week in the sport. The 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic. We're going to crown a world champion when this is all done. 3 days of fishing that go by so very fast. And right now we'll look at our unofficial standings right there. And for a while now, it's been Jason Christie sitting atop that leaderboard. Scott Martin, another man on a mission, making a big move throughout the course of this day from outside the top 10 all the way up into second place. Joey Nania. What a great day he is having out there, 12-plus pounds. Chris Johnston of Canada, Takumi Ito, David Mullins, one of the favorites coming in here, now showing off what he's got here on Lake Hartwell, and it is such a pleasure right now to welcome a gentleman. I mean, the reason we're here, one of the main reasons we're here is the great Bill Dance, one of the founding fathers of our sport, and just so much history. And Bill, I guess we must have done something right. We've never been lucky enough, me and Zona, to have you on the set
thank you, Tommy.
with us.
It's great to be with you, buddy. It's great seeing you again. It's been a while.
It's good to see you too,
Bill.
Bill.
Thank you. And you too, Mark.
Bill, in all honesty, you know you have legendary status when you come to the Bassmaster set on Fox, and all the commentators are doing selfies and getting autographs. real quick, and it's amazing just watching you come in here and interact with the fans. Talk about, you've been to all of the Bassmaster Classics, what this event means to you.
Well, you know, it's the highlight. It's the elite. It's the top. It's a World Series. It's a World Series of fishing. It's as high as you can get in our sport. You know, you work through the steps. I made it to the Classic several times. I never won the Classic. I came in second, but it's the ultimate. I mean, it's a Super Bowl. It's a Super Bowl of fishing. It's a World Series of fishing. It's the PGA. It's the top. It's that.
So I have to ask you, we have guys on the water during this tournament. Same thing. They've come so close. You look at a Jason Christie, he's that far from holding the trophy. A Greg Hackney, a Gerald Swindle. Do you still think about, man, I've won everything in the game, but I didn't win the Classic?
Well, you know, I thought I had one at Clark Hill, and I came in, and I limited out all 3 days. And I came in, pulled in, walked in. Everybody was congratulating me. You got it going. You got it going. And there was one boat that had not come in. And the boat broke down. And a boat was coming in and saw this boat that had broken down. The boat, Roland Martin, was coming in, and he looked and he said, "You need some help?" And the guy said, "Yeah, I'm trying to get in." He pulled the boat in. It was Rail Breckenridge. You remember Rail?
I know where this is going.
Arkansas.
I know right where this is going.
He pulled Rail in. Rail comes in, crippled, pulls his boat, gets out, weighs in, and beat me by like a pound and a half.
So basically, Roland Martin destroyed your Bassmaster Classic.
And I've not talked to him since. No, literally, that's what happened. I came real close to a Bassmaster win, but I had some great times. I wouldn't be where I am today had it not been for B.A.S.S. And I started out in the beginning in Springdale, Arkansas, on Beaver Lake, and we fished our way all the way through the series, and I owe B.A.S.S. a lot.
Did you ever think, I mean, the doors are going to open here. Yesterday it was a circus. It was a madhouse.
Sure
Did you ever think that you would see bass fishing get to the point of junior high school, college? Never.
Absolutely. I never dreamed it would get, you know, the first year I saw it where it was. See, I grew up with it. I started in infancy when it was where it was. The first year passed, and I said, well, it can't get any bigger. 5 years went by, and I said, my gosh, look how far it's grown. 10 years passed. Ray Scott had a dream, and that dream became a reality. And it just continued to grow, Tommy. And you saw it.
Oh, sure.
Jerry McKinnis.
Yes.
Jerry was my roommate. I wouldn't be doing television today had it not been for Jerry McKinnis. Jerry taught me a lot about television. And I watched it grow, and I watched it grow, and I watched it grow, and it continued to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And I remember the first Bassmaster Classic, and I thought, well, this thing's not going to be. And when Ray put that first one on, it was a tremendous, tremendous success. And no, to answer your question, I would never dreamed it to be as big as it is today.
I saw a photo last week at a Tennessee volunteer basketball game of a giant head of the fans holding a Bill Dance head in the crowd last week. I saw that picture.
I saw that too. Did you say, I know that guy?
Absolutely.
Or did you recognize the fish, or did you recognize me?
Bill, jump in with us here. We're gonna go out on the lake on Lake Hartwell, and of course we talk about Clarks Hill just down the road, and Hartwell is the playing field today, and we're going to look at our Humminbird Unlock the Lake. This is all our catches so far, Z.
Exactly right. Your Humminbird Unlock the Lake from the dam, flying upwards, looking at about almost 1,000 miles of shoreline here. You're right around 56,000 acres. And Bill, you can nail this. Help us out on this Humminbird Unlock the Lake. You know you're on a healthy fishery when it is this spread out of all of your fish catches so far here today.
Well, it is spread out. You know, they had a front system that came through. Had north winds the first day, and I figured that would have a major effect on the fishery. You know, how fronts affect fish. But they did catch fish yesterday. I think 20 pounds was leading the tournament yesterday.
Yeah, really spread out with 15-pound stringers. And one of the strange things looking at this Humminbird Unlock the Lake, as far as from different classics that we've had, they have been caught on this lake right now really from 1 feet out to about 50 to 60 feet of water.
Yeah, these fish are in a, I don't know what the water temperature is, but I don't even think these fish have spawned yet. Based on, I haven't talked to any of the fishermen, but
barely getting there.
They're in a transition period.
Yes.
So if you got fish in a foot of water, you got fish in 50 feet of water, you've got a big transition going on here.
We're supposed to stay completely unbiased here on Fox and not root for anybody.
The what?
We're supposed to stay totally unbiased. Where we have no fan favorites. Who are you rooting for to win this tournament, Bill?
Well, you know, I'm crazy about Jason.
Right.
Jason's a great guy. I've got a lot of good buddies that are fishing here. One in particular that I grew up with. I remember him when he was a little bitty boy, and I watched him grow. And I watched his enthusiasm. I watched him. He's a listener. I've known his daddy. I fished against his daddy. And I rate his daddy as a tremendous angler, and that's Roland Martin.
Yep.
Scott Martin is a excellent little guy. I remember Scott when he was just a kid, running around trying to catch fish in a swimming pool in Clewiston, Florida. I've watched Scott grow, and I've watched him progress and develop into a top-notch angler. And I've kind of close to Scott. I like Scott. And if I had to pull for one angler, I guess it would go, but I'd pull for Scott.
And you look at Scott right now, unofficially in second place.
Yeah.
Really coming up the leaderboard today. And the other side of that,
Scott's got an uncanny ability, and I guess he learned that from his daddy. He can adapt summer, fall, winter, spring, cold water, hot water, muddy water, clear water to a variety of lakes, whether it be lowland, midland, highland type lakes, and he knows how to adjust to these types of lakes. He knows how to use a variety of tackle and different types of lures in different water clarity. So he's a well-advanced fisherman.
And you don't want to use the word shadow, but to be Scott Martin, your dad is one of the legends of this game, like yourself, for decades and decades and decades. That's a lot of pressure, man.
Well, yeah, it is. Well, you know, I was with Roland yesterday, and he was looking at the scores, and I said, where's Scott? And he said he's in sixth place. And I said, how far out of first? And he said 3 pounds. That's one cast. So Roland taught him a lot. He brought him up right. And to have a daddy like Roland, you know, teaching you how to fish, taking you fishing and showing you how to fish, how to read water, how to fish different type lures, that's a big advantage. And Scott is a listener. And so I think he'll do well.
Bill, can you get out here and whoop these kids? You can, can't you?
Do what?
You can get out here and whip these kids on camera, can't you? No, I mean, you could. You could. Yeah, you could. Yeah, absolutely. In my mind.
We talk about that Clarks Hill tournament. I studied that tournament. You found a bunch of fish that nobody else found out deep. Now, you found them a different way than they're finding them out here now. How did you find them back in the day?
Well, I found them. You know, we could only carry 10 pounds of tackle.
Right. You had one pack of worms.
And this was a wild story, but we could only carry, and I had 3 packs of Bill Jackson floating worms. And so I pulled up on this point, and I looked at it, and it was where a creek channel came out and met the Savannah River channel. And I looked at it, and I put on a Carolina rig. And I'd not really fished Carolina rig a lot, but I put it on. And I put on one of these floating worms, threw it out, went to the bottom, and it was 35 feet. And so I was going to fish it in to a shallower depths. Well, I caught a fish at 35. Well, in the course of 3 days, those fish moved from 35 to 52 feet. Charlie Searcy, the outdoor editor for the Nashville Tennessean, was my partner. And he was there, and what I would do, he smoked cigarettes, and he had a cigarette lighter.
You had to fix the worm.
Yeah, and he would
fire the heater up.
Look, they'd tear the worm, and I'd borrow his cigarette lighter, and I'd fuse them back together.
Right.
And I'd be, I'd burn, the plastic, and I'd fuse them back together. And those 9 worms lasted me 3 days. I limited all 3 days of the tournament. And I remember I did catch one big fish, and ABC Sportsman was shooting that
American
segment.
Sportsman, yeah.
And Bruce Buckley, the photographer, said, let that fish run a little bit more. And I let him stay in the water too long, and he got off.
Oh, no.
And that was the winning fish.
That was the winning fish right there. You talked about Roland, Bill Danson. I can remember when you found another calling. You saw another road calling your name, and you took your leave graciously from the Classic competition. Him, Roland, Rick Clunn, and all these heroes of the sport said, he can't leave. He's our inspiration. He is the guy who keeps us going. He taught us everything. That speaks to how influential you are in the sport. So happy. So proud to have you
Thank
here.
you, Tommy. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
The great Bill Dance with us today. We sure appreciate Bill.
Thank you,
I guess, once again, we did something right to get Bill Dance to sit here with us for
Awesome.
a while. We got plenty more to come from out on Lake Hartwell at the Bassmaster Classic. Such a big day. You got to be in the top 25 if you're going to fish tomorrow. If you want a shot at that life-changing World Championship, and Jason Christie, the man on top right now. Scott Martin, the aforementioned Scott Martin, making a big move today. Definitely keeping our eyes on him. Joey Nania, Chris Johnston, Taku Ito, and David Mullins all moving up into this top 10. It's a roller coaster ride and more to go.
Whoa!
Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Our live coverage continues from Lake Hartwell, the World Championship 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook. Up and down the leaderboard, we just had the legend Bill Dance on. You ask him who's his favorite in this. He says Scott Martin. As he says that is Scott
the weirdest thing.
Ascends to the lead of this tournament. It's what magic
that has ever happened on a Bassmaster live set.
That is the wildest
For Bill
thing.
Dance to walk up here and say, well, I'm kind of pulling for Scott Martin, and out of nowhere, Scott Martin takes the lead in this event.
You just can't make that stuff up right there.
There's why.
Oh, boy. Give him the award, Z.
Exactly right. Marathon Peak Performance. Scott Martin starting out early this morning with a couple solid keepers and then a big shot at 8:43. Your Marathon Peak Performance, Scott Martin playing a little catch-up ball right now, unofficially 30 pounds and 7 ounces. He's going to have a little work to do, but definitely so far today, job well done. Scott Martin, your Marathon Peak Performance.
From 21st place to start this day, all the way up to the top spot. We get closer and closer to midday, but plenty of fishing left to go on this all-important second day of competition. Show you something from moments ago. Joey Nania sitting in 3rd place currently. He himself making a dramatic move up the leaderboard.
And really just around the corner from Scott Martin, Joey Nania's fishing. And the one thing, Davey, that we're seeing transpire here on day number 2, the slide of your shallow water anglers. A Greg Hackney, a Brian New, look at a Steve Kennedy, a Chris Zaldane. The guys that really have been the most consistent, really from about 10 to 35 feet of water so far.
Exactly right. But the thing that has also been consistent is the sun and this beautiful weather and the rising temperatures. And this has kind of thrown everyone a curveball. Jason Christie, and now we see Joey Nania taking advantage of these clouds, staying out deeper. If the sun doesn't come out here in the next hour or two, we're going to see some huge changes in the leaderboard for the rest of this day.
Okay.
Clouds are supposed to start breaking apart around 11 a.m., so coming up soon, hopefully.
Boy, you talk about a tournament set up for an angler that's been around for a long time. It is stunning, but I remember him winning the junior.
You remember that?
I remember that. It was like 2005. He was, he was a little dude.
You see a lot of different configurations of the graphs on different people's boats, but when you see someone forward facing up on a pedestal,
yes,
you know what's
serious.
on his game.
Yeah.
Stetson Blaylock started the day in 8th place. He's slipped down to 10, but hanging in there in the top 10 right now.
Watch Blaylock's retrieve. Burning a crankbait, really from 3 to 8 feet of water. Caught 4 big spotted bass yesterday and 1 giant largemouth.
Come here. Quit doing that. He ate it too. Probably gonna be bleeding. Yep, I knew he would be. Dang it, I hate it when they bite it like that. I'm gonna just put him in there for a minute and not fish and watch him and see how he acts. I'm gonna put him over here with the big one. If I can get him to relax. Put some G juice in there on him. Get him to relax. You can't, there's nothing you can do about it when they swallow the bait like that. It's just part of the game, but we want to take care of these.
Fish care there with Stetson Blaylock.
Not always that way.
Over to Steve Kennedy.
It can get frustrating in a hurry.
Steve Kennedy, a dangerous fisherman in this tournament. Caught a lot of fish yesterday on a big swim bait.
Or something. There's a fish. He's not hung up. He feels pretty good. Nope. I think he would have wrapped around something.
See there, Steve Kennedy using a Senko. Most of the time he's using that Senko is when he sees a fish follow a swim bait. He goes back with that Senko to try to get the fish to bite.
Hook him in the chin.
Steve Kennedy started this day in 3rd place.
1-6.
Trying to make his way back up there. Let's go over to the man who started the day in 1st place. Brian Newen has been dreadfully slow for him today.
And he has punted a lot of his fish. If you look all the way back into that cove over his right-hand shoulder, a lot of his damage is in the back of these pockets, as far back as you can get. Brian New playing a little bit of safety right now, just trying to get his 5 bass limit in the live well. You can tell that for sure.
Absolutely. He's gone to try to get a limit of spotted bass. This may be a largemouth, probably a spot though, but you can just tell the ditch, where he's at has a lot more contour, and he's fishing deeper, trying to get a limit of fish in the boat.
So to answer that question, before we said absolutely not, he will not go do this.
Yes.
He absolutely has punted.
It's a great move, in my opinion.
Yes.
Get a few fish in a live well. If the sun does come out, like the forecast says, then he can go back to doing what was so well for him yesterday.
Settle
fishing
down.
those shallower docks. Yes.
2, 3. My biggest one.
Been a while since we checked in with
There's
Brock
one there.
Mosley. Big day for him
That's a
yesterday.
good one. No, he ain't that good, but we will take it right now.
Starting to bite again pretty good.
Got a big mouth. Crap. Got all kind of problems going. That one over there was a good one. But I think fish are pulling in here too. Pound 3/4. That's got a big old mouth. Just doesn't do it.
Brock Mosley not done yet. He upgraded big time in the last 30 minutes of fishing yesterday, so keep your eyes on Brock Mosley doing exactly what he wants to be doing. Never deeper than 10 feet, he said, all day, yesterday and probably today.
Yeah, Brock Mosley has done a great job, not only yesterday and today, but for the last year and a half, just like you say, fishing what you see. You don't see him using the forward-facing sonar as much as some of these other guys, and it's working out great for him.
Yeah, and really yesterday, if you were watching on Bassmaster.com, this was the witching hour. This was the time of day where those bigger, better than average size largemouth showed up. Really, it was from about, call it 10 o'clock to noon is when big shots were fired. Look for that shallow water to start up here on Lake Hartwell.
Well, great. We're coming to you from the Greenville Convention Center here where we have the Bassmaster Classic Expo presented by Marathon, and they just opened the doors. And yeah, I said we were expecting a deluge. The deluge is here. You'll be walking slow through here, but you'll be loving it because it's one of the greatest outdoor shows in the world. We'll give you some more looks at it during the course of this day. Such a great time here in South Carolina, our fantastic host city of Greenville and Anderson. Good stuff going on an important week in fishing.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
The Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook, the #1 tournament in the sport of fishing. Only 3 days. 55 anglers out there today to reset the scene for you and what they have to do. They have one job: make it into the top 25 before the end of the day. That's the only way you pass through into Championship Sunday. Many changes up and down our leaderboard. Scott Martin coming in from outside the top 10 to gain the top spot. Kyle Welcher started in second. He's been down out of the top 10 and back up again. Joey Nania coming from a little bit off everyone's radar to a great position there. Jason Christie hanging tough. A couple of the young guns in the bass fishing world, Justin Hamner and Brian New, who started the day. Brian New with the lead today, and boy, we are having a big day.
It's a time.
It is a time out here. Welcome to the Greenville Convention Center. This is the home of the Bassmaster Classic Expo, presented by Marathon, and this is one of the greatest outdoor shows on the face of the earth. And they just opened the doors, and it's full already. It's packed.
No doubt about it, Tommy. And big shift in our leaderboard right now. 6 out of your top 10 right now were not there starting day number 2. A lot of your shallow water anglers, at least so far, not up there like they were yesterday.
Now, some of this due to conditions.
I think so.
Changed a lot.
I think so. And listen, that the guys that were fishing shallow that caught those big largemouth yesterday, this is the time of day that should happen, like we got to see on day number 1.
Something that's always playing in the background, no matter where we go, it's all relative, is the presence of a big one showing up for someone, or 2 big ones, 2, say 4.5 or 5 pounders. We saw it yesterday, certainly, and it will happen today, you got to think.
Absolutely. But this lake, what's weird is you either play that numbers game and almost hope for that big bite with a lot of the anglers that we were covering on day number 1 here on Lake Hartwell. The other side of that is a guy like Greg Hackney, a guy like Brian New, that they're not getting a lot of bites, but they're getting quality. Theirs is more of a duration. They don't have that, a meat and potato situation. They don't have the potatoes. They don't have the numbers game. They're just fishing for quality in this tournament so far.
All right. Well, in our impromptu studio here, no one plays the numbers game better than our man Ron Moore at his screen of knowledge right now. We're getting ready to hit us with some important stuff.
Yeah, every single year, Tommy, this is the biggest tournament in the sport of bass fishing, the Super Bowl. This is where all the top-level pros in the world, the best of all time, they compete all year to make this event. And then there are other anglers that fish local, regional, and semi-pro events to qualify here. We always see one rise up the leaderboard and have a shot going into and final day. And so for our VMC on point for day 2 so far, that has to be, I'm going to give it to Joey Nania, because Joey Nania, he wasn't the highest non-Elite Series pro yesterday, just 1 spot behind Jared Miller, but today, already 13.5 pounds, and I put an asterisk there because his day is barely halfway underway. Still has half the day to just get 3 pounds to match his mark from yesterday. A lot of our anglers thought around 50 pounds would win this event, so 16:10 a day, that is close to that mark, so consistency will be key for him. Joey Nania, our highest non-Elite Series pro today in our tournament, in the top 3 right now. But Lake Hartwell is ever changing, and so I'm going to keep an eye on Bassmaster.com on our Bass Track system. That is our live leaderboard updates to see who makes a move up the leaderboard throughout the day and what times they caught their fish. One guy we're keeping an eye on, sitting right outside the top 10, coming from the 40s, Hank Cherry, our back-to-back 2-time Bassmaster Classic champion, trying to go for history and win 3 in a row. A 5-pounder to kick off his day at 7:54. It is very cool. You can see all 5 of their fish to see what they need to cull. He has a 5-pounder, a 3.5, and he has 2 fish under 2.5 pounds. He has 15 pounds right now, much better than yesterday. He could really move up the leaderboard, culling out those 2 small fish. So maybe a VMC on point for later is if Hank Cherry does call those fish, Z.
Ronnie, you know, with a lot of the big names coming into day number 2 here of this Bassmaster Classic, you have covered the Bassmaster Opens. As you say, Joey Nania, not a Bassmaster Elite Series angler, comes from the Opens. Even though his name is not very well known, not as popular as some of the leaders, he has been in this game for a very, very long time.
11 years as an Opens pro. Like you mentioned it, he was a junior champion. Just when he was a teenager, he was winning big Bassmaster events across the country. He is an Opens pro, highly veteran though, 11 years. And one thing that's different about him, he guides or fishes every single day. And his home body of water, very similar to Lake Hartwell because of the species he's targeting and the techniques he's using. And that's why he felt so comfortable making it to this Classic. Hey, this could be the chance for $300,000. A life-changing event, and I will say, if he wins, he'll get a berth into the Elite Series if he so chooses, and I believe he would accept that.
Well, let's get out to Brian New, the 2nd year on the Bassmaster Elite Series for Brian New, but had an auspicious debut, his very first Elite Series tournament. He wins it down on the St. Johns River, almost unheard of, St. Johns River in Florida. Started the day in first place, and look at him. Out of the top 20 and all the way back to 2nd.
I got a limit. It ain't much of one.
Fish number 5 for
But
Brian.
do have a limit.
Let's get back over to Gerald Swindle.
I can catch him up there just like I can catch him. Biggin, biggin, biggin. Come on, baby. Come on, come on. Come on. Whoa! It just got real on Fox, baby. Woo! Woo! Come on! Yeah! Tune them TVs in, boys. This party just got started. That's a 4. Keep your head in the game. I just said keep your head in the game. Keep your head in the game. Keep your head in the game. Woo!
That is a big, big shot from Gerald Swindle right there. Absolutely transitioning from what we saw him do. We said this cloud cover was going to have to make your leaders adjust. That is a big shot from Swindle, man.
Playing in the background, the big one always out there, and it comes in for Gerald Swindle. We got plenty more on the way from Lake Hartwell. Don't go away.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
That's the scene of the 52nd edition of the greatest spectacle in sport fishing, the Super Bowl of bass fishing, the 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook. And look atop the leaderboard. Can dreams come true? Scott Martin leading this morning at takeoff. Roland Martin was standing side by side. I asked him, I said, what would it mean to you if Scott got his dream to come true and handed off that trophy to you? And Roland got emotional just thinking about that moment. But that moment's getting a lot closer, as you can see. Scott Martin, now your tournament leader. Brian New slipped the second. I'm Dave Mercer, joined by the one and only Davey Height, Bassmaster Classic champion, two-time Angler of the Year. He has all the stats, and I'm just moved the hole that makes the words. But Davey Height, what a start for day two.
Lance on set with us just a few minutes ago, about 20 minutes, I guess, and he said, you know, I'm pulling for Scott Martin. I've got to pull for him, his relationship with him and with Roland. And the next leaderboard that came up, Scott Martin was up top. How incredible is that for Bill Dance to say that?
This is Scott Martin's very first Bassmaster Classic, but he has an incredible record when it comes to championship level events. And man, could you imagine Roland Martin, his entire career, the one that eluded him in 25 tries, I think.
Yep.
Scott could get it done at the very first time. That is a multi-generational bass fishing dynasty family.
Absolutely is. It's far from over, but he has taken the lead, and I don't think anybody else would be more proud of their son than Roland would be if Scott Martin is able to hold that trophy here on Sunday. But a lot more fishing to go. We've seen the leaderboard change so much yesterday and today. The clouds, the fog has really changed the fishing. It seems like the deep water guys are doing better this morning than yesterday.
Speaking of making your family proud, his family's with him at every takeoff. Great support. And that is a four-time Bassmaster winner from Summerville, South Carolina, Patrick Walters. Let's get out in the water with him live now. It is amazing what he's accomplished in his young career. Like, we hooked up.
Coming up, Tim. Could have had to change it up. It just fell out. I mean, literally, a little long spot. That helps the cause. That helps the cause. I know what we need to do today. We just gotta we got different weather conditions. You gotta adjust. You gotta fish accordingly. You can't just get stuck on the same old thing. That's not a bad one right there.
From Patrick Walters over to the Hack Attack. Greg Hackney fishing his 16th Bassmaster Classic, and when you look at the titles he holds, this is pretty much all there is left for him to conquer.
Get rid of one little spots anyway.
That fish will help Greg Hackney. Largemouth, he's got a few spotted bass in there that he would like to replace, and I think this will replace one of them.
Greg Hackney has had an incredible career. Holds one of the titles you hold, of course. You actually got two of them, not to one-up Hackney, but Angler of the Year title, 6 Bassmaster wins, and 16 classic appearances, 2 classic top 10s. I mean, the Bassmaster Classic has been tough on Greg Hackney.
It has, but he is totally focused on winning that trophy, winning the Bassmaster Classic. Talking to him before this tournament started, I've never seen Greg Hackney so focused, because he's won at all levels, all different tournament trails, that sort of thing. He wants to win a Bassmaster Classic trophy, and he's going to do it. As focused as he is and a great fisherman that he is, he will do it.
Not if this guy's got something to say about it. With our Power Pole replay of the day, the G-Man, Gerald Swindle. I could not imagine the celebration if he pulls this off, Davey Height.
Oh, Gerald Swindle, this is his 19th Classic. Speaking of being focused, Gerald Swindle is very focused this week. Yeah, it definitely just got real on Fox. It got real for the Power Pole replay of the day for Gerald Swindle. That is absolutely my vote for Power Pole replay of the day. Gerald Swindle having a much slower today than he did yesterday, but you see he pulled out a big swim bait. We have not seen him throwing that so far, but man, did it pay off. A couple more like that, and we might see Gerald Swindle holding the trophy on Sunday.
Now, with Gerald Swindle live, do you think it's a little slower because of the extended overcast? I mean, it had burned off by this point yesterday.
Absolutely.
Right there. I don't think he wants to fish here as bad as he wants to see what I'm throwing. So, watch that move right there.
It's something interesting you see here. Gerald is obviously seeing a competitor around the boat dock or two, and does not want him to see him throwing that swim bait right now. So much it has to go on mentally when you're fishing for the World Championship here, the Bassmaster Classic. Not only the fish, not only the change in weather, not only the change in water clarity when you move from one place to the other, not only you found a bait you catch a big fish on, now you have to hide it for a few minutes.
Pick up that swim bait again, G. Thank you. His 19th Bassmaster Classic, the most of anybody in our field. And I'm a huge Gerald Swindle fan, but I'll call it like it is. I mean, basically, he is the winningest pro ever. I mean, he is Dan Marino in our sport.
Good comparison.
Really. I mean, 19 Classics. I mean, won 2 Angler of the Years, but that trophy has eluded him. He's got a win in the Opens. But, man, I bet you he wouldn't worry that much if he held the title on Sunday.
No, he wouldn't. There's a part of every Bassmaster fan, every fan of the sport that wants to see Gerald Swindle hold that Classic trophy over his head. It would be a time.
4-box New, Kennedy, Swindle, and Mosley. And that's what I love about this event. Look at with each of those anglers, the amazing stories. I mean, Steve Kennedy's been so close in the past. We just talked about Swindle. Brian New won the first Elite Series of any ever fished last year, and now in contention to win the Classic. And Brock Mosley, a 4-time Elite Series bridesmaid. Man, what a way to shun that second place tradition.
Everyone will forget about those 4 second place finishes if you win the Classic, but it's what makes this sport so great. It's what makes this particular event so great. You have people coming from all walks of life. You have people coming from other countries to compete in the Bassmaster Classic. So many people dream of just being here this week. It's the greatest week in our sport.
All the anglers always say the same thing. I just want a chance. I just want an opportunity going into Championship Sunday. And those with an opportunity will be our top 25. We started with 55, and after today, we cut it down to 25 here at the 52nd edition of the greatest spectacle in sport fishing, the Super Bowl of bass fishing, the 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors, a Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook. And look at that leaderboard. So many stories, so much time left, but you got to get inside the top 25 or you're going to go running on that trail right there. That's a beautiful trail to run on, but they want to be competing.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Coming up next, the 11th ranked Villanova Wildcats look to gain some steam ahead of the Big East tourney as they wrap up the regular season against Butler. Right here on Fox and streaming on the Fox Sports app. But now back to bass fishing, and of course one of the most coveted awards in professional bass fishing, the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Angler of the Year, and that is our leaderboard. David Mullins obviously leading with 193 points. John Cox right behind him, Micah Frazier, Stetson Blaylock. It's early yet, but 20% of the Elite Series season has been fished, and that is one of the most coveted awards. And my partner up here has got not one, but two of them. Bookends.
It is a great accomplishment in the sport. Everyone wants to do two things. It is a professional bass fisherman. They want to win Bassmaster Angler of the Year and win the Bassmaster Classic. Stetson Blaylock is doing great in both so far. 4th place so far in the Angler of the Year race, and currently in 10th place today here. Stetson Blaylock caught a lot of fish yesterday. Very interesting what he's doing, fishing a crankbait, which we've not seen many people do in this tournament. Expected to see a lot more of it, but these warmer water temperatures, warmer weather has changed that up. You see more soft plastic and less hard baits, but Stetson Blaylock catching a lot of fish on a shallow running crankbait.
Let's get over and check in with Scott Martin, and not just Scott Martin, but Robbie Floyd is with Scott Martin on the water right now.
Hey, you can't jump up to the top of the leaderboard, not have me go find Scott Martin, and that's the case here. And I've heard you guys talk about it. For those fans at home, you can't put enough emphasis on it, what it might mean to the Martin family and Roland Martin with those 9 Angler of the Year titles, 25 classics, but never a victory. Roland's days are done, but Scott's still trying to live up to that legacy of the Martin name. I mean, to put it in perspective, let's think about NASCAR. How about if Richard Petty, won, 7, I think, NASCAR titles, never won the Daytona 500, or maybe it's Dale Earnhardt, and he never won the 500. Well, Junior came out, and he did. That's exactly what we're dealing with Scott Martin. He's in a pocket. He said he was in here a little bit yesterday, but this pocket he's in right now, he stayed in here all day. He said what's different from yesterday is yesterday the shad were moving in. Today it's those blueback herring. So a different bait fish in here, but it's very active. Been throwing, you see a jerk bait right now. He said had a little top water, but the fish are in here big time. I've already seen them bust in the top of the water the few minutes I've been in here. Things are looking good for Scott right now.
So, Robbie, you mentioned that the fish are busting on top of the water. Obviously, that's schooling action. You've covered how many spectators are out on the water today following different people, Gerald Swindle. Scott Martin, one of the most popular anglers in our sport. Have spectators started to gather around him yet this morning?
They actually, let me count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so you see all the boats, and Miami Dan's panning around. You've got about 11 boats. They're all staying to the outside near the docks. It looks like these bait fish are coming in here and staying more towards the middle, so they're trying to give him all that room to work around. Unlike the dock fishermen who really don't want that traffic and rocking the docks and making the mud dirty, along the banks, he's not having to worry about that. If they stay close to the shore, things are good.
Robbie, the big difference is right over your shoulder. It looks fairly cloudy still. Are we starting to see breaks in any sunlight at all?
Maybe a little bit of sunlight, and I was talking to Joey Nania a little while ago, and he thought the fish were starting to act a little bit different. He said, can you feel that? It's not as wet feeling, and it does feel like there might be a little bit of a change, but that's when he got on his phone and looked on the app and saw the weather. It's not the forecast we thought we were going to have with bright skies. He says it's going to be overcast pretty much all day today, but things are slightly warming up, but it's not near as wet as it felt earlier.
Thanks, Robbie. We'll let you get back to watching Scott Martin. A lot of beautiful hair. No matter what the conditions are, Robbie Floyd's hair is always perfect. 70 miles an hour in a bass boat has nothing on his hair.
He has done a great job this morning going from Brian New to Gerald Swindle, the multiple anglers, and then finding Scott Martin currently atop the leaderboard unofficially. Robbie Floyd has done a great job being able to. It's not an easy thing to do on a lake the size of Lake Hartwell.
Watching Kyle Welcher right now. 2-time Classic qualifier, and man, his track record is unbelievable. Tough start to the elites. I mean, his first 2 really tough tournaments in his Elite Series career. He's been here for 2 years. I think he's fished 26 Bassmaster events and has a check in 22 of them.
That is phenomenal. If you're not accustomed to following the Bassmaster Tournament trail, 22 out of 26 checks is incredible. It really is. I don't care how good you are and what titles you wrap up in a career. That percentage of making the money is really incredible.
A former poker player, so he's all about the numbers. But what amazes me from the very first time I talked to Kyle Welcher, he thinks at a different level than a lot of young anglers. He really, I mean, he does have that champion's attitude. It's winner take all.
Yeah, well, you can see this morning, you can see the champion's attitude. And what makes our sport so great, this is the top level of our sport, but you have people from all walks of life. We were Mark Frazier earlier today having a great event. A former SEC standout pitcher in baseball was drafted. And then you see Kyle Welcher, who is a professional poker player. But what both of those guys have in common, I've heard them both say, this is what really makes the hair stand up on the back of my neck, being at a Bassmaster Classic takeoff.
Wow. Yeah, I heard that from Frazier as well. I mean, everything he's seen, and you would think, oh, I mean, he's seen crowds and that sort of thing, but this is a weird little sport that makes people like us addicted to it.
Absolutely.
Beautiful aerial shot of Kyle Welcher right now, and currently in third place.
It's amazing. As long as you and I both, Dave, have fished in this sport and fished tournaments, you see how much timing has just such a big impact on your day. Gerald Swindle and Kyle Welcher were two of the 10 anglers we talked to. They were 2 of the 10 that said, I'm fishing deep. I think those deeper fish are more consistent. And they had a slower start this morning, so we see both of them now fishing shallower than they have been. We've seen Brian New, we've seen Jason Christie stay deeper longer. So we've had some guys that were in the top 10 do just the opposite things to go try something different, and it's worked out doing both. But it's just timing. Maybe you were fishing deep when you should have been shallow and vice versa. But it's really incredible when you see these anglers make such big adjustments, and oftentimes they do work out.
Kyle Welcher currently sitting in third place in this tournament, but there's a look at our top 10, the top 25, move on to Championship Sunday. And as I said, Kyle Welcher just has that winning mentality. Hasn't had the big win yet, but he knows it's all about the bigger bites.
If you think about bass fishing, you think about I want to be a pro, this is the day you actually think about, like, this is what sticks in your head, and like this is what you want to do. To stay in the game here, you're going to get a lot of bites. You just have to generate those 4 to 5 pound fish every single day. I feel like I have an idea of exactly where some of these, female bass are positioned, and if I can just, hit 2 of them in the head over the next 2 days, I feel like we'll be in contention.
Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Big bass, big stage, big dreams, and this is truly a celebration of our sport. The Super Bowl of bass fishing, not just a tournament. We have our Bassmaster Classic Expo presented by Marathon. And Davey Height, this place, I mean, it was packed yesterday, but it's even busier here today. It's hard to believe the crowds just keep streaming in.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. And some of this footage where you see there's room to walk around freely, that was before they opened the doors to most of the people. It's absolutely incredible. And I can't say thank you enough to our fans. I mean, I really and truly mean this from the bottom of my heart. All these fans showing up at the Bassmaster Classic. Each and every year we got gas prices that are high. We've got all this going on in this world right now. But to see the fans show up here this week absolutely makes me proud to be a part of this sport.
It really is a celebration of our sport and the passion in the fans. It's amazing to see them. And I'm just looking in front of our, right there is your classic banner, and every single I mean, it's like walking through the history books of bass fishing, and you'll see everybody here.
Yep.
Literally the who's who of bass fishing. I mean, Bill Dance.
He's right there. He's right there. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Who didn't grow up watching Bill dance? I mean, seeing Bill dance on television helped us, so many people, including myself as a child, learn about bass fishing, learn about pattern fishing. That Bill Dance and Bassmaster Magazine, 2 things that when I was a child helped me shape me as a fisherman. There's no doubt about it.
It's an amazing event, but let's get back out on the water. Kyle Welcher truly has the attitude of a champion, a calm, cool, collected competitor.
So we got over half the day left, and we got two really, really good ones. I have two other that are like decent ones, maybe pound and a quarter, pound and a half, and I've got one small one. So I really need to cull twice. I still got over half the day left, but I'm pretty happy with how this went. You know, on this lake, it's hard to catch a 3-pounder. Heck, most lakes in the country is hard to catch a 3-pounder, but we've got two of those bites today that are well over 3. So if we can just keep up the pace and in the next half of the day get 2 or 3 more of those, we'll have a good bag and we'll scare some people. That's what kind of the plan is. I've been kind of fishing some water I haven't fished before today, trying to get a feel for exactly where all these fish are, because it's not that easy to get a bite.
You nailed it. You said this guy's calculating. You can see it right there.
It's amazing. I mean, he doesn't get flapped. He is stone cold. I mean, you never see him rattled. And this angler you don't often see rattled, but the giant crowds at takeoff yesterday actually had him emotional.
Well, I started the same place that I started yesterday morning, but the difference is there's some herring in here today. Overcast conditions. That wind blew yesterday all night, and I kept thinking it might make it better. Yesterday it was just shad, a little bit of shad in here. I caught one big one and a couple small ones. Started in here this morning, and I've done all my damage in here. There's what's neat about this spot is there's like 5 wads of fish in here. There's like 5 individual little wolf packs. So I'm able to kind of bounce back and forth between each little wolf pack and let them rest a little bit, and I can usually get a bite. You know, a lot of times you're just fishing one school, and once you catch 1 or 2 of them, they kind of get onto you. I've had to mix it up a little bit. Jerk baits for the most part this morning, and a little bit on some topwater, a little bit on a swim bait as well. But I've got one good 4.5-pound largemouth and a couple other really, solid fish. So, it's just, I'd hate to leave them right now. I have a secondary pattern where I'm going to fish shallow around some docks, but I really need that sun to pop out. So this is kind of a blessing. This bite's extended a little bit. We'll see. You don't want to make too many casts over top of the fish, and you want to wait for them. I'm using my Garmin Panoptics, and I'm watching the schools of bait, and when I see the bass kind of get in formation like they're getting ready to feed, you'll see them kind of push the bait. They'll get active, and that's when I'll throw in there and usually get a bite. But when they're just kind of spread out, not getting very many bites. So I'm just kind of just cruising around in here a little bit, not making a million casts, but just wait until I see something good.
Scott really covered a lot there. When you hear these anglers talk about wolf packs, instead of the fish just kind of being loners and you see them with your electronics, see them kind of scattered in the area, when they really are hunting bait and looking to feed, they'll get in groups and they work together just like a wolf pack. That's why they call them that. And that's when you can catch those fish. But usually when you get one of those fish to bite, it spreads them out. So it takes a little while to get them back in those packs.
On the other side of me, bait or the fish, I'm kind of herding them. I keep circling around and pushing in, and it's keeping that bait and the bass wadded up in this little pocket here. See, there's some bait right there on the screen. That's herring right there, and there was some bass pushing on them, but I don't want to go too far. I want to keep them in there.
Wow, that technology is not just helping people catch fish.
Oh gosh, they're all underneath my bait. They're all underneath my bait. Oh my gosh, they're big largemouth too. God, there's some big largemouth in there. I just saw like 2 3-pound largemouth with other fish right there. Oh.
That technology not just helping anglers catch fish, but really teaching all of us, anglers
They were
included.
coming after it, but I ran out of room.
Absolutely.
Those were good ones.
And it's all a learning process. When you see those fish, react to your bait, and then do not feed or do not eat your bait. You learn, hey, I need to make a bait change, a color change, a different presentation with the same bait. You know that you need to change something up a little bit. And without that technology, you never knew those fish were even around.
That's the amazing thing. You learn on every cast.
Yes.
You don't even have to connect with a fish to learn like you did in the past.
Yes, exactly.
God, those are good ones. They're still active, though. That's the main thing. There they are right there. Here they come. Here they come. Here they come. Come on. There's a 20-pound bag of fish right here. Trying to stay on this side of them. I don't want them getting back out too far. They'll go out in the timber. Herding them.
What he's doing there, he's saying he's herding them. He's using his boat and the noise and the electronics to try to keep the bait pushed back so those fish will stay there. The problem with trying to catch these fish using a jerk bait right now, those fish tend to follow the bait to the boat, and that's when they'll scatter and get out behind him in that timber like he's talking about there. So kind of a catch-22, so to speak. You want those fish to follow your bait, but you don't want them to follow all the way to your boat and then scatter.
Davey, talk about the cadence. For Scott Martin, I saw with Greg Hackney yesterday, twitch, downward motion, 1, 2, 1, 2, up with a twitch, up with a twitch. And that is a lot of it is based on the reaction of these fish, causing you to do maybe a cadence you wouldn't normally do if you didn't know it. But what does that up twitch do when those fish are following it?
Well, that jerkbait dives down even when you jerk up, but it won't go down as far. And if you're looking at those fish, just another advantage of forward-facing sonar, all these different companies have it now. But if you see the fish following your bait and then all of a sudden they rise above it, you pop the bait up for them to react to get the bait closer to them. So that's, you literally know whether they're right behind it, below it, or above it, and you adjust that cadence fast, slow, whether you pop one up every now and then or try to get that bait deeper. It's really incredible all that goes into just trying to catch 5 bass.
All the coverage we have, we've got a 4-box right now. I think we need an 8-box next year. But I want a live shot of their sonar. I mean, how amazing would that be to see, to learn along with them?
Because that's the crazy thing, Davey. My least favorite technique when I go on the water is a jerk bait because there's depth, color, cadence, line size. There's so many variables to it, and you wouldn't know to do some of those things without it. So you're just like, I'm hoping this is the cadence of the day, and they have to tell me if it is or not, when you can just all of a sudden do it real quick, do it real slow, one pause up, and then they react, and you're like, okay, that's the story.
All that, and you look here, Scott Martin's leading, second place, Brian New just a couple ounces behind. There's like 4 or 5 ounces in our top 5 right here that separate our top 5, which is literally one little correct or incorrect pop up with a jerk bait or twitch down. I mean, it's just really incredible how close we have these top 5 anglers here on the second day of the Bassmaster Classic.
Four box now, Martin, Welcher, New, and Christie. Everybody trying to shoot it out and stay in the top 25 to keep their tournament alive. Davey Height, Ronnie Moore. It's getting busier and busier by the second here at the Outdoor Expo presented by Marathon. Unbelievable. I mean, if you are anywhere within driving, just flying distance, whatever way, get a cart, get bicycles, horses, whatever, get here because it is a once-a-year opportunity.
It is, and the show itself here is incredible. It always is at the Bassmaster Classic. But this Classic is so special because we're having a lot of fish catches, and the weights are so close together. We got the top 5 within 6 ounces of one another, but today's when they cut to 25, and it's going to be very, very close. You got to be able to fish on Sunday before you can hold that trophy.
You got to make it inside the top at 25, and it'll all be decided. That's one of the big differences about this sport. These weights are unofficial. It's not official till they hit our official scales. And you see right there, there's our top 10. The number to keep an eye on is the top 25 to keep your tournament alive and make it into Championship Sunday for the 52nd edition of the greatest spectacle in sport fishing. And my favorite part, I mean, personally.
Why is it your favorite?
Everyone's favorite.
Because I get to yell and scream and basically just do everything that I got in trouble for in grade school. It's now what I do for a living, but we will decide who is going on to Championship Sunday. All these anglers battling it and trying to get out there. T&Z will be right here when we come back.
Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Roland Martin never won the Classic. Never won the Classic. This may be it.
You know, there's been a lot of people that have fished the Bassmasters Classic over the years, but very few have won it. Very few. And that's my goal. You know, that's what I'm fishing for. Hopefully we can pull off something special over the next 8 or 9 months or so, and have some fun doing it. You know, I'm excited about it. It's kind of a new beginning for me.
Scott Martin, who fished his way onto the Bassmaster Elite Series, fished his way into this 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, and makes no secret of what he has in mind to do here and what he wants, what his goal is.
Yeah, and really, in all honesty, Scott Martin coming to basically the Bassmaster Elite Series to be in this tournament we're watching here on Fox. And the one thing about Scott Martin that he needed to happen today, a few of those hammers, a few of those largemouth hammers to slip, and so far that has happened for Scott Martin.
Brian New, who started the day in first place, now in second place after falling many spots with a slow start to his day. But right now, let's take it out to our tournament leader now, unofficially, Scott Martin. The 3-ounce advantage over Brian New. Very, very tight at the top on day 2 of the Classic.
Brian New's cousin, dude, I'm pretty sure. All right, here we go. There's a little wad of them right there. I'm changing up lures here. Let's see if I can get one of these to react. Here he comes.
Can I report that two of the favorites in this event, Brandon Cobb from 48th place is now 14th. He's got our big bass, a 6.5 pounder, and Hank Cherry, two-time defending Classic champ, is up to 8th place. Biggest bags of the day.
Hank Cherry not done yet.
The guy over there just
Yes, and all those weights are unofficial, as we got to see yesterday.
Yes.
And they were.
Case
I
in
don't
point,
know
Greg
what kind
Hackney.
of cut bait, and he's casting those baits out like 50 yards out in the channel. So there's no fishing through there anymore. But whatever.
Scott Martin fishing right now. We're not going to give really exact locations, but ballpark locations not too far from our takeoff at Green Pond Landing. You see a lot of what Scott Martin's doing different from guys like Brian New. Scott Martin really fishing in the middle, the deepest part of a lot of these ditches. It's pretty obvious as we get over to Jason Christie, there is a region of this lake, we talked about it yesterday, a region of this lake that has excelled a lot more than other places. Jason Christie, limit in his live well, currently 5th place.
5th place, a little deceiving. He's just ounces back of our leader. 6 ounces separating the top 5 here, and he's hooked up.
Get your buddy. Gosh, dang it.
Got a 2-pounder in that live well, so
you know
there's going to be some help.
You see a reaction out of Jason Christie. That is a critical bass. Jason Christie catching about a dozen off of boat docks yesterday. That one by far the biggest one that we have seen Christie catch off of a dock. Half-ounce War Eagle jig.
Just got us. This is a 1/2 ounce War Eagle Jiu-Jitsu. Yum, craw chunk on the back. We just got us one of them big bites, and we got it in, as you can tell. I lost a good one about 30 minutes ago, but I lost her yesterday too, so I didn't hit her hard. I'm gonna pull in there with the spinning rod a little later. Just found one about 4 on bed right there. So we rocking along. We got them pretty good, but we still, we need some big bites.
Bass Pro Shops top lures with Jason Christie.
I wasn't really feeling the docks, but we're starting to feel them a little now. You can tell when I knock the heck out of them, it won't even paint. Just tie a new one on. Usually that wouldn't bother me, but
gosh,
that's a big one.
That's a big one for Jason Christie, because that's going to upgrade him about a pound, pound and a quarter, and get him either real close to the lead or unofficially back in the lead.
Should be easily in the lead there. Over to Brock Mosley, currently in 24th place. Brock started the day in 5th. With 18 plus pounds, a different story today.
It ain't very big. But he'll big enough to be number 5.
A little bit of a tough day so far for Brock Mosley. Before we went to commercial break here on Fox, one of the things we said about the guys that are fishing boat docks, so many boat docks on Lake Hartwell, it should get better as the day goes along, and that bass that Christie caught will keep him up there more than likely the rest of the day.
Yesterday is big day. Brock Mosley said boat docks didn't play a big role.
Not much. That is 5.
So he's doing some reconfiguring here, trying to get something going.
That's not what you expect to catch on a black and blue jig.
I'll say, you know, we can only refer back to practice when we rode with him, but Jason Christie, we'll keep an eye on Bass Track if we don't, you know, during the commercial break and beyond, because it's a 3 or 4 dock stretch at times for him in a row.
Absolutely, we will do that right now. Pending some updates, Scott Martin still appears at the top of our Bass Track leaderboard right there with Brian New, Kyle Welcher, Joey Nania, and Jason Christie behind those guys. So it needs an update.
It's a much different looking leaderboard than it was coming into this second day.
I'm telling you, it's going to be repopulated again and again and again, and such is the nature of tight competition. Look, ounces separating the top 5, the top 6 really, on that leaderboard. Plenty more action coming as things get tighter and tighter. We'll look at our host, our fantastic host city of Greenville, and we will be back to Lake Hartwell momentarily.
The 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley.
Day 2 at the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic is also moving day. You have to make a move into the top 25 if you want a shot at that championship, at that World Championship tomorrow. Championship Sunday. Jason Christie leading the way right now. Scott Martin right. Look how tight it is, just ounces separating our top 5 right there. That's the way we like it.
It's almost like Groundhog Day with Jason Christie. He said, I do not want to be the leader after day 2. Yeah, whatever, bro. I know what this music means, my friend. And I'll be honest with you, there's a little bit of a discrepancy so far in your Power Pole replay of the day, because we just seen that big shot from Jason Christie. But about an hour and a half ago, Gerald Swindle with a little bit of a slow morning.
Come on, baby.
Big largemouth from Lake Hartwell. Gerald Swindle getting it done with a swim bait. Well needed from the Alabama angler. The Power Pole replay of the day, it's this.
It just got real on Fox, baby.
Tough day up to that point for Gerald Swindle, but how quickly fortunes can change out here, and so much more change on the way. Just in the time we have left. Talk about changes. This has been a day of not just VIPs, super class VIPs. Today is my great pleasure to welcome back the 2003 Bassmaster Classic champion. Now, so happy to report he's laboring hard to make it to the 20th anniversary of that classic in 2023. The great Mike Iaconelli. Mike, so proud to have you here.
Oh, it's great to be back. It feels like home, and I want to make that classic. I'm so excited to be back in the biggest event in the world.
I don't think anyone has any doubt he's going to do it.
Absolutely, and we've talked about it all day long so far here on Fox. So many anglers, big name anglers, trying to get that first classic title. Jason Christie, one of them, as close as anybody we've ever covered. Talk about, I mean, dude, when you said that stat, how long ago that is, how hard it is to win this tournament.
It's super, super hard. It is the most difficult task in all of fishing. You know, I heard it said by all these guys, but this is what they've dreamt about since they were 12 years old. All of them, since they were a little kid. And when you get here, there's only one goal, and that's first place. It's so different than a normal elite event. But with that goal comes a tremendous amount of pressure. These guys feel it. Even Jason Christie, who's stone cold faced, he feels it. He feels it.
One of the things that you said, and a lot of times anglers don't like to say this, but coming back to the Bassmasters, you made a comment away from the cameras. You said, this is why I'm back here, is to win this tournament again.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you have to. I mean, when you fish your career, the big titles are what you strive for, and the Classic is the biggest. I've got one, but you're never satisfied. I want another one up on that mantle. I feel like to truly retire in this sport, for me to say goodbye to it totally, I need another one of those trophies.
Well, I guess that's all that's left because you also have the other big trophy as well. You have the Angler of the Year achieved 3 or 4 years later. I believe it was 2008. So, yeah, all right. We're on board to watch that process for
Mike,
sure.
I'm not going to lie. You're a little bit, don't take offense to this, you're a little bit like Ben Roethlisberger. You threaten retirement every 4 hours, which I have that problem.
I do. I have a love-hate relationship with competition, but at my core, I want to compete. And, as I watch these guys, I've been watching it nonstop for a day and a half now. I love that puzzle, solving that puzzle, putting the pieces together. I strive to do that, and to do it in the Classic, to do it at the highest level of competition, that's what I live for. So it's going to be hard to leave that.
Taking a look at Scott Martin right here, a big day here on day number 2. Another thing that you were big into, I understand that you competed in the big Bassmaster Kayak event this week, and you already have a title under your belt.
I do, and the kayak world seems so different, but it's exactly the same. And last week I competed against 100 of the best kayak anglers in the world, and you don't fish for 5th or 10th or 30th. You fish to win. You fish to win that championship event, and that's what all these guys are doing right here, and I love it.
Understand that you won that one kayak event on your home water. I'm sure the rest of the group loved you for that.
Delaware River Gang.
Yeah, it felt good winning a kayak event. I'll be honest, that was my 3rd year fishing professional kayak events, and I sucked every one leading up to that, and I finally won one, and those guys are just as good as some of these guys competing out here.
Mike, real quick, taking a look at Scott Martin. We're seeing a lot of front-facing sonar, here's the best way to put it, is you have fished and you got up on stage and talked about it. A lot of the classics that we've had on Lake Hartwell have been brutal.
Yeah.
Brutal weather. I mean, painfully cold. And you said, of course, the classic you're not on at Hartwell, it's T-shirt weather and really shorts.
It's bizarre. It's honestly, I feel like I'm in a twilight zone here with weather in the 60s and 70s. Guys throwing giant tennis shoes under docks and catching them. Am I in a twilight zone? What is going on here? This isn't the Hartwell that I know.
We talk about all the distractions. 3 days instead of 4 days is what you guys are conditioned for. Is 4 days. It looks like, to me, so hard to keep from going too fast. Trying to fish too fast, and you just miss the point sometimes.
Yeah. Z, you said it earlier in the broadcast when I was watching. I really believe the angler that wins is going to have a formula this week, and I see some of the guys committed just shallow, exclusively. I see some committed just deep. But I think the angler that has a formula a combo of a little bit of both, I think that's the strategy to win over 3 days, right? This is a 3-day tournament. It's not a 1-day tournament. Have some deep fish. Have some shallow fish. Be willing to change. That's the angler that's going to win.
You're looking at how tight, and this is a very, at least so far, and we're getting a little bit up there into the day here on day number 2. This is obviously going to be one of the tightest classics that we have covered in a long, long time.
Yeah.
Here's what's weird about this tournament. I want you to talk about this. There will be some anglers from 10th to 20th that are desperate tomorrow, which makes them very dangerous.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, when you go into the last day and you feel like you don't have a chance, you tend to take a lot of chances. And I think you're going to see guys, Z, you said it exactly right. You're going to see guys that are 10th through 20th that take chances. Maybe throw a swim bait all day. Maybe go super, super deep. And if things line up, if the right things line up and happen, you could see a giant surge from a guy in the back and win the Classic. It could happen.
We got very, very warm temperatures. Finally, that wind quit. We had 10 to 20 mile per hour winds yesterday, kind of kicking up, dropping the water temp a little bit, but supposed to have a pretty warm night tonight. Could you see potentially spawning bass play tomorrow getting into the 80s?
In this tournament, you've got 2 factors, I think, that are driving these fish. One is the herring, and the deep guys and the morning bite is really conducive to herring. They got to eat, right? Their food source is paramount to their life. But the other driving force is that spawn. And whenever that water temperature hits that 60-degree mark, dude, it's biological.
No milfoil, no spawnies.
No milfoil, no spawning in this place. But they cannot stop it. They can't stop it. They got to go They feel that their instinct is to get to the bank and want to spawn. So, water temperature's driving fish. And here's the thing, those big females, when they show up and they get shallow, you can catch them. They'll eat. You saw big ones yesterday called a swim bait. It's unreal.
You've competed against Jason Christie for many, many years, and you said he's a man of few words, but he is a true sniper about this. Talk about his kind of two-bullet approach in this tournament.
Dude, when I got to be honest with you, this morning when I turned it on, I was watching Mix, and then I was watching the Fox broadcast. When I saw Jason with a spinning rod, look at him. He looks awkward. It doesn't even look right with Jason with a spinning rod. But it does show me his versatility. I know what kind of angler he is. Look, he's not, I would have been screaming. He's not screaming. He's not yelling. He's very calculated. Dude, he's a killer in this sport.
Yes.
And I think his body language to me shows me that he's going to be one of the guys in contention to win this tournament.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Taking a look at Jason Christie here. He's got one ditch that's about, Tommy Sanders called about 300 to 500 yards long, really 10 out to 30 feet of water. And here's one of the things that Jason Christie said on his front-facing sonar on day one and in practice. He said, I am throwing at a bass on my sonar every single cast. He said, in all honesty, I don't know why I left it so quickly yesterday.
That's incredible. I mean, from past classics here, I know that ditch bite, and that ditch bite is a morning deal, especially. And what happens is the herring get as far back in those ditches as they can. As the light increases, they start to ease on out. Here's my belief in this too. The bigger fish are the singles. When you look out there and you see a group of them, it's a lot of 1 to 1.5, 1 3/4 pounders. When you see those singles on that active target, that imaging, they're them big ones. They're away from the group. They're the ones he's catching. That's awesome. It's
Got
great.
to look at Jason Christie's day as awarding him our VMC on point status for now. A great effort by Jason Christie. Man on a mission.
Yes.
Everyone would want to ask you this question, Mike Iaconelli. You fished here. You fished classics here when it's 10 degrees to launch. Here, under these conditions, what would be your game plan? What would you be trying to get done?
Well, with all this heat, first thing I'd have my Tommy Biffle shorts on.
Yes, sir.
I would
Yes,
shed
sir.
my jacket.
Ooh.
But I think the strategy of deep and shallow is really what I like. It's what I would have looked for. The hard thing, I think, and Z, you just said it with Jason yesterday, is when do you decide to flip the switch? That's a really hard decision. I can remember having to make that decision in all the classics I fished here. And there were years where I rode it too long, and there were years where I left it too early. So when to flip the switch on that morning deep bite, that's a big decision.
Jason Christie said after the day one weigh-in, he said, look, man, I've played this game. I've done this. I really want to be about 3 or 4 pounds behind. I don't want to be the leader going into the final day. This looks like he's going to be in command. Do you call BS on that?
I do and I don't. I think it's easy to say out loud that I don't want to be leading. I want to be in second. I get that. But, man, if I want every pound, every day
Absolutely.
I want every pound you can catch, right? So if he's leading this tournament after today by 4 pounds, he's crazy to want to be in second.
It's kind of what I thought yesterday.
Keep the 4 pounds. Keep the 4 pounds and going into the last day and first.
Yeah, right now you could be in 5th place and be 4 ounces back or something like that.
Right.
So, it's a matter of words and semantics and stuff like that. Mike, we sure appreciate you coming on with us. You got so many fans out there who are elated, and we're elated on all levels
Absolutely.
that you are back laboring where you belong.
Love you, man.
Feels good to be back. Thank you, guys.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. The great Mike Iaconelli, 2003 Bassmaster Classic champ from the Louisiana Delta. We're going to crown a new champion for 2022 here. Just about 28 hours from now. Jason Christie looking like a good candidate. Scott Martin, a couple of guys definitely on a mission. Brian New, sort of an upstart with a lot of confidence. A lot of people pulling for that man. Kyle Welcher, Joey Nania coming from down in the ranks to get up there. And David Mullins talking to Ito, Justin Hamner, Hank Cherry, and Chris Johnston. What a thrill to have Mike joining us here, the great Mike Iaconelli, the former Classic champ, a career to be celebrated.
My first Classic's a highlight for me. It's a tournament that actually changed my life. Angler of the Year was a big one. But I'm going to end it with one, I think probably my most special, which is a win at home.
which came an elite series on the Delaware River in Philadelphia. It was a place that I started fishing as a kid, literally off the banks of the river fishing for catfish when I was 6 or 7 years old. And in the same exact place, all these years later, I got to win an elite event in front of my family and friends and club fishermen and peers from home. And the energy of that crowd, the energy of hoisting up that trophy over your head, that blue trophy in Philadelphia, I'll never forget that. I don't think anything could ever get any better than that.
Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Well, after Kyle Larson's big win at Fontana, the NASCAR Cup Series heads to Las Vegas, where the best drivers on the planet look to strike it rich and grab a win. The engines fire tomorrow at 3 Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Tommy Sanders, you called that Kyle Larson victory last week on FS1. Well
mighty
done.
Proud of that.
I'm going with a little bit of Martin Truex, but hey, we have Jason Christie in control of this tournament right here. And you cannot say enough, my friend, about the crowd we have at the Expo today. CB, real quick, this Bassmaster Classic. Folks, raise it up real quick.
Let us know
Look
you're
at
here.
this.
There you go.
Absolutely. Awesome crowd at this Bassmaster Classic.
The Classic Expo presented by Marathon, one of the greatest outdoor shows of all time. Everyone's got that look on their face. I want to see everything. Everyone's walking with a purpose out here because you can find anything you want, whatever the newest is. The newest thing is on display here, whether it's boats, automotive, apparel, fish and tackle, rods and reels and baits, and just about everything you could possibly want. Let's just roll right
About
there
that
from
time,
here
Tommy
into,
Sanders.
yes, sir, the
Yes, it
Yamaha
is.
Midday Report.
Yamaha official engine midday report, and really so far today, it looks a lot different from yesterday. Going to get out with Gerald Swindle right here, starting off very, very deep, catching his limit. And the one thing that Swindle was missing for about the first 3 hours of competition earlier today, a lot of our anglers chasing that blueback herring bite, fishing from, call it about 10 feet of water all the way out to 50 feet.
What a spot.
Gerald Swindle catching his limit.
Had a great day yesterday. Did Swindle 17 pounds and 6 ounces, but it was not nonstop catching. There were some very quiet stretches for him, but he said, "Don't take your eyes off me. Do not take your eyes off me."
Absolutely right. Gerald Swindle with a pretty solid morning. That was that shot right there about 2 hours ago.
Yep.
His bass track has died. That fish has not been added. He is inside the cut.
Ronnie Moore jumping in on this Yamaha midday report here. Really looking at Brock Mosley. Got to talk to you yesterday about it. Brock Mosley, good day one. Lost a couple big ones, but it's been a little bit grimy on Lake Hartwell for him.
Angler asset spinnerbait. Mississippi Special.
Yeah, Z, he's from Mississippi, so that dirty water is really his deal. And that was the concern coming into this week, where how many anglers would be in the extra dirty water, Tommy, and if that would kind of eliminate that from the tournament. If too much pressure in the dirty water would just end it early in the event, but Brock is the one making it work today.
Yeah, he was definitely wanted to be left alone. Boat traffic concerned him, all those things. It's kind of a delicate line he's walking right here. Lost a couple of giants yesterday as well, which makes him worth watching. We are not going to take our eyes off Brock Mosley during the course of this day, nor will we Steve Kennedy. Steve Kennedy with a big day yesterday, 18.5 pounds.
Exactly right. Steve Kennedy with one of those big swim bait bites here early. Steve Kennedy, though, going to have to get something going. Really, he said he saw the fish in this lake coming off boat docks with that swim bait that he felt could win this tournament. Fishing for individual bass on boat docks. That is Steve Kennedy, 101.
What a wild and crazy classic history Steve Kennedy has here. Just barely missed out at Lake Conroe in 2017, and last year on Lake Ray Roberts was poised after a day and a half to just take over, and it just didn't happen for him. Patrick Walters out there today, coming from the 6th place spot with 18 pounds and 2 ounces yesterday.
Yeah, we got to see this on day number 1 with Patrick Walters. Really, probably to have the fastest limit both days of this tournament, but they are not bass that you want to bring to the scales up here in Greenville, South Carolina. Yesterday, though, big upgrades from noon till about 3 o'clock for Patrick Walters.
This is really going to be the time that we're going to see 3 or 4 of those anglers that they caught the fastest limit of the day, or the first, second, third limit of the day, but they went through that 2-hour lull. This is the time of day where they're going to have to make hay and catch a kicker fish at some point, whether it's an adjustment or the fish start biting again midday.
Have to change it up.
Patrick pledged yesterday after the weigh-in he was going to cover new water exclusively each and every day. Not going to fish the same place twice.
Michael Iaconelli on the set. He felt somebody with that two-prong approach, fishing deep to start the day and then going shallow. One of the anglers that has absolutely not done that from Gonzales, Louisiana, Greg Hackney, slipping a little bit today, currently in 16th place. Yesterday, definitely not a lot of quantity, but the quality was there. A little bit slower today for Greg Hackney. Going to need a late day run like we saw on day number 1 with Hackney.
When you think about mid-50s water temperature on a body of water where you can get a lot of bites, you would think Greg Hackney and a jig up shallow. For him to catch so many fish on a lipless, on a jerkbait, on a shaky head, and he's comfortable doing that. He said, that is actually my game plan. I did not stray from it. That is what I want to do this week.
As slow as it's been both yesterday and today for Greg Hackney, he said, hey, I'm not leaving this area.
No.
I've got everything I need right here. No need for me to run. I need to be fishing the whole time.
Clouds are supposed to be clearing as well. Wind picking up a couple miles an hour.
How about Stetson Blaylock? Good day yesterday for Stetson. Doing something kind of oddball a little bit. Boy, he was even surprised himself that it worked.
Something that would work about 3 weeks ago when there was a snowstorm here and a lot of wind, but very calm today. Stetson Blaylock has been burning a fire red crankbait shallow, about 1 to 6 feet of water, weighing in 4 big spotted bass and 1 giant largemouth yesterday. Here's a better than average size largemouth for Stetson Blaylock, going to definitely need some upgrades later today, but still in contention.
I think a lot of these anglers noted it yesterday in post-day interviews, saying a lot of anglers just assume that warm temperatures meant the fish would be shallow, but there are a lot more fish still out and deeper than we expect. So some of these guys like Stetson, who are playing that mid-depth range, a little deeper than some, but a little shallower than others, will have fish coming and going to them.
And really one common theme that's going on in this tournament from Alabama, Kyle Welcher, a lot of your leaders so far have been left alone. Yeah. Fishing areas that you do not see a lot of other pressure. Granted, this lake is a monster, literally just over 1,000 acres of shoreline, but your guys that are excelling in this tournament tending to get away from the crowd.
Kyle Welcher, a big believer in the deep bite, fishing over 40 feet of water and more. Catching them out there, brush piles, etc.
Big bite for Kyle Welcher right there. Absolutely one bite from taking the lead here on Lake Hartwell.
This kind of sets up for him, if we're being honest. If we say Steve Kennedy, even though he's got 20-plus years of Bassmaster sample size to go from, when we say Steve Kennedy's going to do well in the event, that guy's going to do well in the same event because those guys are wired the same way from the same part of the country.
And I'm just going to tell you, from 2 that I just seen him swing over the side, he has 2 good ones in his live well year. Day 1 leader, Brian New, not quite the quality that we saw on day number 1 here at the Bassmaster Classic. Brian New kind of getting away from his shallow water boat docks. Still in contention.
Absolutely. He can get a lot done in the remaining fishing time, of which there is a lot today. We should point that out.
It's amazing how fast a day 1 leader with 20 pounds on day 1, the only angler to do so, can drop all the way down to the teens and 20s. He was at that point, has now fought his way back into the top 5.
Now our leader, Jason Christie. Probably spent more time at the top of that leaderboard than anyone else through the course of this tournament, but such a dangerous guy.
Exactly right, Jason Christie. Fishing just around from the corner from our takeoff at Green Pond Landing. Fishing about 10 to 30 feet of water, and he has a beautiful little 300-yard stretch where these fish are chasing blueback herring. And the great thing about that stretch, a lot of mix, a lot of spotted bass, a lot of nice largemouth like this right here. But it's when he makes his transition. He pushed this a lot longer today than he did yesterday. Caught a really solid limit, and then made a big shot fishing up shallow. Your Yamaha midday report pretty much Jason Christie has owned it today on day number 2, yet again with this one from Lake Hartwell.
I'm very excited about this part of his game plan because it can happen fast and furious. Normally docks are slow, but this can go bang, 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 3 docks in a row.
Well, look at the leaderboard. Pick out your favorite. There's a chance he might move up the leaderboard or might move down. Things are very fluid here on day number 2. Just got to be in the top 25.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
You have a chance to win $1,000 playing along with Fox Bet Super 6. Simply scan the QR code right now, download the Super 6 app, and enter your Bassmaster Classic picks for a shot at the jackpot. The contest closes tomorrow morning. Just download the Fox Bet Super 6 app and play it for free.
I love the Super 6.
Yeah,
exactly.
What an opportunity. You could win 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook. Started having classics here back in 2008. A little known fact, it was actually a substitute, was Lake Hartwell, for Lake Wiley, which was way too low to fish. And it was low here, but made for a very memorable classic nonetheless. A very resilient place, not a free throw in any sense. And, man, just a great test for these greatest anglers in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. From that first classic until this one. And to be honest, it seems like when we come to venues, the fishing never gets better and better, but it has here at Lake Hartwell. It's absolutely incredible.
And one of the things to watch for, you called it in our last Bassmaster Elite Series event when we were down in Florida, that it would go down to the last hour. And if you're to look at those weights, Championship Sunday on FS1 is going to be special for this Bassmaster Classic.
Well, Ronnie Moore standing by. He's at the screen of knowledge, looking very anxious and very ready to deliver.
Well, I wanted to keep it in perspective. Lake Hartwell, maybe not the biggest bass factory, putting out maybe 8s, 9s, 10-pounders, but a lot of 4.5 to 5-pounders have shown up on Lake Hartwell the last few years. And so it'll be very important going into tomorrow to be within that range. We've seen 6+ pounds for a comeback in past classics. And so looking at our bass track on Bassmaster.com to really break down the gaps and the distances. If a guy is trailing by 2 pounds, 3 pounds, and he's got a small one in his live well, he can still cull up very easy to do that. So Jason Christie, our leader, really 5 solid fish. He does have 2 under 2.5 pounds he would love to get rid of, but he is at our top spot unofficially right now. But as I scroll down Bass Track and look at all of these anglers' stats and numbers, seeing where they lay out, we mentioned it earlier, Hank Cherry, our back-to-back classic champion, trying to three-peat. He's trying to just make it to tomorrow. He's never had to win a classic from behind. Today and tomorrow are very key for him to stay in the game. And also, we've mentioned it, our local favorite, Brandon Cobb, very, very tough day. Probably one of the toughest days he's ever had on Lake Hartwell yesterday in the Classic. I'm not sure exactly what didn't go to plan, but this 6'8", the Phoenix Boats Big Bass leader on Bass Track, 6'8", is basically half of his weight approximately, and that's keeping him in the game. 1 or 2 more fish, and he can get above that cut line and fish tomorrow. He'll be very dangerous if you do that. But like I said, guys, Lake Hartwell, a very tough place to make up weight, but we have seen big comebacks. So tune into Bass Track to see how that leaderboard, because it's going to be ounces like we see right here from 2nd to 5th, 4 ounces.
Yeah, well, keep that math that you just outlined for us in mind, that Ronnie just outlined for us as you look at the leaderboard. Unofficial, again, weights as they stand right now, more than halfway through our day of fishing on day number 2. Jason Christie on top. Martin, Brian New, a big move back up the leaderboard. Joey Nania, Swindle, that big one, about 40 minutes ago, made a giant difference in the look of that leaderboard. Stetson Blaylock, David Mullins hanging in there, and Justin Hamner, Takumi Ito. So all of these guys being in the top 10, not essential today. Being in the top 25 is what it is all about.
Taking a look at Lake Hartwell right there and the anglers that we have on camera today. And it definitely has been an interesting day 2 of this Bassmaster Classic. A lot of those shallow water bangers, guys like Brian New, Greg Hackney. It's been a little bit grimy on them, at least so far. The biggest shot that we've seen up shallow, you see it from a guy like Gerald Swindle, not very, very shallow, but Jason Christie, that was probably one of the biggest fish that we've seen, at least so far today on day number 2.
All right, we have a little bit of fishing left in our live coverage today from day number 2 at the Bassmaster Classic. In just a few minutes, we'll be back on Lake Hartwell.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
55 anglers out there on Lake Hartwell, only 25 slots available in the championship. Most of those 55, the lion's share of them, come from the Bassmaster Elite Series. So right now, let's take a quick moment to take a look at the Falcon Bassmaster Rookie of the Year watch. Jay Shakura to Wisconsin, the man on top there. Pretty nice lead. Got a lot of season left to go.
Yes.
Masayuki Matsushita, Joseph Webster, Jonathan Kelly, and Cody Huff. They're all good. They're all so
Absolutely. Cody Huff, probably one of the biggest favorites to win that, but Jay Shakura from Wisconsin acting like he pretty much owned Florida the first two Bassmaster Elite Series events this season.
Terrific event going on in the background here when you take a look at us on the set. It's very, very interesting to look at the size of the crowd. It takes people a long time just to get parked and get in here, but man, I mean, look at all the people who have gone through all of that to get into Bassmaster Classic Expo, presented by Marathon, one of the greatest outdoor shows on the face of the earth. And man, oh man, yesterday, usually you have a light crowd on Friday, a work day,
Yes.
but we had a giant crowd yesterday, and man, they have doubled it today. Just
Absolutely
incredible.
right. And really, if you look at the way the Expo was yesterday and today, what we really wanted going into, at least later on day number 2 and Championship Sunday, was to have a horse race. And we absolutely have that right now with a lot of time still left here.
A lot of time still left, and it couldn't be any closer, in my opinion. Jason Christie's got a little slight lead right now, but you see it's so tight. And some people that we thought were going to catch him, Hank Cherry has made a serious move today. Yes. Brandon Cobb, there's some people that we thought would be in the hunt come Sunday. They are working their way back in the top 25, and they will be around on Sunday.
There's a lot of anglers in the mix right now of this tournament that were not yesterday that I promise you your leaders did not want to see coming up the leaderboard going into Sunday.
Is this going to go down to the last fish of tomorrow before we have a champion?
Absolutely. I mean, the crowds would be great here at the Expo in Greenville. They always are. But
That's a
a
solid
tight
start,
tournament.
for
The
sure.
people are here to see the fish. The fans are here to see the fish. And they're going to get to see the last one weighed tomorrow before they know who holds that trophy over their head.
You're a former Classic champion, but you've also been on the other side of the last fish. Does a guy in. What is that feeling like when you get so close and you work so hard just to get there, and then you get to that spot and you're taken away from it?
I'll be totally honest with you, Tommy. It was like somebody stuck a dull knife right in my back when it happened. Ray Scott had his hand on my hand to raise my hand as the champion, and he just quietly let go of my hand and raised George Cochran's. But looking back, and I think we see this in Jason Christie, it was the worst thing at that moment that ever happened to me in fishing, but it turned out to be the best because I had a drive like I'd never imagined I could have from that point on.
Let's face it, there are very few people that have fished for a living and had the opportunity already 3 times. Jason Christie. This tournament has been some of the best memories and some of the worst in his, not his career, in his lifetime. Can he shake it off tomorrow? Tomorrow's going to be the biggest day of Jason Christie's life.
Well, so far it's been such great competition, such a great, interesting bunch of players in this ever-revolving top 10 that we are keeping our eyes on. That's the way it looks right now. So great to have been with you today at the Bassmaster Classic, day number 2. We'll see you next time.
All right.
You know, I've just thrown this worm quite a bit. And the deal is, I caught that one good one on it yesterday, but it was in a place where there was a wad of them. You know, it wasn't like I caught a single. I mean, I caught a place where I had to fish by a bunch of them to get one of them to bite it. And it seemed like, which is about right now, about the same time, this is about the time things seemed to pick up yesterday as far as just, you know, the bite in general. You know, the deal is, I kind of got this tournament's all about weight. You know what I mean? I'm not just trying to gather points or whatever. I got a target weight in my head that I have to have today to stay, you know, relatively in contention. And I'm just trying to decide on what I think will be the best way to catch the target weight, you know. I mean, bare minimum, I got to have 15 pounds. And that's if it only takes 50, you know, and then that would be me anticipating that I would catch 20, you know, tomorrow. And that would be 53. I thought coming into it 50, I kind of shot that weight out there just because I didn't really know. And that was right there between what it typically takes. It typically takes somewhere between 47 and 51, but, you know, so I'm like, I've only seen a couple good ones today. You know, I've seen less fish today than I did yesterday. I don't know why. I don't really know what's going on with that, but you know, I've seen the couple of the ones I definitely needed, but I just came back in here to kind of free my mind a little bit. I've not fished in here because he was in here in practice, somewhere in here, and I just turned around and rolled out. I'm just not seeing any, you know. I mean, I saw that one on a dock that I knew had been there for a week, but well, no. I can see good enough just to see them swim off, you know. I mean, it's still pretty clear. That's the reason I wear these yellow glasses, you know, so I can see when it's cloudy. This is definitely. Was no need in that. So I turned out back.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
Live coverage of the 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook, is sponsored by...
Okay. Definitely been a slower day. I'm not too, I mean, I'm still feeling good about it. I feel like a lot more fish have followed the bait today and not ate it. I don't know if that's because of the cloud cover or the lack of wind. It didn't seem to matter yesterday as far as wind goes, so I'm kind of wondering if maybe it was more related to the sun shining and just had them active. But we're still hopeful. We only need a couple more big ones. I know I'm around some. So, just caught my first one in a while. A good coal fish, but I've definitely still got some major room to improve in the box. Kind of tried to slow down a little bit today and throw at more fish that I'm seeing just swimming out, kind of out off the structure more, which is weird. I guess that's because of the sunlight. The cloud cover's just got them hunkered down a little bit. A lot of fish have followed my worm down. They run up to it like they're fixing to eat it, and then I can see my worm falling right past them. They'll follow it all the way to the bottom, and then you can see the fish sitting there right next to the bottom. You know he's sitting there looking at your worm, but cannot get them to eat it as good. I think a lot of it's
cloud cover. I didn't think that would be a factor, but it looks like it may have kind of scattered them out just a little bit. Not too big. Not too big. Not real sure if he's even gonna help. Nah, I don't think he is. And I hooked him in the tongue, so we're gonna throw him back, because if he was to put him in the lava and him die, he would cost us. That fish might have coiled a little bit, but what I did right there was save myself from not being able to coil him if he dies, and a penalty, a weight penalty. So sometimes you got to think about things like that. That one's a good one. Don't you do it, don't you do it. 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 Don't you do it, don't you do it, don't you do it. Come on, baby. Stay pegged up there, baby. Come here, come here, come here. I got you. Look at that. Think he wanted it? A yum dinger down the hatch. That's what they've done. These suckers have backed off these bars and they're just hanging out. I mean, that's a good fish. Look at the belly on that thing. That's a prime Lake Hartwell spotted bass right there. And you can see I'm just looking at that live scope, just chasing them around. It's crazy. Three-pounder. That was a good cold, guys. Number 3. Three-pounder. That's what we're here for. That is what we're here for. Look at this coal. Look at this. I mean, look at that. Massive coal. That just helped the cause tremendously. They just backed out. Just not sitting up there today. Yeah, they're just not up there, man. It's crazy. I can play that game though. I'm fixing to put a new leader and everything on this because I've caught several on it and retied a few times, and I caught 2 big ones here yesterday, back-to-back cast. Of course, the fish were way up on top of that point. They're not on top of it today, there's no doubt. It's gonna happen. We're just gonna have to keep our eyes peeled out off these places because they're not up on them. Plain and simple. Yes. Dang. One more good one and we'll be at 15 pounds. Because I think we're closer to...
more like that, it'll be 16.
Yeah. We're going to catch one more like that. Don't you worry. I'm going to catch one more like that on my crankbait. It's just too much fun. But I'm going to keep throwing this too when I see them out there. I could see like there's 3 or 4 more sitting out there with this one.
I don't even know if he'll help. I ain't messing with it. We trying to win this sucker. I don't even know what happened.
Maybe. I missed by a long ways on that fish. Big one right there.
There's one kind of dock that they're on, and I just, like they look the same, but you don't know it until, I mean, when you get there, you're like, that's it. It's just hard to find by just running across it. Well, they're on a bunch of them, but getting one to bite, I feel like it's got to be pretty shallow for me to get one to bite. Like that.
Nah, it ain't near as good as I thought it was, though. Man, I thought that was a way better fish.
Old Spotosaurus Rex right there. Come here, you. Those suckers don't like to be touched. Catch them things. Just pick them off one at a time if we have to. I don't think he's gonna help. Nope. Finna to get on back on our grind, try to catch a giant. We need to get back moving down the bank. We'll see some more. Those are just all pushed up on that point yesterday, and today they're all out here roaming around. But I feel like we got the good one there to start it off. We just need to try to find us another big one or two. Finish out the day strong, get up there around 17 again. We should have a mega bag today. I've had a couple hooked that were big uns. But it's part of the game. You good? You good? I wish I could do something for you, but there ain't a whole lot I can do for you. Check on them fish one more time, just make sure they're still good. Two. That one may need to be fizzed later in the deal.
Made an awful lot of good casts today to get so few bites.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
Live coverage of the 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is sponsored by Power Pole.
Big Bass, big stage, big dreams, and big crowds at our takeoff every single day this week. Green Pond Landing, legendary Green Pond Landing. You want to know how legendary this facility is? I'll let you a little insider scoop here. So many people showed up yesterday. We had some parking troubles. During the weigh-in yesterday, the folks over there put in an extra road, an actual road during the weigh-in, and we had no parking troubles today. You want to talk about a legendary venue. Green Pond has really put out, and so has Lake Hartwell. What an incredible leaderboard. Look at those names and what stories we have going into Championship Sunday. The quest is to stay in the top 25 to keep your tournament alive. And man, I'll tell you what's alive and well, and it is the Outdoor Expo presented by Marathon. I'm joined by the Stat Rat, Ronnie Moore, and of course, the Bassmaster Classic champion, two-time Angler of the Year, and really he's the reason we're here. Davey Height.
Absolutely incredible this morning at takeoff, and for them to build a road, are you kidding me, to build a road overnight? But here's the other thing. They have closed down some roads coming in here. I think they've just opened them back up, but a couple hours ago they had to close down the roads literally coming in here. Absolutely my favorite place. You know, I was concerned. It's the fourth time to the Bassmaster Classic, but people keep showing up. The fishing has gotten better and better, Ronnie.
It's like a vehicular stampede in Greenville this week with how much traffic there is. But the fishing on the water, very excited about that because every single day, this hour or two period that we're about to come upon, there's going to be some big movement, and someone's going to come from 15th, 16th, and they're going to put their name in the top 5.
A vehicular stampede.
You like that? I didn't mess that up either.
Well, let's talk about what's going on the water with our Toyota midday report to catch you up to the goings-on here on the second day of the 2022 Bassmaster Classic. Your Toyota midday report, and we'll start it with his first ever Classic appearance, a former San Francisco Giant draft pick, Mark Frazier, showing that he knows how to fish.
Yeah, a lot of people knew coming in, including Ronnie Moore, he does all the stats, no doubt, that Mark Frazier is no rookie to Lake Hartwell. He's got a lot of experience here, and he has shown that. He's actually helped out one of our other top contenders there with Stetson Blaylock, kind of put him on what he's doing. It's just absolutely incredible. Both of these guys have been catching fish. A lot of them on a crankbait, but this morning Mark Frazier changed up a little bit. I think the clouds affected him a little bit, caught his fish. A lot of them on a jerkbait this morning, but they have been reeling a crankbait, a red crankbait, really fast, catching a lot of their fish in previous days.
That's one thing that's interesting, and it sounds like a Lake Lanier, a West Point thing that they do down in Georgia, not far from here. Similar fishery, but they really are able to get on that because everyone is thinking ultra deep or up in the dirt this week.
Oh, good googly moogly. Could you imagine how exciting it would be to have Steve Kennedy in our top 10 going into Championship Sunday?
Steve Kennedy, one of those veteran elite anglers that has won several blue trophies. He's done it pretty much all. You know, he's fished several different major tournament trails through the years. He's been around for so long. Got to be a fan favorite by far, one of the biggest fan favorites. Steve Kennedy has done a good job, and he knows how to turn up the volume, so to speak, in the Bassmaster Classic. It seems like every year. Last year, he certainly had his chance, lost a big fish on the final day that would have won it for him, in my opinion. But Steve Kennedy is somebody that will be in the hunt come Sunday.
On to another veteran pro, the Hack Attack. Greg Hackney wants that title as well.
When you think about his pattern, Davey, it's the most random thing in my mind. Like, how is Greg Hackney going to win a Classic? And it's not with a jerkbait, a spinning rod, and a lipless, but he may just this week dedicated himself to that plan, which seems consistent compared to selling out for maybe jig bites all day long.
Yeah, Greg Hackney, and we're going to talk about Jason Christie here in a minute, but those two anglers have done so much, and they're two of the most popular anglers in the whole world when you talk about tournament bass fishing. But Greg Hackney has that special, let's say, turn it up one more time. He wants to win that trophy so bad, and you can see a different focus in him here this week. But I'm like you, a spinning rod in Greg Hackney's hand to help him win a Bassmaster Classic.
What's crazy is that I said, what's different about you in your 16th Classic, Greg? And he said, I'm actually happy and enjoying this one, unlike the other 15 I was trying to win. So serious.
Well, speaking of happy, what a career this young star has had. 4 wins already, Patrick Walters.
Yeah, Patrick Walters has been on Bass Live and now live at the Bassmaster Classic. Like every show we do is Patrick Walters is in the mix. Several wins. He's got an open win right here on Lake Hartwell. A lot of history here. A big key to his win on Lake Hartwell, the open win, was using his forward-facing sonar, but figuring out what it took to trick these fish that are so heavily pressured. And he's been mixing it up a lot. I heard him this morning say, okay, I got it figured out. He was struggling, only catching small fish. But Patrick Walters is someone we always seem to be talking about on Championship Sunday, whether it's the Bassmaster Classic or the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Well, I don't care who you're cheering for. There is not a Bassmaster fan in the world that would not love to see Gerald Swindle take this title.
Yeah, absolutely. Gerald Swindle's 19th Bassmaster Classic. And I guess I've either competed against him or watched him fish in every single one of them. I've never seen him as kind of like a Greg Hackney. You see him doing a lot of different things, which he does mix it up on the trail, but he's fishing so different. You see those boat docks that he loves so much, and he said, I need to stay away from them. I need to fish a little deeper. I think those fish will be more consistent.
He's so lovable that I had to tell on myself yesterday and said, Gerald, you proved me wrong. I took you off my team because I thought you were fishing conservative. I thought you were fishing for quantity, not quality. I said, I'm sorry. When I saw you catch that 5+ pounder, I knew you were in it to win it. You had it dialed in.
It just got real on Fox, baby. Woo!
Real indeed. That's the kind of fish you have to stay in contention. One of those every day will give you a chance to win the Bassmaster Classic.
Well, don't count out Stone Cold Kyle Welcher because, man, that is his attitude. He is very focused and driven since the first day I've met him.
Yeah, it's really incredible. We've talked about the last few anglers here, and they were all mixing it up, fishing a little deeper, fishing a lot of different baits. But yesterday's, the day one leader, Brian News, like I'm all in on shallow boat docks and a jig, mix it up a little bit with a swim bait. But you can see the people that are really mixing it up, fishing some shallow, some deep, staying away from those boat docks a little more, are the ones that we're talking about here that are in the top 10.
What's absolutely incredible is how in a 4-day Elite Series event, a guy can get on a pattern or a spot and run it for 4 days. And in the Classic, even under pristine conditions, here one day, gone the next. So the guys who can make it 2 or 3 days are the guys. And for right now, 20 pounds yesterday, great for Brian New, but off that pace today, can he get back in the groove the last 3 hours, Dave?
I'll have to say this. Brian New had a lot of pressure on him this morning going out leading the Bassmaster Classic, being relatively new to the Bassmaster Tournament Trail and the big picture of things when you talk about the Christies, the Hackneys, the Swindles. He handled it well, got off to a bad start, according to his measures, I'm sure, but he switched it up a little bit, started fishing a little deeper, put a few spots in the boat. You see him here with a spinner rod in his hand to calm things down, to live for another day. He's certainly got a chance to win this thing now. He made that move that yesterday he said, I will not change. I'm going to stay shallow with those boat docks. Good for him that he made that adjustment.
Stetson Blaylock, an Elite Series champion, and once again in the mix here this week.
This kind of reminds him, he said it a little bit, but this is like a Lake Ouachita and a Lake Hamilton together. The way that Hartwell fishes, you can get off the bank and fish way out in the open like you do at Ouachita, or you can go fish boat docks all day long. I'm not surprised to see him do so well here, especially around March and April. A second place finish here in the Elite Series event in 2019. This is his game. He is very good with a crankbait in his hand and a spinning rod in his hand. It's a matter of time before we see him show up at the top of the leaderboard of a Classic.
Yeah, absolutely. Just another fisherman that takes this very seriously. It is the way he makes his living, supports his family, and he wants to be the best of the business. And to do that, you've got to hold that trophy up at least one time.
That's a prime Lake Hartwell spotted bass right there.
But this is the guy. This is the one where a lot of people picked him coming in, and it kind of worries me because he is leading. He's told me, I don't know if I can win a Classic going into the final day with the lead. He's gone to the final day with the lead twice, once by 5 pounds and once by 6 pounds.
Yeah, I've talked to Jason Christie quite a bit this week, primarily because of his history. He's come so close to winning 2 Classics, like you said, had a lead in 2 different Classics and did not finish the deal. He is as serious about this and this week and him raising that trophy over his head as anybody I think I've ever met. I mean, he really is all business, and he's got a great game plan, in my opinion. You see him here starting off in these ditches, catching a few fish deep, usually not bringing but 1 or 2 of them to the scales in the afternoon, but he gets a good solid, hey, I'm gonna live for tomorrow kind of start every morning in these ditches. And then you see right here, fishes shallower around these boat docks, using a jig quite a bit. Ronnie, you were with him on a practice day. That's the Jason Christie. That's the closer that we all want to see.
And what's crazy about it, as I said, they've had mature game plans this week. Gerald Swindle, Greg Hackney, Jason Christie, mature game plans. Because as soon as rain came in, as soon as warm temperatures came in, everyone in the world said dirty water, power fishing. Those guys resisted that urge and have kept it as maybe plan C if they need it, but they have figured it out otherwise.
Really good look at our Minn Kota unlock the lake, and that gives you an idea of how our 55 anglers are spread out across this incredible body of water.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. Lake Hartwell brings the people to the expos, it brings people to the takeoffs, it brings people to the weigh-ins, but to see this fishery get better and better with every classic we've been here, sure, the weather's a little better, the water temperatures are a little higher this year, but this lake is fishing great. You see that by the way you see all these anglers spread out, and here's the cool thing. There's over 700 miles of shoreline, but most of these, I'd say half these guys aren't even fishing the shoreline. They're fishing offshore, so those guys are about as spread out as you could possibly be with 55 anglers on a lake this size.
Now out live on the water with Mark Frazier, currently in 35th place, fishing his very first Bassmaster Classic. Got to move into the top 25 to make it to Championship Sunday.
Barely hooked.
I just saw that whole jerkbait outside that fish's mouth.
Boy, he's really taking his time with this fish.
I think also you don't want to lose a fish in the Classic. And I think a lot of these guys fishing real deep, though, have seen a negative effect by pulling fish up really deep, really fast. And you don't want to lose any ounces in this game. A couple said that in interviews yesterday, and I wonder if that's going into his game plan fighting fish today.
Ooh.
Oh, they ain't that big.
I don't quite understand why you get on the back of the boat like you can't reach those fish because you're up higher on the deck than you should be. Your arm length is the same, but you're a lot closer to the fish if you get in either the driver or passenger seat there. First and foremost, he got it in the boat, so he did everything just right.
And what he did there, though, I mean, that is a perfect way to fish a jerkbait, to fight a jerkbait fish that you're worried about the way it's hooked. You see people when they start, over to Greg Hackney hooked up.
With a spinning rod.
I'm just going to let him swim around, see if nothing else come out. I mean, I guess he probably get rid of that small spot. I mean, literally, there's one just swam by that big. I come up with this.
Now over to our day one leader, Brian New, and he's hooked up.
Boy, It fired up yesterday about this time. From now until time to come in, there were a lot of fish put in the boat that helped these guys wait. Doesn't look like a real big one here for, nope.
I think he'll help.
Now over to Jason Christie, our current leader.
They're live.
Davey Height, let me ask you this. All of this versatility we're seeing in this tournament, I mean, we're going to write that off to the way the lake's set up. But is there a case to be made that that versatility in having to be a fluid angler is just part of the evolution of the Bassmaster Classic? We've seen, and Christie's been a victim of it. You can't go back to the same stuff, and you have to be very fluid.
Yeah, I think you're right, and that has changed.
Everything feels good about this little pocket.
All these fishermen are.
I feel like I'm fishing behind people, and I don't know if that's true or not true, and if it matters. I mean, I know it matters, but these things slide up and down. Just don't want to be right behind somebody.
Back to what you were referring to there, Dave, I think you're exactly right. And you know, let's just say it. I think Jason Christie has looked back to the last time he fished a Classic here, and had he been a little more versatile, could have very well won that event. But when Jason just said, I feel like I'm fishing behind someone, it made me think about yesterday. We asked him after he weighed his fish, what's the best kind of dock to fish on Lake Hartwell right now? It's a great question. He said, well, there's a couple things, but first is one that somebody hasn't just fished.
Yeah.
And that's so true, because that's going on in his mind right now. You don't understand if you need to make an adjustment and fish a little deeper, fish a different bait, that sort of thing, or you just fish behind Brandon Cobb or, Greg Hackney or Gerald Swindle. So there's a lot of unknowns in this sport that keep it so interesting.
Well, and Christie got sucked into it, and he said it yesterday. I got sucked into fishing a creek of docks when I know the hot spot is maybe halfway back to the back. Like I fished too many docks that were just dead docks, and I knew they were. I just was wanting to fish them.
Everything that way is still kind of cloudy. So I may work the way around up here.
Scott Martin, we're watching him right now, and our own Robbie Floyd is with him. Robbie, what are you seeing out there?
Well, I kind of gave you a weather report, and Scott was even talking about it's kind of like a cloud line, and it's kind of cloudy on one side where the side we just came from, the sun was actually coming out. But I know y'all inside the studio and the booth and everything, you kind of don't get a feel for the weather. But things have definitely warmed up in the past 15 or 20 minutes. The sun is out. Although it's not as bright on this spot, we're going to be seeing a lot of people starting to flood to those docks. When it was colder earlier and overcast, even though they might have been catching them in docks, they're really not going to be setting up on them like they should be here now. But even Scott pointed out something about this cloud line's kind of not got the sun where he needs it to be.
So, Robbie, I'm real curious. You've been with Scott Martin for a while, and earlier he was fishing deep. He was watching those fish on his forward-facing sonar and was talking about the blueback herring that had moved in. And he said, when the clouds start to break, I'm going to probably go with my other plan, fishing shallower for largemouth. Did he just go in that same area and start fishing those shallower docks? Did he change areas of the lake?
Yeah. No, he did. He changed areas of the lake. Still mid-portion of the lake, but he ran across the other side, made a little run to a concerted effort to a certain set of docks. He went all the way into the back. He's looking around, too, and I know we all talk about it. They're going to be spawning here very soon. You could see he had those Florida peepers out looking for fish, but, again, just like so many people do, hitting these, black docks as the sun comes up, that's his target. Got a wacky rig on right now, as we've seen so often. But now that things are heating up, this is his secondary spot. He told me, he said he saw a lot of fish in that area still till the very end. They just, he had to give them a break. They just weren't biting at that time.
Robbie, we always harp on the first-time Classic qualifiers. Basically, 40% of our field is fishing their first Classic this year. But Scott Martin's a little bit different than the rest of those guys fishing his first Classic. Do you think this moment isn't too big for him? But, I mean, he did get a little emotional. Can he win this thing this week?
I think Scott could win this thing. And he may be a Classic rookie, but he's no rookie. He's been there, done that, seen it all, and he's got one on right now.
It's a big one, dude. Oh, yeah, nice fish. It'll help. He might help. He might not even help. Hook fell out. I'm not sure he's gonna help me or not. He's skinny, long though. But the important.
Speaking of long and skinny, over to Brian New. I mean, that's a compliment.
That might be a huge, like the best segue we've had today.
He's a slender, tall gentleman.
Long and lanky, yeah.
Hooked up.
I think that one will help him a little.
Just ounces at a time, though, Davey. That's the thing. We expect ounce upgrades in the morning. Once it gets past noon, you need pound upgrades if you're going to go and switch up your game plan. And that's going to cull just a little bit and put him a little bit closer to 11 pounds, but not quite there yet.
Sun is starting to shine, and the fish are clearly starting to bite. And that leaderboard is going to continue to change. The goal to stay inside the top 25. Greenville, South Carolina has been an incredible host. Our fourth Bassmaster Classic here, but Greenville and Anderson roll at the red carpet every single time. That an incredible, incredible shot of just how beautiful this part of the country is. But Brian New has his goal in one thing, the Bassmaster Classic title.
You know, there's no tournament bigger than the Bassmaster Classic. And I weighed 20 pounds on day one at Lake Hartwell, close enough to my hometown to call it my hometown. Yeah, awesome day. The money doesn't go with you. When you die, the trophies don't go with you. But what you've done with your blessings, everyone remembers. And that's what matters.
The 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
It is day number 2 of the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, and it's all about the top 25. Right now in the driver's seat, Jason Christie once again leading the Bassmaster Classic, but you gotta stay inside the top 25 to keep your tournament alive. An incredible top 10. You see how tight that is. But when we go all the way down that leaderboard, look at all those 28s. This is going to be one of the most incredible championship Sundays we've ever seen. Right now in 15th spot right there, you've got Corey Johnson.
Look, did you see that, Dave? From 10th was 29 pounds, and 20th was like 27.14, like a pound and 3 ounces from almost the cut to almost the top 10.
And unfortunately, the cut is today. If you're not in that top 25, you will not be fishing tomorrow. So now let's take a look at the Humminbird bird's eye view. Lake Hartwell, this huge lake, over 50,000 acres, over 700 miles of shoreline. And this is a great view of one of the bigger marinas, looking at Humminbird bird's eye view. And we've seen
I thought that was your house.
No, your house. You're the one that lives out on the peninsula. So these marinas here, it's a good shot. We've seen Kyle Wetcher. We've seen a couple other anglers fishing around these marinas, not a lot of them. But here's one of the coolest views right here, looking at the Humminbird bird's eye view. You see the shoreline, the way it tapers. It's been a big deal this week. Some anglers want more of a taper there. They want like more of a 45-degree, more contour, deeper water close to the edge. And some of the anglers, like a Greg Hackney, a Brian New that was actually leading yesterday, I want those flatter areas, those areas where that shallow water extends out and you have a little bit of vegetation on the bottom. It's almost like just a slime. It's not some hydrilla or milfoil or coontail or something like that, but just a little greenery on the bottom in those shallow flat areas, and that warms up better. Another look here, this area right here looks a lot like what we saw Stetson Blaylock fishing a lot this morning. A mixture of those red clay and those sandy banks, a little bit of contour there, kind of between a sharp slope and then a flat, just more in between. Here's just a great shot here of a waterfall coming into the lake. You don't see anyone fishing there. After a good warm rain, that's a great place to be, but not so much right now.
Don't go chasing waterfalls.
That's it. Good.
Davey, you mentioned those random banks that don't have docks on them, and some of those guys like Mark Frazier, Stetson Blaylock. I mean, when you go through 3 days of unofficial practice and then an official practice day, and all you see is anglers getting on pad and going to the next stretch of docks, even for 100 yards, it's gotta make you confident that they're skipping over the water you're fishing, and it's a gap in those docks that no one's targeting.
Yeah, you see tournaments like this every once in a while, not all the time, because as anglers, we target targets, if that makes sense. We're looking for areas that we can pinpoint where those fish will be, not try to fish 700 miles of shoreline, but fish boat docks. But the problem is when a lot of people are doing that, then you catch yourself like we heard Jason Christie. You're questioning whether they're just not biting, I need to change baits, or am I fishing behind one of the best in the business, and you don't know that. So it also makes sense. All the fish in the lake don't go to the bank at one time. All the fish in the lake won't be under boat docks at one time, so there's got to be some fish in between.
Out on the water live with Christie Swindle, Hackney, and Scott Martin. The other thing about that, too, that amazes me, you spend time on the water covering events, and me and Overstreet would always joke about it. Anglers, one particular point, you could sit on one point in some tournaments, and you will see angler after angler pull in there, and they all come around the corner. There's no one there, and they're like, oh, I've got it to myself.
Yes,
but little do they know that moments before, another angler was
someone
there.
left to let it rest. Yeah, exactly. Tidal places are like that. I saw that 5 guys fish the same riprap stretch. 6th guy comes in, catches a 4-pounder, and now they're going to be conflict tomorrow because they all think that they were the only ones to fish that.
Yeah, we use a lot of cellular cameras in deer hunting. I don't think you would want to put a camera on your favorite fishing hole that you think's a secret spot, because you'd find out it's not a secret.
One thing I noticed about that map before coming to that 4-box a second ago was about 2 hours ago, 5 of our 10 cameras were all in that lightwood and gum branch, gum log region. And now there's only 2. And you see Christie farther up to Tougaloo. Brock Mosley's not in the dirty water anymore. Now he's in the cleaner water. I think it's interesting how they've now made that decision, and you can see that in their game plan location-wise.
One thing, speaking of interesting and location. Brian New said, I will not venture up either one of those rivers, Tougaloo or the Seneca. He said, you cannot rely on them. They will burn you. I will never, ever fish another tournament day up one of those rivers. I wondered today mid-morning if he wasn't thinking maybe I need to sneak over to the Seneca and see what's happening, because he had a slow start. Has recovered very well, sitting in second place unofficially right now.
It's funny you say that, because one of our Elite Series pros in the top 10 in AOI this year, Jake Whitaker, he loves this lake. This is his home lake, basically. He lives in the mountains of North Carolina. He's not in this classic. And I said, well, what would you have done, obviously, where would you have wanted to fish? He said at the bottom of the lake. I thoroughly believe the biggest fish this time of the year in the lake are in that section from, I guess, Sadler's to the dam. And that's where we saw a lot of guys this morning.
Even with the good day that Brock Mosley had yesterday, Hank Cherry, our defending champion, I spent a bit of time with him on the dock this morning, and we were talking, and he said Brock was literally shattered last night because he had a great day, but he lost a 7 and a 5. And, could have been walking away with it.
You just can't do that. And I'm not saying it was his fault, but that just cannot happen, because these guys, they're the best in the business. And, they're not, those top guys, yeah, they'll have a good day here and a bad day there, but someone is going to have a clean tournament.
And that's what Brandon Card on Monday, we were at a local church giving our thoughts on fishing and other things, and Brandon Card said, I used to always dwell on the ones I lost, and then I would watch when Gerald Swindle hooked up.
Real good fish, too. It'll help
big,
him.
but we'll take you.
It will help him.
Ain't
Not
big,
as big
but
as
we
I thought.
will take you. You got to get to 5 to even have a chance, you know what I mean? Yeah.
I'm just going to say it because it's something I thought about. I thought Gerald Swindle already had a limit in the boat. I don't know if he had one fish maybe not looking good or not. So I'm not sure.
Looks like he's going all in with the bigger swim baits. Just got another one out of his rod box. Gosh, it's so fun to throw those big swim baits. You think you're going to catch a big fish every cast, but they will suck you in. And at the end of the day, you think, man, I should have laid that thing down.
Especially on a lake like this, Davey, you'll see the
like
biggest
that.
fish in the lake. You might not catch the biggest fish in the lake.
Exactly.
You will see them, and that's so heartbreaking.
Boy, this is fun to watch because he's gonna. Hopefully, he catches a couple big ones between now and check-in time, but I bet he'll see a couple. You just know when he got a bait like that in his hands, it could happen. But he's changed the way he's fished so much since yesterday morning. So many different depth ranges, so many different baits. Said I'm not going to get hung up on those docks because I think they'll be overfished. But you have to make adjustments. It's incredible how much he has adjusted in a little over a day and a half.
And one of the things we keep talking about is pressure.
Yeah,
pressure
got
on
work to do.
Pressure on Scott Martin, pressure on any of the competitors. The things to remember is, in my opinion, the pressure, it starts in the next 24 hours.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Up till this point, you're still trying to make the cut. Whenever we see those collapses, whether it be by, pressure from spectators or the crazy things that seem to happen on Championship Sunday at the Classic, it happens on Sunday. I mean, the pressure builds. And
absolutely.
You don't really have a lot of pressure on you until you go into that press room this afternoon in the top 6.
100%. And there's a couple things, in my opinion, that have changed in the Bassmaster Classics in the years. You have more cameras on the water now. We have 10 live cameras, and then we have, Robbie Floyd and people. We've got other cameras running around where, honestly, for a lot of my career, we had 3 cameras. 3 on the water. So you've got less cameras.
Scott Martin has that many strapped to his body.
Right, you're exactly right. So you had less cameras back then, but you had more local spectators and local fishing pressure. A lot of folks don't go out and watch on the water now. They watch Bass Live. But having so many cameras on you, day one, if you're the
favorite,
the 10th favorite,
yeah.
let's say down all the way to, that someone thinks you're the 10th most likely one to win, you're going to have a camera with you, and that affects you. That affects you. I don't care who you are. It affects the way you can maneuver in your boat.
I guess,
Got a heads up on Gerald Swindle. What happened? We had to. His big fish didn't come in bass track, and our cameraman reset his bass track, and it may have doubled that first fish. So that was his 4th fish.
Oh, so he only had 4. So that's number 5.
No, he had 3. That was his 4th fish.
Okay.
So
he had 2 fish double up, a 110 and then a 2.8 and a 2.6 were probably the exact same fish. He just entered funny.
Okay, we appreciate that. So now he's 4 fish, 1 short of limit. What weight? How far back from the lead?
Well, it says 2.6 back now. He's probably about almost 4 back.
Okay.
But minus 1 fish with a lot of room to grow.
Sure.
Over to Steve
You guys are
Kennedy.
talking about rivers up the Tougaloo. Nick LeBrun, do you see that 6-pounder? He's up in the 9th place.
Our Berkeley Big Bass leader hooked up again. Going to take that title 2 days in a row, maybe.
Sure looks like
It's not a giant, but it's a good one. I'm trying to.
Unusual to see Gerald Swindle throwing a big swim bait and Steve Kennedy with a spinning rod in his hand, but he said he caught a lot of his fish yesterday, including that 6-7, seeing the fish follow a swim bait and catching it on a Cinco. Very well could be what's happening right here. He could have just laid a swim bait down.
And what a story with Kennedy. Regardless just how he's been close. His dad, was a former Classic qualifier.
I asked him how his day was yesterday, and he recounted all of his second places in the Classic in past years, not even talking about it yesterday.
Wow.
So it's on his mind for sure, Dave.
A question with Steve Kennedy is just a vague outline, really. He'll take it where he wants.
That's a solid one for sure. And just like Swindle, he'll need 1 more to fill a limit, though.
He'd fallen to 32nd place. That could get him right near the cut line. So he needs number 5.
I need that. If I get 1 more.
I really, you can't help but pull for Steve Kennedy in the Bassmaster Classic, seeing his second place finishes
I'm gonna get a bite.
How close he was just last year. But His plan with that,
11.
using that big swim bait so much with the calm winds and the high skies, even though we had clouds a little while this morning, it's tough.
It's been fun hanging out with you guys and watching this go down. But you know what? Only part of this show happens on the water. We got a big weigh-in coming up this afternoon, and the goal is to stay in the top 25 to keep your tournament alive. The Super Bowl of bass fishing, and Jason Christie is atop the leaderboard. Is that good news or bad news for him, Davey Height?
He said, I want to stay under the radar here, but I think I'd like that 2-pound lead going into Sunday.
I think he's been on the radar since it was announced last year.
Yes.
He is one angler that can't fly under the radar. There's your day one leader, Brian New. And we're going to have a big weigh-in this afternoon. I got to go get ready to spin a towel and move the hole that makes the words. And I can't wait to see who is on our top 25. It's going to go down to ounces. What a day. Can't wait for Championship Sunday. T&Z when we get back.
I couldn't do it. Look how it's like current coming through now. Let's get back to stupid. Oh. Jeez.
Well, we've mixed it up all day, haven't we? That was a dock right there I expected to be prime time. Just because it's right where that little old tit sticks out of that ditch. I'm gonna fish this dock and that one, and then we're gonna run back over to the blue dock for a second, and then I'm gonna go back over and hit those, and just hopefully they showed back up. I don't know. I mean, I'm not seeing any up floating around the docks. It's just so deep.
First bite in a long time. I don't think he'll remotely even help. Smile this one open. Feels good though to finally get a. We just made a move and.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
Live coverage of the 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is sponsored by Power Pole.
Day 2 at the Classic, the World Championship of Bass Fishing, and Day 2 is so important. We've got 55 guys, the whole field out there, gunning for just 25 available slots on Championship Sunday. If you want to go for that so treasured trophy, you got to be in the top 25 today. Our TH Marine Weather Watch shows us once again Chamber of Commerce type weather, 70 degrees, room temperature outside, partly sunny. We got less clouds now, Mark Zone.
Absolutely, Tommy Sanders, and any of those boat dock bangers are going to get it done. It's going to have to be in the next couple hours. Finally, a little bit of sun. You could feel it during our midday break. If those big ones are going to set up, it'll be. And somebody not too bad at dock fishing, 2020 Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Clark Wendlandt, with us here in the set.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Z. I tell you what, I love a tournament when it comes down to casting accuracy. And this one, there's no doubt about it. The casting accuracy is a huge part of it. And so fishing docks, it's always been one of my favorite things to do.
Davey ran that down for us, but that was a day or two. Why don't you talk about the specifics of how much it benefits you to be a real ninja casting at docks?
Well, I mean, you know, you got to be able to cast well to do this. There's no question about that. But and if you watch these guys, they're throwing baits that are easy to cast up under there. I mean, that swim bait, that is an easy bait to cast, real easy. I mean, they're throwing it on bait, cast, and tackle, whipping it up under there.
And a lot of people wouldn't think that, a swim bait or a frog or something like that. Those are easy baits to skip. For somebody watching this that does not understand dock fishing, number one, there's very specific docks that these guys are getting bid on. We will talk about that throughout the next few minutes. Most of all, I want you to talk about what the sun does. You hear it sets them up, it positions them. Explain that to somebody that might not understand dock fishing.
Well, so what happens is that those fish, they roam early. I mean, they're just roaming. And when they're roaming, they're tough to catch. But when they actually set up, you start getting that sun, get little shade lines, and there's little places on those docks where that shade is, and that shade is what you're looking for.
Clark, we've had guys talk about what's been the successful types of docks. Some of them say, I want a dock, I've only had success where it's that deep under there. Yet we've seen guys fishing 10 feet away from it where it's 40 feet down there to some brush pile or something. How can both of those situations work?
Well, I mean, this is such a dynamic fishery, and it's got different species of fish. You got largemouth and you got spotted bass, and so you're dealing with different situations. Some of them are really shallow. When they push shallow, they get way up under that walkway, and then they are easy to catch way up under those walkways.
Somebody that's concentrated on those docks all week long so far, Brian New, and he was as far back in these pockets, dirt shallow, 1 to 3 feet of water, and you could see that game has, at least so far today, died. Brian New currently hooked up. And looking at Brian New's day, it's been a little grimy. It hadn't really played. You would think, and granted, blueback herring hold a population of bass out on the outer realm. more so than any lakes that we go to. But this weather still predicting they're supposed to be going.
They're going because they want to spawn. So they're going to end up going shallow and they want to spawn. Here's Christie.
Oh boy.
Man, I love watching him.
Yeah.
I mean, he is so smooth. That's where I'd like to be, right there.
First bite in a long time. I don't think he'll remotely even help.
Got two 2 pound and a quarter fish in there, so going to be close if anything. Back over to Steve Kennedy. Got himself back into the cut line, trying to make up some more ground. And Steve, he has in a big way.
Yeah, definitely doing work throughout practice, finding docks that had individual big ones that would just show themselves with a big swim bait. And he said he can come back at him with a Senko later in the day.
Jeez. I thought he bumped it.
Here's an interesting thing watching Steve Kennedy right here, talking to a lot of our guys that have concentrated on boat docks, guys like Greg Hackney, Brian New, fishing as far back in these pockets as you can get. Steve Kennedy said, no, they're on the first two as you go back into them.
It's just so dynamic. This place is so amazing. It's got so many different watercolors, different temperatures, and I love watching Steve fish. He's fun to watch also.
We can stay put and catch some fish, hopefully. I'm shaking. I needed that. I'm telling you, I needed that. 1-7.
Boy, you would.
Those two fish should get us fishing tomorrow, and we need to get back to looking for big ones here in a minute.
You would not think a 1-7 would be critical after what Steve Kennedy put on the scales on day number 1 here at the Classic.
Yeah, but there's something about 5 that just make it where you just got to have it. So he needed it.
Well, there's perch everywhere. We finally got an area that's got life. Had 2 bites real quick and perch swimming around. Get out of that clear water.
Christie obviously is.
This dock or that dock ought to be the one.
Home turf of Oklahoma, and even though he's got a lot of history here on Hartwell, a major victory and a couple great finishes in the Classic, as strange as it is, he fishes this lake a lot like Grand.
Yeah, he really does. And I mean, you can just tell he's just got a comfort level to him. He understands where they are, and if it's not working where he's at, he's going to make a quick move. He doesn't have to go very far, and he can find totally different conditions.
One of the things Davey Height was talking about on the set is as compressed as the weights are this time around here on Lake Hartwell compared to years past. I mean, you could kind of look, Sanders and I try to manufacture drama by the minute in the Bassmaster Classic, but generally by the final day here on Hartwell, in the cold weather events, Clark, you would really look at the top 6 or 7 guys and be like, okay, that's all we have to concentrate on. Really, if you look at the anglers that are 10th through 20th going into tomorrow, this is one of those weird tournaments where somebody that's desperate that might just say, you know what, I'm going to gamble and do something off the wall. This is one of those weird tournaments you could see something like that fire.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. I mean, it looks like to me as condensed as the weights are, it's really anybody's game. I mean, like all somebody has to do is catch a 5 or 6 pounder, and all of a sudden he's instantly in it. And so, yeah, I mean, you just got to get those bigger bites.
Fairly warm night tonight. Potential of spawning fish on Sunday?
I would think so. I really would think that there'd be a few guys looking by the time this all said and done, especially spotted bass. Spotted bass a lot of times will go early, and you know, I'd be keeping them honest by looking some, especially in the warmer places. But the only thing is, you know, I mean, the warmer places a lot of times got that dirtier water, so you're not going to be able to see them. So I don't know. We'll see.
And that is a perfect pocket right there. We could start to dissect. Greg Hackney's living in one 4-mile stretch of this lake down towards the dam. And he said those back 2 or 3 docks per pocket just off the main lake, not going way far back in creeks. He said, man, throughout practice, those were key for big bites. In fact, he said, man, I've got a few docks that has 20 to 25 pounds per dock.
Yeah, and you know, it was really interesting. I fished this lake in 2016. I had a sight fishing tournament on here, and I finished second in that tournament. And the main part of the lake where he's spending his time was great. But when we fished here a few years ago, it wasn't very good way down there on that lower part of the basin. So it just depends on the year.
Seeing Gerald Swindle really switch up today compared to yesterday. A lot of his fish 20 to 50 feet of water. The fish in the 20 to 30 foot column were on the bottom in brush. But his biggest one yesterday, suspended out in 50 feet of water. Caught one big swim bait fish earlier. And something that Hackney said about that 4-mile stretch that he's fishing is really interesting. He said, look, I know I'm not going to get a lot of bites. I know the quality to win this tournament is there. And he said the other thing that he said about that 4-mile stretch near the main lake was, he said, I feel like there's not as much pressure because they're so hard to catch in that area of Hartwell.
Yeah, I actually heard that statement. And, you know, these lakes are so strange, but blueback herring lakes, the main lake is almost always the best. It's always better if you're near the main lake. You know, you don't see many people going way up rivers and creeks. Not necessarily creeks, but main lake oriented is where they tend to win tournaments at.
Does Clark like blueback herring lakes?
Absolutely can't stand
You
blueback
do
herring.
not like them, do you?
Because I grew up fishing shad lakes, and so, you know, I'm coming to a blueback herring lake. That's just a totally different animal. Now, in the spring, I feel like it's a little easier.
Explain that.
Well, because the spawn happens, and so those fish are getting up, and they're not just focused on bait.
Swimming.
I mean, blueback herring lakes, they're focused on bait almost all the time.
Okay, so in your mind, a lake like this, do they just get to the point where they're more a striper than they are a bass anymore?
Yeah, I mean, a striper's a good way. It's a good way to put. I mean, to me, a saltwater fish, a fish that just gets out and roams on current, roams on bait. That's all they do.
Do you think it takes part of the population that is born, lives its life out there, spawns out there on some of those humps, and never comes to what I would say your wheelhouse?
I think that does happen, but I don't think there's that many largemouth that just stay out there all the time. There probably are some.
Right.
The spotted bass population, yeah, I think the big ones especially, they live out there.
You ever think blueback herring lakes don't like you, Clark?
I've often wondered if maybe that's what it is.
Couple of key fish being caught. Caleb Summerall, 3-pounder. He's up to 14.5 on the day. And Matt Airy jumps inside our cut at 19th. Of course, he knocked out Brandon Cobb on Bass Track to 26th.
You're good.
I want you to think about, man, a lot of our friends that watch Bassmaster Live on Bassmaster.com, I want you to think about Tommy, I thought about this at our midday break before we got up here with Clark. The astronomical odds of the situation we are in with that guy right now, if you think about it. Listen, guy has almost won 3 classics, not got it done. Left the Bassmaster Elite Series, fought to come back to fish this event, and it is on the same lake.
And he's lead.
Think about the odds of what I just said to you. And I thought about that earlier.
So improbable.
That is so improbable. It's so improbable that he's even here right now.
Yeah.
But hang on, guys. I'm not so sure the improbable's really there because, I mean, like I expected him to be up here near the top.
You did? Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, you know.
I'm just saying him here on this lake with this opportunity. I mean, it is like Groundhog Day. I'm dead serious if you think about it.
Well, let's have a look at what we have seen from him. He has certainly been on point all day long today. Ditto for yesterday. He is the VMC on point angler of the moment. And that is his what's in his live well right now.
That's a bad dude right there, man. Starting off in one of those ditches, getting it done very, very quickly this morning. He had his limit, Tommy Sanders. I'm going to say it was a beatdown till about 9 o'clock, and then it went a little bit slow. He was still getting bites, kept that deep bite honest, caught a big, big dockfish. In fact, probably the best dockfish we have seen all day. Your VMC on point, Jason Christie, getting it done. Clark Wendell, you are our man. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it.
Clark, one more question. Now the top 10 is within not even a good keeper, just a middling keeper right here. I mean, what does that mean for the end of the day tomorrow? What can make your prediction?
Well, I mean, if I had to pick somebody, I'd say Jason Christie. I mean, he's just too focused. He's always had success here, and I've been around him a lot as an angler, and I just know how good he is. I think he'll win in the long run.
Okay, we love being at the Expo. I got to ask you a question. You don't like blueback herring lakes. Do you like working the Expo with us at the Classic?
Absolutely. It's going to be a great day.
So you're a liar right now, Clark. You're a liar, and I know you're a liar on that one.
2020 Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Clark Wendell, and a big hero to bass fishing fans the world over. Jason Christie, the man on top right now. Brian New started the day with the lead. Look at him hanging in there. Joey Nania, Lee Livesey, big move today. Stetson Blaylock, solid as always. And Scott Martin, who spent a lot of time at the top of the leaderboard today, now in 6th, but everything is so close, so close. You don't dare miss the rest of this one. We'll be right back.
The 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Rapala, and by Progressive.
There is our fantastic host city of Greenville, South Carolina. Just perfect weather here in town today. Everybody out walking in the afternoons and in the evenings. Just a really charming downtown, just an inviting place to visit. Very bass-savvy part of the country, and just a perfect spot to host the World Championship 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic. Presented by Hook. Jason Christie on top of that leaderboard right now. Brian New, Joey Nania, Lee Livesey. Nania and Livesey making big moves today. Big, big moves.
You're exactly right, Tommy Sanders, but it's time for something else, my friend.
Oh,
Somebody's pretty much back in the mix, looking for the three-peat. Your Phoenix boat rising. Nice. Phoenix rising. St. Jerry having a big day today. Slipped up a little yesterday. He said he's going to hold the trophy for the 3rd time. He had a little bit of catch-up ball to do. That helps with a 5-pounder at 7:43 a.m. Your Phoenix boats rising. It's Hank Cherry. He's definitely back in the mix. 17 pounds, and he's usually, Davey Height, he is a low guesser on his weights. Phoenix rising.
He certainly is. Even if he's a low guesser, he is still rising. Phoenix rising.
Yourself.
Let's get out to Kyle Welcher. Started the day in second place. Kyle had to do some ups and downs on that leaderboard, as have most of our competitors who started in the top 10 today. He's in 8th now, still inside that top 10 mark.
That no cool, finally.
Kyle Welcher has 2 big ones in his live well.
I didn't want to fish for these, but after that long, had to. Yeah. Sure did. Sure did.
This doesn't surprise me because he does this a lot. But Kyle Welcher is sort of like Patrick Walters.
Yes. He's elusive.
Yes, he's a little elusive, but he's just always fishing just different. You see him one minute, you say, okay, he's fishing this, and then he'll be doing something totally different. Then he just, elusive is a great word.
He's a pro gambler playing it close to the vest.
Well, he definitely keeps his cards close to the vest. I think, Davey, you'd admit to that.
Yep.
Bites like this right here, though, if you kind of start to do an estimation.
Give me a little bit, dude. Yes, sir.
I'm going to say that we're very conservative on Kyle Welcher like we were on Greg Hackney yesterday. I'm going to say Kyle Welcher is going to be very close to Jason Christie by the end of this weigh-in.
Agree.
Yes.
Agree.
Bass Trek has less than a pound difference. Brian New with a couple 2-pounders. He caught his big one yesterday afternoon.
Phoenix Rising. Something I said when
So
Clark
I caught
Wendelin was up here. I'll wait till
2 big
Welcher's
ones,
done.
really, really fast, and then a couple. I guess it's a 2 1/4, a 2-pound spot and a 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and just caught a 1 3/4. Gave me about another half pound. I think I've got somewhere between 16 and 17 pounds.
Oh.
Well,
there you go.
Really, I mean, I've got a 1 3/4 fish in there. If I can get a big one, and I had. Seems like late in the day they've been eating this little swimmer a little bit better. So if I could somehow catch a 4-pounder, would have a dang good bag. We just got to make it happen.
Well, what he just said right there makes this a really different leaderboard.
Yeah.
I mean,
Phoenix Rising.
No, wait a minute.
Sorry.
He said I got between 16 17 pounds?
Yes.
Yeah. Bass Trek, he's at 12 pounds, 6 ounces.
Well, of course he is right now.
It's crazy how different a day can be. Yesterday I had 8 or 9 3-pound bites. Today I've had 2. Well, I've had 3, maybe 4, but caught 2. Do y'all have live scope on? Okay. I'm getting some interference. I didn't know.
Told us yesterday after the weigh-in he felt like most definitely he had him coming to him.
Absolutely.
He was confident about that. Seems like he knew something. Back to Christie.
See, Dave, you got him for more than 15 even.
Yes.
Don't you?
Yes. Yes.
Only report I got is not biting the old jig too good. I just don't feel like I've got in the right. I don't feel like I've gotten the right groove at the right time. And we pulled in here and had 2 bites on the first 2 docks, and I've fished 20, 30 since then. And nothing. We're just gonna, I was kind of debating on running, going with those spinnerbait a little bit, but it's really not windy enough where I wanted to fish. So we're just gonna fish our way back to takeoff, fish anything that looks good. We just need 1 bite. Oh, 7-pounder.
So this is what I was talking about with Clark Wendelin, is if you really look at Jason Christie, think about the astronomical odds of what is going on right now. The dude has almost won 3 classics, okay?
Oh, don't do that.
Came so close to winning 1 on this lake. Leaves for a year or 2 for a field trip. gets off the field trip, requalifies, works his behind off to get back here and qualify for this tournament, wins on the Sabine River last year, and has the opportunity going into Championship Sunday of all of that to do it on the same lake. Think about that.
Yeah. Absolutely incredible. I will say, and this is nothing like what you just saying, the field trip, the year off, the back on the same lake and all that.
He went to camp for a couple.
Camp. You're so kind. You're so kind.
Easy, boy.
But I will tell you, I finished second in the Classic one time, and it's inspiring.
It is. Talk about that.
It will make you think day and night, even when you're asleep, having dreams and nightmares about holding that trophy like no other. I mean, everyone wants to hold it up, but until you get that close, you don't know how it is by being that close. And I talked to him real quick. When I talked to him the other day.
Yeah, baby.
Good fish there for Stetson. When I told Christie, I said, I know what you're feeling. This was before this event started. I know what you're feeling. I finished second once. He said, but you didn't blow a 6-pound lead. I mean, he talked firmly to me and said, you don't even understand.
Good one right there for Stetson Blaylock. Caught 4 big spots. Big spots. One big largemouth. Yes, sir. Go ahead,
It's
Ron.
kind of backwards, Z. Catching it on the red crankbait in the sunny afternoon compared to the low light when they were catching them on the spinner rod. You know what I'm saying? Like, you normally would go power fishing in that conditions, and it's not really ideal here, but it's when he catches one of his biggest fish.
I agree. And, I mean, what he's doing is basically 1 month ago 101.
Yes. But we talked to him yesterday. He can't even believe
that it's happening.
That it's happening.
Wait.
Mark Frazier kind of tipping him off throughout practice, saying, man, I'm catching a lot of 3-pounders grinding a red crankbait in 1 to 6 foot of water.
It's a very familiar red crankbait to the Bassmaster Classic, I must
Yes,
say.
it is. Yes, it is.
The Bassmaster Classic, baby.
That's exactly what it is, Stetson. Oh, boy.
Go on now.
Come here. Quit doing that. He ate it, too.
Got to talk to Stetson yesterday in the interview room, and he said he's not
Probably
a guy for the jewelry. He'll probably wear a classic ring if he were to win it, but he's not a jewelry guy.
Quit.
At the Harris chain, his father-in-law, kind of like a father to him because they've been dating and together since they're kids, passed away. Always wore a chain with a cross on it, and he said it's the only jewelry I've ever gladly accepted from his mother-in-law. He's wearing it this week, and he said, I don't know why, but it feels good on my chest today or this week fishing this event.
That's cool.
Watch out. Here comes the champ, Hank Cherry, a 3.7. He's over 18 pounds on Bass Tracks.
Boy.
9th place.
Is that the big bag of the day, Such?
Yes, sir.
Take one at this point.
I saw Hank's family just a
I
few
won't
minutes
turn
ago.
down the second one.
On Bass Track, Tommy. We don't know for real.
Sure.
Well, yeah, they were all. Jacqueline and the kids were over here.
Jacqueline
Christian
said, do not count him out. You should know that, Davey. Do not count him out.
I think maybe he was just taking a break from being asked about, are you going to three-peat 15 million times in the last 6 months. I mean, that's probably gets a little.
It's probably amazing how many of his true fans said yesterday, well, you gave it a heck of a try.
Yeah.
Counted him out.
Yeah. Honestly, Tommy, he just said, I've won 2 classics from the front of the pack. I just wanted to see if I could do it from the back of the pack, so he needed to come back today.
So he's giving it his best shot. We talked about this yesterday. We said 11, 12 pounds, you might not have a shot, but do you think he has a shot now? And he only had, 12 yesterday?
He is at unofficially 30, but that's a 50. What did he have yesterday?
Ronnie Such?
Like 11 or
Jerry
12.
Had
11
about
and a half.
12 pounds yesterday?
And when you said that, I'm not
12
gonna, what was the number you said yesterday?
11.
At first I said 11, and then you convinced me that I was a little off, and then I said 12. But I said 11.
I was like, you're so.
Yeah. No, don't say that.
He had 12 even. He is on Bass Track 2 pounds back of Jason Christie.
I still think it's going to be very, very, very. If you are, to me, more than 4 pounds back of your leader at the end of today, that's going to be tall order, man. That's going to be a tall order.
You give me a hard time about avoiding a question.
So
yes or no? With only 12 even yesterday, can he win? You're so
Well, think about this, Davey. If the winning weight that a lot of anglers predicted is 48 to 51 pounds, if he has 12, means he's got to get at least 37 or 38 the next 2 days to get to 50 pounds. That's 2 18 to 20 pound bags, or a 16 and a 20. And he's right there today, mid 18s, maybe bigger.
So it's definitely doable.
It's doable. And Z said it, 4 pound lead. He wouldn't want to be more than 4 pounds back. This very lake gave up an even bigger lead. They weren't biting necessarily as well, or there's a lot of factors involved with it, but we've seen dramatics on every Classic final day, no matter who you are.
Well, you look at Hank Cherry's fish on Bass Track, a 5.0, 2 pound 12 ounce, and 3 3/7. There's a little leeway there for Fudge, and Caleb Summerall just overtook him with a 3 1/4 pounder. Is in 9th place now.
And just so y'all know, I did update Kyle Welcher to be a little more accurate. Maybe not the full picture, but a little bit of.
Great.
Luke Palmer jumps to 7th place, 15.5 today.
Why it burns at times, Such.
Power pole replay of the day right now, my friends. Gerald Swindle, and I'm going to say this fish right here on a swim bait, getting the ball rolling on Fox early this morning. Power pole replay of the day, Gerald Swindle leaving his deep water bite, getting it done right here. Swindle, what time is it? Tell us. I know you're gonna. Power pole replay of the day, my friend.
It just got real on Fox, baby.
Such, do me a favor. Conclude it if you would, please.
Gerald Swindle needs one more fish, 4 fish, fall into 25th place, but he's still the power pole replay of the day, which should have been yesterday.
You are way more on point today than you were yesterday, Such.
I was adding
It's
up
like
stuff.
he's expecting it now. You have created a monster.
Throw me the ball.
You were surprising me.
With an awkward pause at the end, power pole replay of the day, Gerald Swindle.
Yeah, we're all still in the wake of that replay of the day. It's still oscillating through the room.
That's
here.
right.
Absolutely.
Good stuff out there, and plenty more changes yet to come today. When everything's so close, you know it's going to change. Striker Daily Trivia. Let's have some of that. Which Classic winner tried his hand at stock car driving? I'm assuming they mean racing. Rayo Breckenridge? Was it Hank Parker? Was it Charlie Reed? Or was it Jack Haynes? Which Classic winner? We're talking about Classic winners right now. We'll be right back with the answer.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen.
Live coverage of the 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is sponsored by Power Pole.
Day number 2 at the World Championship, the Bassmaster Classic, and the clock is ticking. Time is running out. If you're in the first flight, you may have only 20, 30 minutes left of fishing time. Others have longer. Striker Daily Trivia, we left you with this question. Which Classic winner tried his hand at stock car driving? Was this Rayo Breckenridge? Was it Hank Parker? Was it Charlie Reed or Jack Haynes? Ronnie, we've been asking you to go first. And you've done well. So
I have no pressure. I'm going to go Charlie Reed, the 86 Classic winner.
Okay. Z?
Just because he lives in this part of the country, no other reason, ballpark best guess. I'm just going to throw Hank Parker out there.
Is that really a guess?
Yeah.
It's absolutely Hank Parker.
Is it really?
Hank Parker Jr. was on the trail driving.
I'm guessing Hank. If the answer includes a North Carolina
Go
guy,
now.
yes, it would be Hank Parker.
And let me tell you, back in the day, he drove a bass boat about like you drive a NASCAR.
Exactly right.
Yes, sir. His son said he wrecked 90% of the times he didn't finish the races, and he confirmed it just here a minute ago.
I was talking to Ronnie Moore's dad just a few minutes ago, and he talked about how they would take you to drag car racing events. event.
Yes.
Get the all access pass, and you would be up there right next to the burnout play.
Stone cold
Yeah,
country
exactly.
by the grace of God.
That's where he
some
taught
top
me
fuel.
patience. He taught me patience behind the velvet ropes, and that's
Yeah.
where I met you guys a few years later at bass fishing, waiting behind the velvet ropes. But you didn't get to segue, Tommy, but we're over here at the Screen of Knowledge, and I wanted to talk about some of the major fantasy implications at the end of day 2. We've had 55 anglers the last 2 days of competition. Going into tomorrow, only 25. So a lot of anglers will be trapped on the wrong side of our top 25 cut line. And really, when you're thinking about it, a lot of our guys on the other side of the top 25 cut line are some of the biggest names. We've got Brandon Cobb right here in 26th. He's obviously got a really big fish that is helping anchor him. But when you look below, a couple other high percentage picks, people we thought were going to factor to win. Jacob Porosnik, 2 fifth-place finishes at Lake Hartwell in the Bassmaster Classic, just behind that line after a tougher day 1, only 11 pounds and change. An uptick today, but will it be enough to get inside that cut line? Then we see a Greg Hackney, who is notoriously a little bit low, maybe a lot a bit low. If he's around that 10-point mark, okay, we're going to fantasy fishing right here. But if he's around that 10-pound mark, he may be in that cut line. It'll be very close. But a lot of these guys that are really favorites, they are at the cut line, and we'll watch that at the weigh-in with Dave Mercer today, guys.
Ronnie, for everybody at home, Bassmaster Live, Bassmaster.com, you're talking about fantasy. If you can dial, I want you to actually grade yourself.
I don't want to.
So far in this classic, grade yourself on fantasy fishing.
I think today I made a huge comeback. I'm the comeback kid on day 2, it seems. Day 1, I obviously had a tougher day. I only had like 2 or 3 guys inside the cut. Not too shabby for most events, but for the classic,
Just a
it's
grade.
triple points.
Just a grade.
A grade. It's definitely a C or a C minus. I've got about 47 people in my ear right now, so I don't even know what to grade myself. I'm going to say C minus, and I think I'm a B plus today. I'm getting better as the week goes on.
Better and better with every passing day. That's the king. That's how the king works. That's how he operates.
Doesn't even
Wheels
need a
and
word
deals.
anymore. Exactly
No,
right.
king,
Taking
so.
a look at Lake Hartwell right there. As you said,
Train wreck of the
Greg
week.
Hackney with a very, very slow day. You know, and I agree. I pretty much have Hackney right around 10 pounds. But here's the one thing. If you're kind of just tuning in, a lot of your really, really shallow bangers, your Greg Hackney, Brian New with big stringers on day number 1. Steve Kennedy, one of those. That bite kind of gone today.
It's amazing when you heard Greg Hackney say, the fish are bigger, I don't have pressure around me because I'm fishing in the lake, that it's the hardest place to get bites. Is he second guessing himself a little bit right now?
No, because he's still exactly in the same area of the lake that he's been in for just about 2 whole entire days. He was all in on that game plan, as well as guys were all in, like Jason Christie, the one that we've seen get away from that a little bit today. Brian New, another guy that we've seen get away from that.
Yet.
Gerald Swindle.
We ain't dry humping.
Talk about this guy. David Mullins is quietly in 10th place.
And a name I just noticed quietly, Lee Livesey in 5th place.
Yeah, Lee made a big move early today, and then he faded a little back up again. Gerald Swindle's got plenty on his plate.
We got it. It don't look good, but we got it. 38 minutes. We're going to head to the ramp.
Sure, that pontoon just left from that next dock, but I'm gonna fish it anyways.
Brian New did the majority of his damage yesterday with a swim bait and 3/8 ounce BLD, bad little dude jig. And he said he was fishing docks as far back as you could get. Said he really only thinks that he fished 30% of those docks yesterday that he felt he could catch him on.
It's Kept the swim bait in his hand
Yes,
a lot today.
lot.
I don't know if I've seen much of the jig.
Said he only recently sort of figured out a good approach to this lake, and that's not to go up the rivers.
Yes.
Do not go far.
Yeah.
Do not. I
He
will
used
not
a lot
go
of
there.
other words
Well, yeah.
when we were interviewing him.
He's
I
a
mean,
good public speaker.
He was adamant.
Yeah.
He was adamant about never go here.
Yeah.
It was.
He said, I will not go up
He
those two
said,
rivers.
That's right. I will never go up those rivers again. Reason why he said as many times as he's fished on this lake, many, many years of experience. Every time he gets sucked into that dirtier water, going up the rivers here, he gets caught in a numbers game.
Rivers will burn you. That was his quote.
Yeah.
That was.
No, I wrote his quote down, and I would firmly get fired if I said it right now. Absolutely.
Fingers crossed. We're still trying.
Go on now.
He's still in great shape. He doesn't know that, but he's still in great shape.
Oh. Quit sucking, new. Quit sucking.
Tommy Z.
Oh.
Mercer and I were talking about this earlier.
Go on now.
It's incredible watching Greg Hackney with a spinning rod in his hand, with a jerk bait in his hand, with a lipless crankbait in his hand, with a jig, which we expect. He is really mixing it up, trying to maximize every second between these docks.
And if you really look at, he has really fished a very key area of these drains. If you look at the image of Greg Hackney right here, it's where those drains basically, it's the last 200 yards of them, okay? And he's caught fish in ones like this that do not have docks, kind of where that drain peters out in 4 to 8 feet of water. He's caught spots mixed out there, some largemouth on a red-eye shad earlier today. But he said in practice, like that kind of drain right there, if he got to the back of it and it had 2 boat docks parallel to each other in 4 to 6 foot of water, every single one of them would have a bite and a big bite on them. And that's gone away.
And very surprisingly, because I would think that would be getting better.
This is as turning into as weird as a tournament as our Harris Chain event where fish were supposed to be spawning. Fish are supposed to be going to where Greg Hackney is.
Do you think they're maybe transitioning from the drains to the ditches?
I can't take it, Davey. I can't take it.
That's one of the finer points right there.
It really is.
You know?
Boy, that just chaps my hide.
Greg Hackney, this is one of those Bass Track deals that I can't. Can he be in 30th place?
No, he's got, dude. He totally has 10 pounds. If not, there's.
I mean, I just can't see him not fishing Sunday.
That's why it's important to put the weigh-in on your schedule for today when everything gets made official.
I think there's a bunch of sugar plumbing going on Bass Track like there was yesterday.
Well, you know. 3:30 the festivities start here on Bassmaster.com. First fish usually hits the scale about 4:30.
It's a good bag, but it just feels like I'm getting less bites. So even though we've only got a little bit less than an hour, we got to go run some new water, try to locate another pattern or something, and hopefully we'll get lucky and land on and catch another good one this evening. And if we don't, I just have to at least try to do something, find some more fish for tomorrow, because I know we're going to be sitting in contention. We probably won't be lead or nothing like that, but I think we'll be sitting in contention in order to win this tournament. But I don't think I can do it unless I go find some new ones. So with 53 minutes, we'll try to find some new ones.
Media Day, Thursday.
Yes.
Sitting at the table for lunch with Gerald Swindle and Kyle Welcher. And it's the whole reason I remember it. Kyle Welcher said, I want to win this tournament. And he just had a different tone. Like, it wasn't, I'm not here to fold my cards or to call a bet. I'm here to win this. You could tell in his voice right there the same thing. He is here to win.
And, man, this is a critical half hour of fishing right now because the sun's out, finally kind of stabilizing since that cloud cover's left.
Well, sets the first of the day. That's what this has all been about. All of day 2 is about making it above that cut line. The man who stands there right now started in the top 10 today, Gerald Swindle, Wes Logan. Buddy Gross, the most recent winner on the Bassmaster Elite Series, right above Brandon Cobb. Probably the odds-on favorite coming into this thing. Definitely in a bit of trouble here. Brian Schmidt, Jacob Poroznik. Right now, let's throw it over to Ronnie Moore with a true American hero, Dakota Meyer.
What's going on, everybody? We're in the Bassmaster Classic Expo in the Toyota booth, hanging out with Dakota Meyer. Dakota, I feel like I see you every single year at the Classic. You come every single year with the Toyota crew. And man, I want to start off and say thank you for your service. One of the best stories that I've ever heard from the Marine Corps. And then also, man, you come back to the United States, no one expects anything of you, but you got to work immediately with hiring our heroes, helping those veterans get back to work. Why does that mean so much to you?
Look, I mean, veterans, first off, thank you for having me. It's always awesome to be here. This is my kind of people, right? But coming back and being able to get out and still continue to serve, right? I joined to serve this country. I was able to have an opportunity to go overseas and be able to wear the nation's cloth and to be able to come back and still take that same pride, that same passion and love for this country and be able to continue that through corporate America, through in our own communities and be leaders and just push that across was something that was really important to me, right? And getting out of the Marine Corps, there was no job openings for snipers, right? So how did I do that? So I got with Toyota and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, hiring our heroes, and we started with the resume engine of helping veterans understand the skills and the value that they bring to corporate America, and being able to put that in terms where people understood it and help them find meaningful work.
Well, also our veterans that do serve our country faithfully, they come back and they want to get back to work because they want to stay busy. They're hard workers in general. That's their DNA. But they also love the outdoors. So this does seem like a perfect way, not only for you to be around your people, like you said, but also to really spread the word to the industries that love veterans and want their support. Veterans love fishing, and so to get them plugged in with Toyota and fishing companies, that's just the easiest way, the best avenue.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a perfect fit, right? I grew up fishing. I grew up in the outdoors. It was something that was, a huge part of my life that shaped me become who I was, and it's just a natural fit. I mean, all these companies, you look around here, and all these companies that are here understand the value of our veterans and understand the value of this country, and so it's always a welcoming environment.
It's always humbling to talk to you, Dakota. It's been a couple years now that we've seen you at the Classic. We'll see you throughout the week. And where can people find you? They're going to find you at the Toyota booth all week long?
Yeah, I'm only here today, but you'll find me at the Toyota booth. Go check us out, hiringourheroes.org. You can find everything about what we're doing. And
hiringourheroes.org. Dakota Meyer, thank you for your time, man. Thank you for your service. That's from the Toyota booth at the Bassmaster Classic Expo.
The 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley.
Day 2 of the Classic, time running out for these 55 anglers who worked so hard to get to this Classic. They got to be in the top 25 when it is all over. There's our unofficial leaderboard right now, which sees Kyle Welcher started the day in second place. He has stuck to his guns, did what he said he would do. He's gotten himself into the lead. Not a huge lead at this point by any means, but by the standard we've set today, it's not a small one either. Jason Christie, Stetson Blaylock, Brian New, Joey Nania rounding out our top 5. And again, top 25 is what we're interested in. That will be featured at our weigh-in later today. Let's get out onto Lake Hardwell. Some B&W trailer hitches bonus coverage. B&W Trailer Hitches on the line. Our first chance to talk to Oklahoma's Luke Palmer. And Luke, kind of fill us in on what's been going on, especially during the last 3 hours here on the lake.
Well, it got exciting for a little bit for me. It's been a grind for me today. I mean, bad. Started out, I really thought I had some areas I could go catch me a couple of good fish early, just to kind of get the day going, and it didn't pan out at all. It was terrible. But I've been praying for sun all day long, and finally at 12:30, we got a little bit of sunlight, and just got to come to play finally. That little old young dinger, it's what I've really been keying on most of the week to get my better bite, and it started paying off for me today. I needed sun, not much wind, and it's finally happening. Kind of got a little bit of different color water finally. Things just weren't clicking for me earlier, and I just kept moving around, and finally said I'm going to burn some gas, and pulled in the right couple of areas, and it clicked finally.
When you talk about sun, Luke, can you kind of walk us through why did you need sun, and the area? It looks like you're fishing boat docks. Is that solely what you're concentrating on, or no?
Well, I really wanted the sun. It seems like even my herring fish want sunlight. Even early in the mornings, they really want to be able to see the bait, I guess, better. That makes sense, and they really are able to track it a lot further and come hit it. That's kind of what I'm doing early, for 10 o'clock or so. But, yeah, then I'm switching over to boat docks, and I've got a few docks that are just, I don't know, I guess they're kind of magical-looking docks. But I caught another 3 off it today, and there's 15 or 20 3 to 4 pounders swimming around it.
Ooh.
But trying to get on the bite is a whole different ballgame.
So, Luke, I got to ask you, you said that you just had to make a little run and change the areas that you were in. Were you looking for a different watercolor? Were you trying to get away from some boats, or you just needed to clear your head? Tell us what's going on when you left an area and then all of a sudden you go to a new area and start catching fish.
Well, a little bit of all the above. I was struggling. I'm doing a lot of live scoping, have a lot of fish just going down on my bait and not wanting to eat it. And I'm talking, you got 10, 11 pounds here, you start stressing, start struggling. Try to get a little bit of color water to it. Those fish aren't going to see my bait near well, and they'll go ahead and commit to it. And it was almost automatic, which the big fish I caught just a little while ago, I actually had her yesterday. There were 3 of them, and I had just a few minutes left to fish, and all 3 of them went down on my bait, and I pulled into it, and she come off. Pulled in today, made 1 skip. She nailed it first still, and it's kind of been just gradually getting better for me. But I think the change of watercolor, this is way better for me as far as my comfort zone. I mean, Oklahoma, you know how we are. We don't like really clean water. We like a little bit of stain to it, and normally our stain is, red. So you can see a spinnerbait 3 inches below the surface. So I kind of went back to what I like to do, and it's starting to pay off a little bit for me.
Well, Luke, great job out there today. Day 2's a great day to have a good day on the water. Luke Palmer out there solidly in the top 10. Good stuff.
Sounds like something just happened.
Yeah,
right
he
there.
might have just hooked up as we left there.
What do you say we slink on back down lake right now? Going to get out with Mark Frazier, who kind of tipped off. We talked about it, Stetson Blaylock on that pretty main lake cranking power winding gig. And we have not seen him do hardly any of that today.
When you said we were going to go to Mark Frazier, I'm like, will we see him catch one on that red crankbait today? But it's amazing.
No.
He has put Stetson Blaylock all over him with a great tournament, and he's doing everything but that.
It is very odd.
I don't think he's going to help, but
be better than 1.25 pounds.
Nope.
Well, that wind has absolutely died off from yesterday. We had 10 to 20 mile per hour winds yesterday morning, and it tapered off, and starting to see it die down quite a bit today. Heard Luke Palmer talk about this calmer wind helping out the boat dock guys.
Yeah, I'm just on a Gamakatsu wacky rig, just putting a nail in it, Nico, and it's been pretty slow. I've caught, I think, everything besides maybe one that I got on this thing, so I don't know, it's pretty slow. I couldn't get the bite that I had yesterday going, so I resorted to this, so I'm trying to pick another decent one off I got 2 little ones, so trying to get rid of those.
Good stuff right there. Bass Pro Shop's top lures, Mark Frazier.
He needs a size fish. Brandon Carr just caught a 412. Of course, Carr was having a slow day as well. He's just at 30th, right below Mark Frazier, who started 9th today. About half of his 17 pounds he caught yesterday today.
Boy, it's gonna.
Yeah.
We all said it would be close Sunday, but there's that 25th spot today is going to be. There's gonna be some people miss it 5 places by ounces.
Sure.
It's going to be really tight around 25th.
Probably just nice to fish Championship Sunday of a classic, but it's an extra $3,000 just to make it.
Yeah.
Let alone get in the top 15. Starts going up then.
Boy, Jared Miller with a slow day today.
And he spent a lot of time on top of our leaderboard yesterday,
Yes.
Jared Miller.
Let's see if we can't just slide on over your day 1 leader, Brian New, hooked up live.
It's up. It's put up. I think. Come on, let me catch this fish. Freaking largemouth out here.
That helps.
Ooh, big.
That was cool.
I don't think he's within 200 yards of a boat dock either. No. He's made some good adjustments today.
Yeah,
he said he was
absolutely.
not going to, but good for him that he has.
4-4.
That's big.
That helps. I think the smallest one's already here.
Watch this call right here, Such.
No.
At least 2 pounds.
111. Hot almighty, yes. Yeah. Woo!
Should tuck him right into 2nd place. Brian New, great job right there. Clutch fish in the final. hour of fishing here on Lake Hartwell. Let's get out to Lee Livesey. It's a B&W Trailer Hitches bonus coverage live on the line with Lee Livesey. And Lee, what you have a total estimated that looks like a good day on the lake to us. Does it look that way to you?
What's that?
Is what? Are you satisfied with what you got today? Was that a good day for you?
Oh no, never. Not in this. I got like 6 pounds, you know, and I think more like I got tomorrow. You never know, obviously, but I lost one day. I feel like I'm 2 fights from being tomorrow. So.
B&W Trailer Hitches on the line. We're just going to watch Lee Livesey right now. Very solid tournament, fishing a lot of the dirtier water area that we've seen in years past.
He is very quietly, certainly within reach to win this tournament tomorrow, and we just have not talked about Lee Livesey. For whatever reason this week, he wasn't one of the favorites, and he had a good day yesterday, obviously another good one today, and he knows how to close. We have seen him on Lake Fork and some other places, Lake Chickamauga.
2 wins in the last 2 years on the Bassmaster Elite Series. That's good going by anyone's standards.
How about from 36th place, Taku Ito, 5.5 pounder earlier. He just caught another 3 pounders up to 16.5 on the day in 12th place on Bass Track.
Oh. You mentioned it 20 minutes ago, Z. This last 30 minutes of fishing
critical,
is
man.
going to change a lot of things for tomorrow.
This is exactly the joyride we went on yesterday, man. From 2 o'clock on, it is Spring 101. But Tommy, is there any chance that could we feed us potentially?
I'm sorry, what? Feed? Oh, I got it right here. Yeah, before we take a break, with the time running out for these anglers, but we're still seeing some big moves, including Brian New moments ago. Let's pause for Striker Daily Trivia. Which of the following Classic champions has fished in more Classics? Davey Hite, sitting right here. B. Woo Days, C. Ken Cook, or D.
Get on now.
Hank Partner.
Get on out of here.
Which of those Classic champions, each of them, has fished in more Classics, has qualified for more Classics? A, B, C, or D? We'll have the answer when we come back.
We're over here in the Academy booth, and I'm hanging out with Justin with Abu Garcia. And Justin, at the Academy booth, I mean, it's very busy in here. You got prizes, you got people buying merchandise and everything. But one thing that's new this year for Academy, I heard, was one of your rod lines in the stores now that people can purchase.
Yes, we have the new Vendetta rods in the Academy stores. We have 7 or 8 different models. They're fantastic. Bass fishing, a lot of guys fishing inshore with it too. Ladies fishing inshore with it. It's a fantastic series, and it's not brand new for us, but it's brand new for Academy, so it's going to be a great one this year.
Well, in the Vendetta series, you mentioned it, a lot of different models within that, actions that anglers can use, from novices to people using the Vendetta to possibly win the Bassmaster Classic this week. So it's all levels of skill, and it's easy because there's academies all over the country, especially by lakes. So to be able to pick up a brand new rod at an affordable price, wherever you are, that's always something good for an angler.
No doubt about it. Having 7 or 8 different actions basically covers all the different markets. And with an Academy store everywhere, it's pretty easy to get there. It's easier for us to distribute there. Everyone gets a chance at feeling a nice Vendetta rod, so it's pretty cool.
One cool thing as well, the Bassmaster Classic has really become a big trade show almost, because it is open to the public. Fans get to come, they can purchase, they can see new baits, and a lot of companies start to develop those different things. We've also got the PLXs behind us. Those have been released at past Classics before. So with the innovation, do you guys always, like, this is a bookmark on your calendar, we got to make sure we have this product ready for the Classic because we know people are going to show up and they want to get their hands on the new stuff?
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, this is an incredible market, the bass market, and everyone's together. This is a big family here. All the families come in the family of industry, so it's the perfect place to launch new product and show new product, remind people about product, expand product lines. We try to bring something new every single year.
Guys, when I came over to the Academy booth, I talked to Justin. He was very excited, especially to see Hank Cherry moving up that leaderboard. Maybe he'll sneak in that cut, maybe go 3 in a row tomorrow on Championship Sunday. But back to you guys over in the Bass Live studios from the Academy booth.
Did I hear Journey faithfully in the background right there?
Live coverage of the 2022 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook is sponsored by Power Pole.
Davey was humming it, I think.
Copy that. It was Journey, I do believe.
Exactly right.
Final minutes of fishing here. Day number 2 of the Bassmaster Classic. Going to be nail-biting time.
Yes.
Come weigh-in time. Striker Daily Trivia. Remember the question. Which of the following Classic champions has fished in more Classics? This is Davey Height, Woo Daves, Ken Cook, or Hank Parker?
Okay.
All won Classics. That's a tough one.
Listen, man, I am biased 100%, and I will say A. Davey Height, 100%.
I think I'll go with that as well.
I appreciate your love. But I think
Davey knows.
I think Woo Daves has got. I think I might have Hank and maybe even Ken, but I think Woo Daves has us, the 3 of us, by a few.
You are exactly
Hank was my second
correct.
choice, but I think
Davey Height.
Oh, it is Woo Daves. Wow, how about that?
I'll be darned. Good stuff, Such.
Good stuff.
I knew you weren't going to lay Hank Parker on us as the answer 2 times in a row on trivia.
Striker Daily Trivia.
You wouldn't put that sort of monkey business on us. You're too good a person.
Yes, he
thanks.
wouldn't
Yeah,
do it,
well,
my friend.
exactly.
What do you say we just slink on up by the Tugaloo River right now? Jason Christie with a very solid day. Big shot right around midday. Jason Christie hooked up.
Oh, boy.
Kidding me, dude? 3 chances, and I finally got him. Same bite as yesterday. Thump. That helps.
Last hour, man.
Just when you think somebody's slipping away with it,
yes,
the others throw their counterpunch.
Welcher, Christie, and Newer kind of slipping away from the rest of the field, too.
That spot's got to weigh 3 pounds. I think the spot's bigger than that.
I think we'll know a whole lot more come weigh-in time.
Dude, those are 2 big shots from Brian New and Christie here in the last. That is enormous.
I think New put himself in second place, and that fish right there just put Christie back on time and by ounces.
Wow. I say one of the 3 catches another one before they have to go in.
Yes.
It's just that good right now.
Actually, we're in an estimated tie at the top now. We look at it. Kyle Welcher and Jason Christie.
You did hear Kyle Welcher trying to add on to his game. He said, we got a decent bag and we're still in the mix, but I've got to figure something else out right now because his numbers have not been good today.
Gosh, with both those 2 at 33 pounds, 13 ounces tomorrow, Davey, Z, what's the weight going to be? What are they going to need to win?
I'm going to stay with Christie, man. Christie said it. There's several different ways to get to 55 pounds, and that's where I still think this tournament's
coming in, you know,
going to come down to 55 to 56.
So probably closer to being over 35, both of them.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I thought the angler that wins would have to have 20 pounds one day, though. And New is the only one that has done that so far. It'll be a little more difficult, you would assume, to do it on day 3.
You know what time it is, Davey?
What time is it, Z?
Well, let me fill you in, my friend, here on Bassmaster Classic Saturday, Marathon Peak Performance, Kyle Welcher. Really solid day today, except for that pound-and-a-halfer. Boy, if he can get rid of that, we have him with a 6-pounder right now. I don't remember seeing that.
Ronnie updated it to make it a little closer to what he said he had, but I don't know why I got a 6-0
anyway,
in there.
Here's what I can tell you. Is across the board, Kyle Welcher, and he's pretty spot on. He said he's got 16 to 17 pounds. And listen, during the Bassmaster Classic, here's how accurate our Bass Track is. Not at all so far in this event. Marathon Peak Performance, you are absolutely still in this tournament. Kyle Welcher, very, very solid day in contention for his first Bassmaster Classic victory, Marathon Peak Performance.
Hats off to Kyle Welcher. Hats off to all of our 10 anglers who let us come in the boat and ride with them all day long.
To you, Tommy Sanders.
Well, yeah, sure. And, you know, those guys, the rest of our 55 who worked so hard to get there, it's a shame we have to cut down to 25 at the weigh-in, but that's the way the Classic works. Tradition, tradition, tradition. That's a lot of what the Classic is about, and that's what we're going to see coming up at the weigh-in. Don't forget the weigh-in starts right here on Bassmaster.com at 3:30. First fish expected to hit the scales about 4:30. Thanks so much for being with us today. We'll see you at 8 a.m. tomorrow Eastern Time on FS1. We can't wait for Championship Sunday.
We got a brawl tomorrow.